Here's the truth they don't want you to know. You are never more powerful than when you are asleep. Not awake, not meditating, not manifesting asleep. Because when you sleep, your conscious mind finally shuts up, and the infinite intelligence that governs every star, every ocean, every blade of grass can finally reach you without interference. This is why I say, stop trying so hard during the day. Stop the vision boards, stop the forced gratitude, stop the exhausting mental gymnastics. Instead, learn to speak one perfect word before bed, hand it over to the divine, and let the law do what the law does. I have seen fortunes appear this way. I have seen debts dissolve overnight. And I'm about to teach you how to invoke unlimited wealth while you do absolutely nothing but rest. Now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Florence, that can't be right. I've been taught my whole life that wealth requires hard work, sacrifice, endless effort. I've been told that if I'm not hustling, I'm falling behind. And let me tell you something, that's exactly the lie that's keeping you poor. That belief, that constant striving, that refusal to rest in faith, that is the very thing blocking your good. You see, most people have been programmed to believe that wealth is scarce, that it must be fought for, earned through blood and sweat. But I'm here to tell you a different truth. A truth that has been hidden from you, a truth that the ancient mystics knew, and that I have proven time and time again in my own life and in the lives of thousands of people I have worked with. Wealth is not scarce. Wealth is infinite. And you don't access it through effort, you access it through alignment. Let me explain what I mean by alignment. When you are aligned with divine law, when your consciousness is tuned to the frequency of abundance, wealth flows to you as naturally as water flows downhill. You don't have to force it. You don't have to manipulate circumstances. You don't have to network or scheme or beg. You simply speak your word with authority, you surrender the outcome to infinite intelligence, and you rest in faith while the law does its perfect work. But here's where most people go wrong. They spend their waking hours trying to control every detail of their manifestation. They worry about the how, they obsess over the when. They doubt whether it's really going to happen, and all of that mental activity, all of that anxious thinking creates resistance. It blocks the very thing they're trying to attract. And then, as if that wasn't bad enough, they take all of that worry and fear with them into sleep. They lie in bed at night replaying their failures, counting their debts, imagining worst-case scenarios. And for 8 hours straight, while their subconscious mind is wide open and receptive, they impress it with poverty, lack, and limitation. Then they wake up the next morning and wonder why their circumstances never change. Do you see the problem? The very time when you are most powerful, when your conscious mind is out of the way and your subconscious can receive divine instruction, that's when most people do the most damage to themselves. They turn their sleep into a workshop of worry instead of a workshop of wealth. But tonight, that changes for you. Tonight, you're going to learn how to use sleep the way it was meant to be used, as a sacred portal for manifestation, as a direct line to infinite intelligence, as the most powerful 8 hours of your entire day. Now, before I teach you the exact method, I need you to understand something about the nature of your mind. You have two minds operating within you, the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is the one you're aware of right now. It's the one that thinks, analyzes, plans, worries. It's logical, rational, and extremely limited. It can only process what it sees in front of it. It judges by appearances. It says things like, I don't see any money coming, therefore I am poor. But the subconscious mind is entirely different. The subconscious mind is unlimited. It's connected to infinite intelligence, to the creative power of the universe itself. It doesn't judge by appearances, it creates appearances based on whatever you impress upon it. The subconscious doesn't know the difference between what's real and what's imagined. It only knows what you consistently feed it through your thoughts, your words, and especially your feelings. And here's the key that most people miss. The subconscious mind is most receptive right before you fall asleep. In that twilight state between waking and sleeping, your conscious mind begins to fade, your defenses drop, and your subconscious becomes like soft clay, ready to be molded by whatever thought or word or feeling you give it in that moment. This is why your bedtime routine is the most important part of your entire day. Not your morning routine, not your afternoon productivity, your bedtime routine. Because whatever you impress upon your subconscious, in those final moments before sleep, becomes the blueprint that your subconscious works from all night long. Think of it this way. Your subconscious is like a faithful servant. It doesn't question, it doesn't argue, it doesn't judge. It simply takes whatever instruction you give it and says, "Yes, master. I will create that for you." If you go to bed thinking, "I'm so broke, I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills," your subconscious says, "Understood. More bills, more lack, more struggle. I will create that." If you go to bed feeling resentful towards someone, your subconscious says, "Understood. More resentment, more conflict, more injustice. I will create that." But if you go to bed speaking a word of wealth, feeling the feeling of abundance, trusting that infinite supply is yours by divine right, your subconscious says, "Understood. Wealth, abundance, overflow. I will create that." And then, while you sleep, peacefully, your subconscious goes to work. It begins rearranging circumstances. It begins attracting opportunities. It begins dissolving obstacles. It begins moving people and events into perfect alignment to bring your word into manifestation. You don't have to know how it's going to happen. You don't have to figure out the details. You simply speak your word with authority and let the law do what the law does. This is not magic. This is not wishful thinking. This is metaphysical law, as reliable as the law of gravity, and it works whether you believe in it or not. Now let me tell you a story that will illustrate exactly what I'm talking about. Several years ago, a woman came to me in absolute despair. She was an artist, a talented painter, but her work wasn't selling. She had poured her heart and soul into her art, but month after month, nothing sold. She was drowning in debt. Her rent was overdue. Creditors were calling every day. She was on the verge of losing everything. When she sat down across from me, I could see the fear radiating from her. Her hands were shaking, her eyes were red from crying. She said to me, "Florence, I don't know what to do. I've tried everything. I've lowered my prices, I've gone to every gallery, I've put my work online. Nothing works. I think I'm going to have to give up my art and get a regular job just to survive. But even that terrifies me because I don't know who will hire me. I feel like I'm cursed." I looked at her and I said, "You're not cursed. But you are creating your own poverty, and you're doing it every single night." She looked confused, so I asked her a simple question. I said, "Tell me, what do you think about in the moments before you fall asleep?" She paused, then said quietly, "I think about how I'm going to lose everything. I think about being homeless. I imagine the worst things that could happen. I can't help it, that's just what comes into my mind." And I said, "Exactly. And that's why you're broke. You're spending 8 hours every single night impressing poverty and fear into your subconscious mind. You're literally programming yourself for failure while you sleep. And then you wake up and wonder why your circumstances never change." She looked at me with wide eyes and said, "So what do I do?" I said, "Starting tonight, you're going to do something completely different. Right before you go to sleep, you're going to speak a command. Not a wish, not a hope, not a prayer, a command. You're going to say these exact words out loud. Infinite supply now pours into my life. I am a channel for divine wealth. My perfect customers are now drawn to my work. I sleep in peace, knowing my word is law." She looked skeptical. She said, "That's it? I just say some words?" And I said, "Words are not just words. Words are creative power. Your word is your wand. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Do you understand? Words are how God creates. Words are how you create. When you speak with faith and authority, you set spiritual law into motion. And when you speak your word and then surrender into sleep, you hand the entire manifestation over to infinite intelligence, which works all night while you rest. I could see she didn't fully believe me, but she was desperate enough to try anything, so she agreed. That night, she went home, and before she got into bed, she stood in her bedroom and spoke those words out loud. She told me later that the first time she said them, she felt ridiculous. She felt like she was lying to herself, but she said them anyway. The second night, she said them again. And this time, something shifted. She felt a tiny bit lighter, like a weight had been lifted just slightly. The third night, she said them with a little more conviction. And by the seventh night, something remarkable had happened. She no longer felt desperate, she felt expectant. She couldn't explain it, but deep inside, she knew something was changing. 2 weeks after she started this practice, she received a phone call. A gallery owner she had never met called her out of the blue. Someone had recommended her work. They wanted to feature her in an upcoming show. She could barely believe it. Within 30 days, she sold more paintings than she had sold in the previous year. Within 90 days, she was completely out of debt and had more commissions than she could handle. And all of this happened not because she worked harder, not because she learned new techniques, but because she stopped poisoning her subconscious with fear every night and started commanding wealth instead. Now I'm going to tell you another story, because I want you to see that this principle works for anyone, regardless of their circumstances. I knew a businessman, who had been struggling for years. He had read every success book. He had attended every seminar. He worked 16-hour days. He was doing everything he thought he was supposed to do, but no matter how hard he tried, he stayed stuck at the same income level year after year. He was exhausted, burned out, and deeply resentful. He felt like the universe was against him. When he came to me, I could see the exhaustion in his face. He said, "Florence, I've done everything right. I work harder than anyone I know. Why am I still barely making it?" And I said, "Because you're trying to force the universe to give you wealth through effort. But wealth doesn't come from effort, it comes from alignment. You're fighting when you should be resting. You're controlling when you should be surrendering." He didn't understand, so I asked him the same question I asked the artist. I said, "What do you do every night before you fall asleep?" He said, "I review my to-do list for the next day. I think about all the things I didn't accomplish. I worry about whether I'm going to make enough money this month. Then I fall asleep mentally exhausted." I said, "And that's exactly why you're stuck. You're spending 8 hours every night in a state of anxiety and control. You're impressing struggle and limitation into your subconscious. Then you wake up and do it all over again. You're trapped in a cycle, and you don't even realize it." I gave him a new practice. Every night, he was to do 4 simple things. First, speak a financial decree out loud with authority. Second, visualize himself as already wealthy, feeling the relief and freedom of having unlimited supply. Third, say these words, "It is done. The universe now handles the details." And fourth, surrender completely into sleep, releasing all concern about how or when the wealth would appear. The first week, nothing changed externally. But internally, he noticed something different. He felt calmer. He stopped obsessing over money during the day. He found himself making decisions from a place of peace rather than panic. The second week, an old business contact reached out with an unexpected opportunity. The third week, a deal he thought was completely dead suddenly came back to life. Within 3 months, his income had tripled. And here's the remarkable part, he was working less than before, not more. He came back to me amazed. He said, "Florence, I don't understand. I'm doing less and I'm making more. How is that possible?" I said, "Because you finally stopped interfering with the law. You stopped trying to control every detail. You spoke your word, you handed it over to infinite intelligence, and then you let the universe do its work while you slept. You learned the most important lesson. Wealth comes through alignment, not through struggle." Now I can hear some of you thinking, "But Florence, this sounds too simple. It can't be that easy." And you're right, it's not easy. But not for the reason you think. The method is simple. Speaking your word before bed is simple. Surrendering into sleep is simple. What's not easy is stopping the interference. What's not easy is quieting the anxious mind that wants to control every detail. What's not easy is having the faith to let go and trust the law. Most people can't do it. They'll try for a night or two, then give up because they don't see instant results, or they'll speak the words but not believe them. Or they'll surrender for a moment, then wake up at 3 in the morning and start worrying again, completely undoing all the work they did before bed. This is why faith is so important. And let me be clear about what I mean by faith, because most people misunderstand it. Faith is not a feeling. Faith is a decision. Faith is not waiting until you feel confident or peaceful or certain. Faith is speaking your word even when you feel afraid, even when circumstances look impossible, even when every logical part of your mind is screaming that it won't work. You don't have to feel wealthy to command wealth. You don't have to feel abundant to decree abundance. You simply have to speak the word as if it's already done, and then surrender the outcome to the power that created the entire universe. Think about that for a moment. The same intelligence that spins the planets, that makes your heart beat without you thinking about it, that grows an entire tree from a tiny seed, that intelligence is available to you right now. And it's most available to you when you stop trying to do everything yourself and simply rest in faith. This is what I mean when I say you are most powerful when you are asleep. Not because sleep is magical, but because sleep is surrender. Sleep is letting go. Sleep is saying to the universe, I've done my part, I've spoken my word, now you do yours, and the universe always does its part, always. The problem is never with the law. The law is perfect, unchanging, and completely reliable. The problem is always with us, with our doubt, our fear, our impatience, our need to control. So let me break this down for you into the simplest possible terms, because I want you to succeed with this. Tonight, before you go to sleep, you're going to do something different. You're going to take control of what you impress upon your subconscious mind. And you're going to do it through the power of the spoken word. First, you need to create your wealth command. This is not an affirmation that you hope might work. This is a command, a decree, a statement of spiritual law. It needs to be clear, powerful, and stated as if it's already done. Let me give you some examples. You might say, "Infinite supply now pours into my life from expected and unexpected sources." Or you might say, "I am a magnet for divine wealth. Money flows to me effortlessly and continuously." Or you might say, "My perfect financial abundance is now made manifest. Every door opens, every need is met, every desire is fulfilled." Or you might say, "I sleep in peace knowing unlimited wealth is mine by divine right." Choose the one that resonates most strongly with you, or create your own. But make sure it meets these requirements. It must be in present tense, as if it's already happening now. It must feel powerful and true when you say it. It should include the word now to anchor it in this moment. And it should end with a statement of faith, trust, or surrender. Once you have your command, write it down. Put it somewhere you'll see it every night before bed. Memorize it so thoroughly that it becomes as natural to you as breathing. Now here's the second part, and this is crucial. You must speak your command out loud. Not silently in your head, but audibly with your voice. Why? Because when you speak aloud, you engage your entire being. You hear the words with your ears. You feel the vibration in your body. You activate the creative power of sound itself. In the beginning was the Word. God spoke, and worlds came into being. You are made in the image and likeness of God. When you speak with faith and authority, you are using the same creative power that formed the universe. So, every night before you, lie down to sleep, stand if you're able, place your hand on your heart if it helps you feel more connected, and speak your wealth command out loud with authority, not timidly, not as a question, but as someone who knows the law and knows their divine right to abundance. Say it 3 times. The first time, speak it clearly and firmly. The second time, speak it with even more conviction. The third time, speak it with absolute certainty, as if you're sealing a decree that cannot be broken. Now comes the third part. After you've spoken your command, lie down and close your eyes. Don't try to visualize specific things. Don't try to picture exact dollar amounts or specific material possessions. Instead, tune into the feeling of wealth. What does wealth feel like? It feels like relief, like a weight has been lifted. It feels like freedom, the freedom to make choices without fear. It feels like peace, deep, unshakable peace. It feels like gratitude, profound thankfulness for the abundance that surrounds you. It feels like joy, the simple, quiet joy of knowing you are provided for. Feel that now, even if just for a moment. Let that feeling fill your chest. Let it relax your shoulders. Let it soften your face. Let it spread through your entire body. This is not pretending. This is tuning your consciousness to the frequency of wealth. You're aligning yourself with abundance at the level of feeling, which is the language your subconscious understands best. Now here comes the hardest part for most people, the surrender. After you've spoken your word and felt the feeling of wealth, you must completely let go. You must release all concern about how it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, or whether it's really going to happen. Say to yourself, either silently or aloud, "It is done." The universe now handles all the details. I rest in perfect faith. And then, truly rest. Let yourself drift into sleep. If anxious thoughts come up, and they will, don't fight them. Simply notice them, and then return to your command. Speak it again silently in your mind. Return to the feeling of wealth, and let yourself relax deeper. The key to this entire process is that you're not staying awake trying to figure anything out. You're not lying there making plans or worrying about obstacles. You're planting the seed with your spoken word, you're watering it with your feeling, and then you're letting God make it grow while you sleep. This is the law of creation. You speak, you feel, you surrender. The universe handles everything else. Now I need to address something that trips many people up. You might wake up in the morning and look around and see that nothing has changed. Your bank account is the same. Your circumstances look the same. And you might think, see, it didn't work. But that's not how the law works. The law doesn't always produce instant physical results. What it does is it starts moving invisible forces into alignment. It begins rearranging circumstances behind the scenes. It starts attracting the people, opportunities, and resources that will manifest your word. Sometimes the changes happen overnight. I've seen it. I've seen debts disappear, unexpected checks arrive, perfect opportunities suddenly materialize. But sometimes the changes take days or weeks or even months. Not because the law is slow, but because there's a divine timing to everything, and infinite intelligence knows the perfect moment for your good to appear. Your job is not to worry about the timing. Your job is simply to keep speaking your word every night, keep feeling the feeling of wealth, keep surrendering into sleep with faith. And in the meantime, during your waking hours, stay open and alert for opportunities. This is important. The universe will guide you. You'll get hunches, intuitive nudges, sudden ideas. You might feel drawn to call someone, to go somewhere, to try something new. Follow those impulses. That's infinite intelligence leading, tell you toward your manifestation. But don't confuse guidance with control. Guidance is a gentle inner knowing. Control is anxious mental planning. Guidance says, call that person. Control says, I need to figure out exactly what to say and how to manipulate the outcome. Guidance feels light and easy. Control feels heavy and stressful. Always choose guidance over control. Always choose faith over fear. Always choose surrender over struggle. Let me tell you one more story to illustrate the power of divine timing. I knew a woman who was desperately trying to sell her house. She needed to move for a new job, but her house had been on the market for months with no offers. She was stressed, anxious, and starting to panic because she was going to lose the job opportunity if she couldn't relocate soon. I taught her the practice I'm teaching you. Speak your word before sleep. Feel the feeling of relief and perfect timing. Surrender to divine intelligence. Trust that the right buyer is already on their way. She did it faithfully every night for 2 weeks. Still no offers. She called me frustrated. She said, Florence, I've been doing everything you said, but nothing is happening. I'm running out of time. I said, have you been worrying during the day? She admitted she had. She said she couldn't help it. I said, then you're undoing at noon what you're creating at midnight. You must hold the faith all day long, not just at bedtime. Every time worry comes, you speak your word again. You return to the feeling of trust. You remind yourself that infinite intelligence is handling the details. She agreed to try harder. 1 week later, she received an offer. But it wasn't quite enough money, and there were some conditions she didn't like. She was about to turn it down when she remembered what I had taught her about divine timing and trusting the process. She prayed about it. She asked for guidance. And she got a strong inner feeling to accept the offer even though it wasn't exactly what she wanted. She trusted that feeling and said yes. 2 days after she accepted, the buyer revealed that they had been looking for months for the perfect house for their elderly mother, and this house was exactly what they needed. They were so grateful that they offered an additional $10,000 and agreed to let her stay an extra month rent-free while she found a place in her new city. She ended up getting more money than she originally wanted, plus the extra time she needed. If she had gotten an offer earlier when she was demanding it, she would have missed this perfect buyer. But infinite intelligence knew the timing, knew the details, knew the perfect way to fulfill her need in a way that blessed everyone involved. This is what I mean when I say surrender to divine timing. You don't know the whole picture. You don't know what the universe is arranging behind the scenes. Your job is simply to speak your word, trust the law, and let infinite intelligence handle the how and the when. Now let's talk about what you do when you wake up in the morning. This is just as important as what you do before sleep. In the morning, the moment you open your eyes, before you check your phone, before you worry about your day, speak your wealth command again. Say it out loud if you're alone, or silently in your mind if you're not. Say it with gratitude, as if it's already done. Thank the universe for your unlimited supply. Thank infinite intelligence for handling all the details. Feel the feeling of abundance filling your body as you start your day. Then get up and go about your morning with a light heart. Don't immediately check your bank account or start stressing about money. Instead, move through your day with an attitude of expectancy. Something wonderful is happening today. Your good is on its way. Opportunities are aligning for you right now. This doesn't mean you don't take practical action. You absolutely do. You show up for work, you answer emails, you do what needs to be done. But you do it all from a place of peace and faith, not from a place of desperation and fear. And here's what will start to happen. You'll notice that you make better decisions. You'll find that you're more creative. You'll discover that people respond to you differently. Opportunities will start showing up that weren't there before. It's as if the entire universe begins cooperating with you instead of resisting you. This is because you've changed the vibration you're sending out. You're no longer vibrating at the frequency of lack and struggle. You're vibrating at the frequency of abundance and faith. And the law of attraction, which is really just the law of consciousness, brings you experiences that match your vibration. Now, I want to address a question I get asked all the time. People say, Florence, what if I speak my word at night, but during the day something happens that makes me doubt? What if I get a bill I can't pay, or I lose a client, or something goes wrong? Doesn't that cancel out my nighttime work? Here's the truth. Circumstances will test your faith. That's how you know you're on the path. The universe has to see if you really believe what you're speaking, or if you're just saying words. When something challenging happens during the day, that's not a sign that the law isn't working. That's a sign that you're being given an opportunity to strengthen your faith. When something unwanted appears, don't react with fear. Don't say, "See, I knew it wouldn't work." Instead, stand firm in your word. Look at the circumstance and say, either silently or aloud, "This appearance has no power over me. My word is law. Infinite supply is mine now." Then turn your attention away from the problem and back to your faith. This is what it means to walk by faith and not by sight. It means you don't judge by appearances. You don't let the physical world dictate your spiritual truth. You hold to your word no matter what shows up, knowing that your word is more powerful than any circumstance. And I promise you this. If you hold steady, if you refuse to be moved by appearances, if you keep speaking your word night and day with unwavering faith, the circumstances will change. They have to. It's law. The outer world must conform to your inner consciousness eventually. But most people give up right before the breakthrough. They speak their word for a few days, maybe a week, and when they don't see instant results, they quit. They go back to worrying, complaining, doubting, and then they say, "See, this metaphysical stuff doesn't work." But it does work. It always works. The question is, are you working with it consistently enough and faithfully enough to see the results? Think of it like planting a garden. You plant a seed, you water it, and then you wait. You don't dig up the seed the next day to check if it's growing. You trust the process. You trust that underneath the soil, invisible to your eyes, something is happening. Roots are forming. Life is stirring. And one day, when the time is right, a shoot breaks through the surface and you see the evidence of what was growing all along. Your word is a seed. When you speak it with faith and water it with feeling and surrender it into the soil of sleep, it begins to grow. But you can't see it growing in the beginning. You have to trust. You have to wait. You have to keep watering it every night with your faithful practice. And then one day, the manifestation breaks through. The check arrives. The opportunity appears. The debt is resolved. The abundance you've been decreeing suddenly becomes visible in your physical world. And when that happens, don't be surprised. Don't say, "Oh wow, what a coincidence." No. This is not coincidence. This is law. This is the natural result of speaking your word in faith and surrendering to infinite intelligence. Now I want to talk about something else that's very important, and that's the state of with your consciousness throughout the day. You can't just speak your wealth command at night and then spend your whole day complaining about being broke. You can't declare abundance before bed and then tell everyone who will listen about your financial problems during the day. That's like planting seeds at night and pouring poison on them in the morning. Your entire consciousness needs to align with wealth. Not just at bedtime, but all day long. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect. It doesn't mean you never have a moment of worry or doubt. It means that when those moments come, you catch yourself quickly and return to your truth. The moment you catch yourself thinking a poverty thought, stop. Replace it with your wealth command. The moment you catch yourself speaking words of lack, stop. Speak words of abundance instead. It's like training a muscle. At first it's hard. You forget, you slip back into old patterns. But the more you practice, the easier it becomes, until eventually thinking wealthy thoughts becomes your natural default. Let me give you some practical ways to stay in wealth consciousness during the day. First, be very careful about what you say. Remember, your word is your wand. Every word you speak is a command to your subconscious and to the universe. Don't say things like, I can't afford that. Say instead, I'm choosing not to purchase that right now, or better yet, abundant resources are flowing to me now. Don't say, I'm so broke. Say instead, I am richly supplied from the infinite source. Don't say, money is so hard to come by. Say instead, money comes to me easily and frequently from expected and unexpected sources. Watch your words like a hawk. Your words are creating your future. Every single word matters. Second, practice gratitude for what you already have. Gratitude is one of the fastest ways to shift your consciousness from lack to abundance. Even if you only have a little right now, be grateful for it. Thank the universe for your home, even if it's not your dream home. Thank the universe for the food in your pantry, even if it's not gourmet. Thank the universe for the money in your account, even if it's not as much as you want. Gratitude tells the universe, I recognize abundance, I see blessings, I am open to receiving more. And the law responds by giving you more to be grateful for. Third, be generous. I know this sounds counterintuitive when you're trying to increase your wealth, but generosity is one of the most powerful wealth attractors there is. When you give, whether it's money, time, kindness, or help, you're making a statement to the universe. You're saying, I have plenty, I am abundant, I am a channel through which blessings flow, and the universe always fills a channel. Give, and it shall be given unto you. This is spiritual law. Now, I'm not telling you to give recklessly or to give beyond your means, but I am telling you to be generous within your means. If you can give $1, give it joyfully. If you can give a smile, give it freely. If you can give encouragement, give it generously. Whatever you give multiplies and returns to you, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Fourth, surround yourself with wealth consciousness. Be careful about who you spend time with and what you expose your mind to. If you're constantly around people who complain about money, who speak poverty, who live in fear and lack, their consciousness will influence yours. I'm not saying you should abandon your loved ones, but I am saying you need to protect your consciousness. If someone starts complaining about how hard life is and how they'll never get ahead, you don't have to join in. You can silently bless them and speak your own truth in your mind. And be mindful of what you watch, read, and listen to. If you're constantly consuming news about economic crashes and recessions and doom and gloom, you're programming your subconscious with fear. Instead, fill your mind with inspiring stories, wealth consciousness teachings, and positive, uplifting content. Your mind is like a garden. Whatever seeds you plant in it will grow. Plant seeds of wealth, abundance, faith, and possibility. Pull out the weeds of fear, doubt, lack, and limitation as soon as they appear. Now let's talk about dealing with actual financial challenges while you're building your wealth consciousness. Let's say you have bills you can't pay right now, or debt that's overwhelming you, or you just lost your job. These are real situations that require real action, not just positive thinking. Here's what you do. You handle what needs to be handled practically and responsibly. You make the phone calls you need to make, you set up payment plans, you look for work, you do whatever physical action is required. But, and this is crucial, you do all of that action from a place of faith, not fear. Before you make that phone call to your creditor, speak your wealth command. Affirm that you are divinely guided and that this situation is resolving in the perfect way. When you're applying for jobs, affirm that your perfect opportunity is seeking you just as you're seeking it. When you're paying what bills you can, be grateful that you have the money to pay them, and affirm that more is on the way. You handle your business, but you don't let your business steal your peace or your faith. This is what it means to be in the world, but not of it. You participate in the practical physical world, but your trust, your security, your confidence is not in the physical world. It's in the spiritual law that governs the physical world. And here's what I've seen happen time and time again. When people hold this balance, taking practical action while maintaining spiritual faith, miracles happen. The creditor suddenly offers a better payment plan than you expected. The job you interview for turns out to be better than what you were even hoping for. Money appears from sources you never imagined. The universe is infinitely creative, and when you trust it, it will astound you with its solutions. Now we're going to go deeper. I want you to understand something profound about wealth. Wealth is not just money. Money is simply one form of wealth, one symbol of abundance. True wealth is a consciousness, a state of being, a knowing that you are one with the infinite source of all supply. When you have wealth consciousness, money flows to you naturally. But you also experience wealth in every area of your life. You're wealthy in health, you're wealthy in relationships, you're wealthy in opportunities, you're wealthy in ideas, you're wealthy in joy and peace and fulfillment. This is why I say that you must become wealthy in your mind before you can become wealthy in your bank account. If you're poor in consciousness, if you see yourself as limited, lacking, struggling, then no amount of money will make you feel wealthy. You'll always be afraid of losing it. You'll always feel like it's not enough. You'll always be worried about the future. But when you develop true wealth consciousness, even if you only have a little money right now, you feel abundant. You know more is on the way. You trust the source. You live with a generous spirit and an open heart, and that consciousness attracts more and more physical wealth to match your inner state. So how do you develop wealth consciousness? You develop it the same way you develop any consciousness, through repetition, through practice, through consistent focus. Every night, with your bedtime command, you're building wealth consciousness. Every morning when you wake with gratitude and expectancy, you're building wealth consciousness. Every time you catch a poverty thought and replace it with an abundance thought, you're building wealth consciousness. It's like building a muscle. At first it's weak. It's hard to hold the thought. Your old programming keeps pulling you back, but you keep exercising it. You keep affirming. You keep visualizing. You keep feeling the feeling. And gradually, over time, wealth consciousness becomes your default state. You no longer have to force it. It's just who you are. And when you reach that point, wealth flows to you as naturally and inevitably as water flows downhill. You don't have to chase it. You don't have to beg for it. You don't have to manipulate or scheme. You simply live your life from a place of abundance, and abundance manifests in physical form. This is the secret. This is what the wealthy understand, that the poor don't. Wealth is an inside job. It's a consciousness. And consciousness can be changed. No matter where you are right now, no matter how broke you feel, no matter how impossible your situation seems, you can change your consciousness. And when you change your consciousness, your circumstances must change to match. Now I'm going to give you the exact words to speak tonight. I want you to personalize them if you need to, but use this as your foundation. After I give you these words, we're going to spend time together in a space of deep rest and reception, allowing these truths to sink into the deepest part of your being. Here is your wealth command. Speak it with me now. Even if you're lying down, even if you're falling asleep, let these words wash over you and through you. Infinite wealth is mine now. I am one with the source of all supply. Money flows to me easily, constantly and abundantly from expected and unexpected sources. I am a magnet for prosperity. Every door opens before me. Every need is met before I even ask. I am richly, lavishly, abundantly supplied with all good things. My work is valued, my contribution is recognized. I am rewarded generously for the gift I bring to the world. There is no lack in me. There is no limitation in me. I am filled with divine substance, and that substance now manifests as wealth in my life. I sleep in perfect peace, knowing that while I rest, infinite intelligence is arranging all the details of my supply. I wake to abundance. I live in abundance. I breathe in abundance. It is done. It is law, and so it is. Feel those words now. Let them settle into your body. Breathe slowly and deeply. With each breath, feel yourself relaxing deeper. With each breath, feel yourself letting go of every worry, every fear, every doubt. You are safe. You are supported. You are infinitely supplied. The universe is not struggling to give you wealth. The universe wants you to have wealth. It is your divine birthright. You are a child of the infinite, and all that the infinite has is yours. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to prove you're worthy. You simply have to open yourself to receive it. And right now, as you rest, you are opening. Every cell of your body is opening to receive abundance. Your subconscious mind is accepting the truth of your unlimited supply. The law is being set in motion. And tomorrow, and the next day, and every day forward, evidence of your wealth will begin to appear in your life. You might see it in small ways at first: an unexpected refund, a gift, a discount, a raise, a new client. Don't dismiss these small things. Recognize them as evidence that the law is working. Give thanks for them. And know that these small manifestations are just the beginning. As you continue this practice faithfully, night after night, the manifestations will grow. What starts as small blessings will become larger blessings. What starts as trickles will become streams. What starts as streams will become rivers. And one day you'll look around at your life and you'll realize you're living in the overflow. Abundance surrounds you. Wealth is your constant companion. And you'll remember this night, this moment, when you first learned the secret of speaking your wealth into being while you sleep. Let yourself drift now. Let yourself float in this truth. You are wealthy. You are abundant. You are infinitely supplied. Say it to yourself softly as you fall deeper into rest. I am wealthy. I am abundant. I am infinitely supplied. Your subconscious is receiving this now. It's accepting it as truth. And even as you sleep, it's working to make this truth manifest in your physical world. You don't have to do anything else. You've done your part. You've spoken your word. Now the universe does its part. Rest in faith. Rest in peace. Rest in the absolute knowing that unlimited wealth is yours by divine right, and it is manifesting now. Tomorrow, when you will wake as a new person. A wealthier person. Not because anything has changed externally, but because everything has changed internally. Your consciousness has been transformed. And your new consciousness will create a new reality. So sleep well, beloved. Sleep in the arms of infinite supply. Sleep knowing that every breath you take, every heartbeat, every moment of rest is bringing you closer to the manifestation of your wealth. And when you wake with gratitude, wake with joy. Wake expecting miracles, because miracles are your natural inheritance, abundance is your natural state, and wealth is already yours. You are wealthy now, not tomorrow, not someday, now. In this moment, in the realm of infinite possibility, in the kingdom of divine consciousness, you are already wealthy. All that remains is for that inner wealth to express itself in physical form. And it will. It must. It is law. And so I release you now into sleep, into peace, into the loving arms of infinite intelligence that knows exactly how to bring your good to you. Sleep deeply. Rest completely, and know that unlimited wealth is already on its way to you. It is done. And so it is. Money is not made on earth, it is released from heaven. Long before your employer signs your check, long before the client says yes, long before the opportunity even appears on your doorstep, there is a transaction taking place in the invisible realm where all supply lives. I have seen fortunes shift in an instant because someone finally understood this principle. You do not chase money, you do not beg for money, you do not manipulate or scheme for money. You speak your word with the authority of one who knows that infinite intelligence is the source, and you prepare to receive what has already been set aside with your name on it. This is not philosophy. This is spiritual law, and it works with absolute precision. Now I want you to listen to me very carefully, because what I am about to share with you has the power to transform your entire financial life. Most people treat money as if it comes from their job, their clients, their circumstances, their family, their education, their connections. And this fundamental misunderstanding, this tragic misidentification of the source, keeps them trapped in a cycle of lack, anxiety, worry, fear, and absolute powerlessness. They believe that their prosperity depends on forces outside their control. They believe that the economy dictates their wealth. They believe that their boss holds their future in his hands. They believe that if they just work harder, hustle more, sacrifice longer, that eventually the universe will reward them with the abundance they seek. And year after year, they exhaust themselves chasing after money that seems to slip through their fingers the moment they grasp it. You have been taught to fear scarcity. You have been taught to hoard what little you have. You have been taught to obsess over the external, to check your bank account with dread, to panic when the bills come, to worry about tomorrow, to count every penny, to live in a state of constant financial anxiety. This is the lie that has enslaved humanity for centuries. This is the illusion that keeps people working themselves into the ground, sacrificing their health, their relationships, their peace of mind, all in pursuit of a security that can never be found in the material world. But I am here to tell you a different truth. I am here to show you the invisible mechanism behind every financial miracle. I am here to reveal the divine process that takes place in the unseen realm before a single dollar manifests in your physical world. Because once you understand this process, once you see how the universe actually operates, once you grasp the spiritual law that governs all supply, you will never look at money the same way again. You will never beg for it again. You will never worship it again. You will never fear the loss of it again. Because you will finally understand that your supply is not dependent on the economy, your education, your connections, or your current circumstances. Your supply is dependent on your alignment with universal law, your spoken word, and your willingness to act as if infinite intelligence is your employer. And here is the core pain that I am addressing today, the misunderstanding that causes more suffering than perhaps any other. You are exhausted from trying to force, manipulate, and control your way to prosperity. You have affirmed, you have visualized, you have hoped, you have prayed, you have worked yourself to exhaustion, and yet nothing changes. The bank account stays empty, the opportunities never come. The doors remain closed, and you begin to wonder if there is something wrong with you, if you are cursed, if God has forgotten you, if the universe simply does not care about your struggle. This is because you have been taught manifestation without understanding the law of preparation, the law of non-resistance, and the law of divine timing. You have been given half the truth, and half the truth is more dangerous than a complete lie because it gives you just enough hope to dumb enough towns. Keep trying, but not enough understanding to actually succeed. You are working against the universe instead of with it. You are pushing when you should be allowing. You are forcing when you should be surrendering. You are speaking words of lack while demanding abundance. You are looking at appearances and calling them reality. And every single day, you are blocking your own good with your fear, your doubt, your impatience, and your refusal to trust the invisible process. Now, here is the insight that changes everything. Here is the truth that no one tells you. The secret that has been hidden in plain sight for centuries. Your good has already been prepared. Right now, as I speak these words to you, as you listen with your conscious mind, your supply exists in the invisible realm, fully formed, complete, perfect, and ready to materialize in your physical world. It is not coming someday. It is not dependent on future conditions. It is not waiting for you to become worthy or to prove yourself or to suffer long enough. It is there right now, in the fourth dimension, in the realm of perfect ideas, in the mind of God, waiting only for one thing, your consciousness to align with it. The only thing standing between you and your financial freedom is your consciousness, not your circumstances, not your education, not your past failures, not the economy, not your age or your background or your lack of connections, your consciousness, your fear, your doubt, your refusal to speak with authority, your inability to recognize the invisible signs that your answer is on the way, your habit of looking at the empty bank account and calling it truth, your tendency to panic at the appearance of lack instead of standing firm in faith, your practice of speaking words of limitation while claiming to believe in abundance. This video will teach you how to align with what has already been set aside for you. I am going to show you how to recognize when heaven is moving on your behalf. I am going to teach you how to stop sabotaging your blessings with your words and your worry. I am going to reveal the 3 stages of divine preparation that take place in the invisible before anything manifests in the visible. And I am going to give you practical, simple, powerful steps that you can take today, right now, this very moment, to open the channel and allow your good to flow to you with the ease and speed that is your divine birthright. Because here is what you need to understand. You do not need more money. You need a new consciousness. You do not need more opportunities. You need to stop blocking the ones that are already headed toward you. You do not need to beg God for supply. You need to understand that God is supply, and when you align with that truth, when you finally get it deep in your bones, when you speak it and live it and demonstrate it with your actions, then every door opens, every channel clears, every obstacle dissolves, and your life becomes a demonstration of infinite abundance. So let me tell you a story. Let me show you how this law works in real life. In concrete terms, with real people facing real problems. Because this is not theory. This is not wishful thinking. This is spiritual law. As reliable as gravity, as consistent as mathematics, as undeniable as the rising Sunday, I knew a woman who was completely without funds. Her rent was due in 3 days. Her cupboards were empty. She had no job prospects, no family to call on, no savings to draw from. By all appearances, by every logical calculation, by the judgment of anyone looking at her situation from the outside, She was facing disaster. She was about to be evicted. She was about to go hungry. She was about to lose everything. And most people in her position would have panicked. Most people would have sunk into despair, would have cursed their luck, would have blamed God, would have given up entirely or scrambled in desperation trying to manipulate some solution out of thin air. But this woman understood something that most people never learn in their entire lives. She understood the law of preparation. She understood that faith without works is dead. She understood that you cannot sit in lack consciousness and expect abundance to find you. She understood that the universe responds not to your words alone, not to your prayers alone, not to your hopes alone, but to your consciousness made visible through action. So, instead of sitting on her bed weeping, instead of complaining about how unfair life was, instead of calling everyone she knew to beg for help, instead of sinking into victim consciousness and despair, she did something that would seem absolutely insane to the logical mind. She went to her closet and began to organize her life as if her good had already arrived. She cleaned her home from top to bottom, scrubbing every corner, washing every dish, making every surface shine. She set her table beautifully, with her best dishes, with flowers in a vase, as if she were expecting a guest of honor. She took out her nicest clothes, the ones she had been saving for some special occasion, and she dressed herself with care and dignity, as if she were going to an important celebration. And here is what happened. Within 3 days, money came to her from a source so unexpected, so impossible, so completely outside the realm of anything she could have predicted or planned, that even I, who have seen this law work thousands of times, marveled at the precision and perfection of the universe. A distant relative she had not spoken to in years called her out of the blue. This relative had just sold a property and felt a sudden, undeniable urge to share a portion of the proceeds with her. There was no logical reason. There was no obligation. There was no prior communication. It was simply a divine appointment, orchestrated by infinite intelligence, moving through the invisible realm to meet this woman's need at the exact moment she aligned her consciousness with receiving. Now, you might say that was luck. You might say that was coincidence. You might say that the relative was just being kind. But I am telling you that it was the law. It was cause and effect. It was the natural, inevitable result of this woman's faith made visible through her actions. Let me explain what was happening in the invisible realm while she prepared. This is the part that most people never see, the part that most people do not understand, the part that makes all the difference between those who demonstrate prosperity and those who remain trapped in lack. While she was cleaning her home, while she was setting her table, while she was dressing with care and dignity, the universe was responding to her consciousness. Channels were opening. Obstacles were being removed. The right people were being moved into position. Her relative, hundreds of miles away, was receiving an intuitive impulse, a sudden thought, a feeling that would not go away. The money that was meant for her was being released from the invisible and set into motion through the channels that infinite intelligence had prepared. And most importantly, her own consciousness was being aligned with receiving. Because here is the truth that most people miss. You cannot receive what you are not prepared to hold. The universe will not pour abundance into a consciousness of lack. God will not give you a fortune if you are vibrating at the frequency of poverty. Infinite intelligence will not send you opportunities if you are speaking words of defeat and dressing like a beggar and living in chaos and disorder. Preparation is your announcement to the universe that you are ready. It is your declaration that you believe your good is on the way. It is your demonstration of faith made visible. And the moment you prepare, the moment you act as if your blessing has already arrived, the moment you align your external actions with your internal belief, the universe has no choice but to respond. This is law. This is not special favor. This is not luck. This is the way the spiritual realm operates, and it works every single time for every single person who understands it and applies it with faith. You see, most people block their good not because they do not pray, but because they do not prepare. They sit in lack consciousness, speaking words of defeat, refusing to move until they see the money, insisting that they will believe it when they see it. And so, the money never comes. Because the law does not work that way. The law requires faith first, action first, preparation first. You must believe it before you see it. You must act as if it is already done. You must prepare the vessel before the universe can pour the blessing. Let me give you another example, another story that illustrates a different aspect of this invisible preparation. A man came to me once in absolute despair. He had been waiting for months, nearly a year, for a business deal to close. This was not a small deal. This was a deal that would transform his financial situation entirely, that would lift him out of debt, that would set him up for years to come. He had done everything right from a human perspective. He had negotiated well. He had submitted all the paperwork. He had followed up consistently. But month after month, there were delays. First it was one thing, then another. A signature was missing. A document needed to be revised. A partner had to review the terms. On and on it went, and with each delay, this man sank deeper into fear and frustration. Every morning, he woke up and the first thing he did was check his phone, check his email, check his mailbox, looking for the confirmation that the deal had closed. Every day, nothing. And every day, his faith eroded a little more. He began to doubt, he began to panic, he began to speak words of defeat. He told his friends that the deal was probably going to fall through. He told his family that he had been foolish to hope. He stayed awake at night running worst-case scenarios in his mind, imagining himself bankrupt, homeless, ruined. He was convinced that God had abandoned him, that the universe was cruel, that his faith had been in vain, that he was a fool for ever believing that prosperity was possible for him. When he came to me, he was on the edge of collapse. And I told him what I am telling you now. There is no such thing as divine delay. There is only divine timing, and divine timing is always perfect. Always, without exception, every single time. Even when it does not feel that way, even when your logical mind cannot see the reason, even when you are convinced that the delay is going to destroy you. I asked him to stop focusing on the deal. I asked him to stop checking his phone every 5 minutes. I asked him to stop looking at appearances and start trusting the invisible process. I gave him an affirmation to repeat with absolute faith, multiple times a day, until it sank deep into his subconscious mind. Infinite intelligence is arranging every detail of this situation for my highest good. I relax and let the divine plan unfold in perfect ways. I am protected, I am guided, I am provided for, and my good cannot be withheld from me. He resisted at first. Of course he did. Because the ego always resists surrender. The logical mind always wants to control, to push, to force, to make things happen according to its own limited timeline. He wanted to know how the deal was going to close. He wanted to know when it was going to happen. He wanted to manage every detail, to control every outcome, to ensure that nothing went wrong. But I told him that his job was not to figure out the how or the when. His job was to speak his word with authority, to maintain his faith regardless of appearances, and to get out of the way so that infinite intelligence could do the work that only infinite intelligence can do. Eventually, after weeks of wrestling with his fear and his need to control, he surrendered. He stopped obsessing over the deal. He stopped checking his phone 100 times a day. He stopped speaking words of doubt and defeat. He started his mornings with his affirmation. He went about his life with a sense of peace and trust that had been completely absent before. And here is what happened. Here is how the universe moved when he finally got out of the way. The deal did not close the way he expected. It did not happen according to his timeline. But it closed in a way that was 10 times better than anything he had imagined. The terms that had been negotiated were suddenly revised in his favor. A partner he had never met before came into the picture and brought resources that expanded the entire project. Opportunities opened up that had not existed when the deal first started. And the timing that had frustrated him so deeply, turned out to be absolutely perfect because during those months of delay, certain market conditions shifted, certain legal issues were resolved, certain obstacles that would have destroyed the deal later on were cleared away without him even knowing they existed. When he called me to tell me what had happened, when he shared the final outcome, he wept. Not because he got the money, though that was certainly a relief. He wept because he finally understood what I had been trying to teach him. He wept because he saw, with absolute clarity, that the universe had been protecting him, guiding him, preparing him, perfecting every detail of the situation while he had been convinced that he was being abandoned. So let me ask you, what is happening in heaven while you wait? What is being arranged in the invisible realm while you are looking at your empty bank account and panicking? What doors are being opened? What obstacles are being removed? What perfect timing is being orchestrated while you are convinced that nothing is happening? This is the truth about divine timing. It is not slow. It is precise. It is not withholding your good. It is perfecting it. It is not punishing you. It is protecting you. And when you understand this, when you stop fighting the process and start trusting it, when you stop insisting on your way and your timeline and your limited understanding, then you will see miracles unfold in your life with a speed and a perfection that defies all human logic. Now let me teach you the mechanics of this process. Let me show you exactly what happens in the invisible realm before your good manifests in the visible world. Because once you understand the stages, once you see the divine order, once you recognize where you are in the process, you will stop panicking and start cooperating with the law. Everything begins in the invisible. This is the first truth you must grasp. Before you see your blessing, before you hold it in your hands, before it materializes in your bank account, before it shows up at your door, it exists as a complete and perfect idea in divine mind. This is what I call the fourth dimension, the realm where all things are possible, the place where your supply has been waiting for you since before you were born. In divine mind, in the consciousness of God, in the realm of infinite possibility, there is no lack. There is no limitation. There is no such thing as not enough. There is only abundance, only perfection, only unlimited supply. And everything you could ever need or desire already exists there as a perfect idea, waiting only for your consciousness to claim it, for your word to call it forth, for your faith to give it permission to materialize in your life. But here is the key that most people miss, the understanding that separates those who demonstrate abundance from those who remain trapped in lack. You cannot pull from the invisible with your worry. You cannot access divine supply with your fear. You cannot call forth abundance while speaking words of lack. Your word is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. Your word is the creative force that either opens the channel or blocks it completely. And every single word you speak, every single thought you hold, every single image you entertain in your imagination, is traveling to the invisible realm and impressing itself upon the universal substance that is the raw material of all creation. When you say, "I am broke," you are giving an order to the universe. You are impressing that image of brokenness, of emptiness, of lack upon the creative substance. And the law does not argue with you. The law does not say, "But you are not really broke, let me give you abundance anyway." The law simply says, "Your word is your command," and it begins to arrange circumstances to match the vibration you have sent out. It brings you experiences that confirm your declaration. It aligns your life with the consciousness you have expressed. It creates for you exactly what you have said. When you say, "I never have enough," when you say, "Money is so hard to come by," when you say, "I cannot afford it," when you say, "I am always struggling," you are not simply MOS, "I never have enough," describing your situation. You are creating your situation. You are speaking into existence the very thing you claim to not want. You are using the creative power of your word against yourself. This is why I teach you to speak with authority. This is why I tell you to guard your words as if your life depends on it, because it does. Your financial life, your health, your relationships, your peace of mind, the quality of your entire existence, all of it is shaped by the words you speak and the images you hold in your consciousness. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a creator. You were made in the image and likeness of God, which means you have been given the same creative power that spoke the universe into existence. And your word, when spoken with faith and authority, is your wand, the instrument through which invisible substance becomes visible form. So the first stage of what happens in heaven before you get paid is the decree. The moment you make your demand upon universal supply with clarity and faith, the moment you speak your word with authority, the moment you declare your divine right to prosper, to be free, to live in abundance, something shifts in the invisible realm. You are not begging, you are not pleading with a reluctant God. You are not trying to convince the universe that you are worthy. You are simply claiming what is already yours by divine right. This is why Jesus said, "Whatsoever you ask in prayer, believing, you have received it." Not will receive, not might receive. Not should receive, if you are good enough, or if you pray long enough, or if you suffer enough. Have received. Present perfect tense. Already done, already complete, already yours. Because in the moment of true faith, in the instant that you make your demand with absolute certainty, the transaction is complete in the invisible realm. It is registered in cosmic law like a legal contract. It is written in the book of life with your name on it. It is set aside, prepared, assigned to you, and nothing in heaven or on earth can prevent it from manifesting unless you yourself block it with your doubt, your fear, your worry, or your contradictory words. This is stage 1, the decree. You speak your word, you make your demand, you claim your good with faith and authority, and heaven responds instantly, not eventually, not someday, instantly. The invisible realm shifts in that very moment. The law is activated, the process begins. But then comes stage 2, and this is where most people lose their faith, where most people give up, where most people decide that the law does not work, that God has not heard them, that they were foolish to believe. Stage 2 is the arrangement. And I need you to understand this with absolute clarity, because this is where the real work happens, the invisible work, the divine orchestration that most people never see and therefore never trust. During stage 2, nothing seems to be happening on the surface. You have made your decree. You have spoken your word. You have claimed your good. But days go by, weeks go by, sometimes months go by, and the bank account is still empty. The opportunity has not appeared. The door is still closed. The situation looks exactly the same as it did before you prayed. And your logical mind, your reasoning mind, your doubt-filled ego begins to whisper. See, it did not work. You were foolish to hope. You should have known better. Nothing ever changes for you. You are cursed, you are unlucky, you are not one of the chosen ones. But I assure you, I promise you, I declare to you with absolute certainty, everything is happening underneath. The universe is moving people into position. Infinite intelligence is arranging circumstances. Divine mind is dissolving obstacles that you do not even know exist. Doors are being opened that you have not yet approached. Resources are being released that have not yet reached you. And you, most importantly, you are being prepared to hold what you have asked for without losing it the moment it arrives. This is the stage that requires non-resistance. This is the stage that demands patience. This is the stage where you must stop checking, stop worrying, stop obsessing over the external, and simply trust that infinite intelligence is handling every single detail in ways that are infinitely better than anything your limited human mind could devise. Let me tell you what is happening in stage 2, the things that are invisible to you but absolutely real and absolutely necessary. The universe is testing you. Not to punish you, not because God is mean, but because the law must ensure that you are ready. If you panic at the first delay, if you lose faith the moment things do not go according to your plan, if you return to speaking words of lack the second the appearance suggests lack, then you are not ready. You are not stable enough, not aligned enough, not conscious enough to hold this blessing that is being prepared for you. And so the universe keeps you in stage 2 a little longer, giving you opportunity after opportunity to choose faith over fear, to choose trust over control, to choose your word over appearances. Every morning you wake up and you have a choice. Will you speak your word with authority, or will you speak your lack? Will you prepare for your blessing, or will you wallow in your current circumstance? Will you trust divine timing, or will you panic and try to force something to happen through your own limited effort? Each choice you make either speeds up the process or delays it. Each word you speak either clears the channel or blocks it. Each action you take either demonstrates your faith or reveals your doubt. And the universe, in its infinite wisdom, in its perfect love, in its absolute commitment to your highest good, will not release the blessing until you are ready to receive it and keep it. But there is more happening in stage 2. The universe is also removing obstacles. It is protecting you from disaster. It is dissolving partnerships that would have betrayed you. It is closing doors that would have led you into traps. It is redirecting your path away from opportunities that looked good on the surface but would have destroyed you in the end. And you do not see any of this. All you see is delay. All you feel is frustration. All you think is that nothing is happening. But I am telling you, everything is happening. Divine intelligence is working on your behalf with a precision and a wisdom that is beyond human comprehension. And if you could see what I see, If you could perceive the invisible realm the way I have learned to perceive it through years of study and demonstration, you would fall to your knees in gratitude for the delays that you once cursed, because you would understand that those delays saved you from paths that would have destroyed you. And finally, in stage 2, the universe is aligning perfect timing, not your timing, not the timing that your impatient ego demands. Perfect timing, divine timing, the timing that ensures that when your good arrives, everything else in your life is also in position to support it, to sustain it, to multiply it. The timing that brings you the opportunity when you are most able to recognize it and act on it. The timing that delivers the money when you are most able to manage it wisely. The timing that sends the relationship when you are healed enough to receive it without destroying it through your old patterns. This is stage 2, the arrangement, and it lasts as long as it needs to last. Not one moment longer than necessary, but also not one moment shorter than required. And your job during stage 2 is not to figure it out, not to control it, not to panic about it. Your job is to maintain your faith, to speak your word with authority every single day, to prepare for your blessing as if it is already on the way, and to trust that infinite intelligence knows what it is doing, even when you cannot see the evidence. Then comes stage 3, the manifestation. When the invisible work is complete, when every channel is clear, when every obstacle has been removed, when you are finally aligned and ready, when perfect timing has arrived, then the good appears. And it often appears so suddenly, so unexpectedly, so completely out of nowhere, that people call it a miracle. Friends marvel at your luck. Family members shake their heads in amazement. Strangers ask you how you did it, and you know with absolute certainty that it was not a miracle in the sense of something that defied natural law. It was the law. It was cause and effect. It was the natural, inevitable, guaranteed result of your spoken word, your unwavering faith, your willingness to prepare, and your surrender to divine timing. Understanding these 3 stages changes everything. It teaches you to stop panicking in stage 2. It teaches you to recognize where you are in the process. It teaches you to trust the invisible work that is happening on your behalf. It teaches you to cooperate with the law instead of fighting against it. And most importantly, it teaches you that every single moment of waiting is actually a moment of divine construction. The delay is not denial. The silence is not abandonment. The closed door is not rejection. It is all preparation. It is all protection. It is all part of the perfect unfolding of your highest good. Now let me teach you another principle that most people violate constantly, a principle that keeps them trapped in lack no matter how much they pray or affirm or visualize, and that is the law of preparation. You must prepare the vessel before heaven pours the blessing. Here is a truth that will challenge everything you think you know. The universe will not give you what you cannot hold. Not because the universe is stingy, not because you are unworthy, but because it would be cruel, it would be destructive, it would be the opposite of love to give someone a blessing they are not prepared to receive. I have seen this play out countless times. I have seen people pray desperately for great sums of money, and when the money comes, when the inheritance arrives or the lawsuit settles or the business deal closes, they lose it within weeks, sometimes within days, because they were not prepared to manage it. They did not have the consciousness to hold wealth. They did not have the discipline to steward resources. They did not have the spiritual maturity to handle abundance without it destroying them. I have seen people beg for opportunities, for the big break, for the chance to prove themselves. And when the opportunity arrives, when the door finally opens, when the invitation is extended, they sabotage it. They show up late, they do mediocre work. They doubt themselves into paralysis. They let fear convince them they are not ready, and the opportunity passes them by, and they spend years afterwards, lamenting that they were never given a chance, never recognizing that the chance came, and they were not prepared to seize it. I have seen people cry out for relationships, for their soulmate, for true love, for someone who will finally understand them and cherish them. And when that person appears, when the universe delivers exactly what they asked for, they ruin it within months. They bring all their old wounds, all their unhealed trauma, all their patterns of jealousy and control and self-sabotage into the relationship, and they drive away the very blessing they begged for. This is why preparation is not optional. This is why you cannot simply sit on your couch making affirmations and expect the universe to drop abundance into your lap. Preparation is spiritual law. Preparation is your signal to heaven that you are ready. Preparation is your demonstration of faith made visible through action. What does preparation look like? Let me give you practical examples, real things you can do today to activate this law in your life. If you are calling in money, preparation looks like opening a bank account. Even if you have nothing to put in it, it looks like organizing your financial records. It looks like creating a budget for the abundance you are claiming. It looks like acting as if you are already a person who manages wealth wisely. It looks like researching investments. It looks like reading books on financial literacy. It looks like dressing as someone prosperous would dress, carrying yourself with the dignity of someone who knows their worth. If you are calling in a relationship, preparation looks like setting your table for two. It looks like making space in your closet for another person's belongings. It looks like buying extra pillows for your bed. It looks like healing your old wounds through therapy or inner work, so that when the relationship arrives, you are capable of sustaining it. It looks like becoming the kind of person who could be a loving, supportive, emotionally healthy partner. It looks like working on your communication skills, your ability to be vulnerable, your capacity to trust and to be trusted. If you are calling in a new home, preparation looks like packing. It looks like getting rid of things you do not want to take with you. It looks like researching neighborhoods. It looks like driving by houses and allowing yourself to feel what it would be like to live there. It looks like acting as if the move is inevitable. It looks like measuring your furniture to see what will fit in the new space. It looks like collecting paint samples and envisioning how you will decorate. It looks like treating your current space with the same care and respect you would give to your dream home, because how you do anything is how you do everything. If you are calling in a business, preparation looks like designing your logo, setting up your website, creating your offerings, practicing your pitch, doing the work as if the clients are already on their way. It looks like registering your business name. It looks like opening a business bank account. It looks like creating systems and processes. It looks like studying successful people in your industry. It looks like investing in your education and your skills. It looks like showing up every single day as the CEO of your life, even before you have made your first sale. Do you see what I am teaching you? Preparation is not about pretending. It is not about denial. It is not about ignoring your current reality. It is about demonstrating through your actions that you believe your word, that you trust the invisible process, that you know your good is on the way and you are getting ready to receive it. This is how you impress the subconscious mind. This is how you signal the universe. This is how you align your entire being, your thoughts and your words and your actions, with the consciousness of receiving. Because the subconscious mind does not respond to words alone. It responds to images. It responds to feelings. It responds to actions that match the desired outcome. And when you prepare, when you act as if your blessing is imminent, you create such a powerful vibration of expectancy that the universe has no choice but to deliver. But here is where most people fail. Here is where fear sabotages them. They start to prepare, and immediately the voice of doubt begins to speak. You are being foolish. You do not have the money. This will never work. People will think you are crazy. You are going to look like an idiot when nothing happens. You are wasting your time. This is just positive thinking nonsense. You need to be realistic. You need to face facts. And if you listen to that voice, if you let that fear stop you, if you refuse to prepare because you cannot yet see the evidence, then you block your good. You tell the universe that you do not really believe. You demonstrate through your inaction that your faith is not strong enough to support the blessing. And so the blessing is withheld, not as punishment, but as protection, because giving it to you in that state of consciousness would only result in you losing it. So when fear whispers, "You are being foolish," you speak back with authority. I am not moved by appearances. I am moved by truth. My good is already mine in the invisible realm, and I am simply preparing to receive it. I act on faith, not on evidence. I demonstrate my belief through my actions, and I trust that the universe is responding to my consciousness. This is how you overcome the resistance. This is how you push through the fear. This is how you prepare for your blessing, even when every circumstance suggests that it is impossible. Now let me teach you about the law of non-resistance, because this is perhaps the most difficult principle for the human mind to grasp. And yet it is absolutely essential if you want to experience rapid, miraculous, effortless manifestation. Most people do not fail because they lack faith. They fail because they resist. They resist the process. They resist the timing. They resist the channels. They resist the divine plan. And every single moment of resistance is a moment of delay, a moment of blockage, a moment where they push their good further away. Let me be very clear about what resistance is, because there is often confusion about this. Resistance is not the same as action. You can take action without resistance. You can move forward without fear. You can prepare without anxiety, but the moment you add force, control, manipulation, or fear to your action, that is when you cross the line into resistance. That is when you start working against the universe instead of with it. Resistance looks like trying to force a deal that is not meant to be. It looks like chasing after someone who is not interested. It looks like pushing yourself through exhaustion because you do not trust that rest is productive. It looks like micromanaging every detail because you do not believe that infinite intelligence can handle it better than you. It looks like panicking when things do not go according to your plan and scrambling to fix it with your limited human effort. I have watched people lose fortunes because they tried to force a business partnership that was not divinely aligned. The red flags were there. The intuitive warnings were there. But they were so attached to their plan, so convinced that this was the only way, so afraid that another opportunity would not come, that they forced it anyway. And it ended in disaster. I have watched people ruin relationships because they tried to control another person's free will, because they could not trust that if it was meant to be, it would unfold naturally, because they manipulated and pushed and demanded instead of allowing and trusting and surrendering. I have watched people sabotage their health because they resisted their body's wisdom. They pushed through illness instead of resting. They ignored pain instead of listening to it. They exhausted themselves in the name of productivity and ambition, and they paid the price with serious health consequences that could have been avoided if they had simply surrendered, if they had simply trusted that taking care of their body was more important than forcing outcomes through sheer willpower. The universe has a plan for you that is infinitely better than anything you could design with your limited human mind, but you must get out of the way. You must stop insisting on how and when and through whom your good will come. You must stop gripping so tightly that you strangle the very thing you are trying to hold. You must speak your word, take your action, prepare your vessel, and then release it with the faith that infinite intelligence is handling every single detail in ways that will astonish you with their perfection. This is the paradox at the heart of manifestation, the truth that confuses so many people. You must care deeply enough to prepare, but be detached enough to let go. You must desire your good with all your heart, but trust the universe enough to say, "Not my will, but thine be done." You must know what you want, speak it boldly and clearly, claim it with authority, and then relax into divine timing, trusting that it is coming in the perfect way at the perfect moment. When you master non-resistance, when you stop fighting the universe and start flowing with it, when you learn to move through life with the flexibility of water instead of the rigidity of stone, that is when miracles happen. That is when doors open that were invisible moments before. That is when opportunities appear from nowhere. That is when money shows up from the most unexpected sources. That is when your good arrives in ways so perfect, so precisely timed, so beautifully orchestrated, that you will weep with gratitude at the wisdom of God. Let me give you a practical example of what non-resistance looks like in action. I knew a woman who desperately wanted to move to a new city. She had clear, compelling reasons. Better job opportunities, a healthier climate, proximity to family. She prayed about it, she affirmed it, she visualized herself living there. But then she made the mistake that so many people make. She tried to force it. She applied to hundreds of jobs in that city, sending out resume after resume with a desperate energy. She looked at apartments online obsessively, calculating costs, making plans, trying to figure out how she could make it work financially before she even had a job offer. Months went by, nothing materialized. Every job application was rejected or ignored. She could not find affordable housing. Every pathway she tried hit a dead end. And she came to me in complete frustration, convinced that the universe was blocking her, that it was not meant to be, that she should just give up on her dream. I asked her one simple question. Are you trying to force this, or are you allowing it? She looked at me confused, defensive. Of course, I am trying to make it happen, she said. How else is it supposed to happen if I do not do something? And I said, there is a difference between inspired action and forced action. Inspired action flows. It feels light, it feels guided, it opens doors effortlessly. Forced action feels heavy. It feels exhausting. It meets resistance at every turn. And the universe is telling you, through all these closed doors, that you are pushing too hard. I gave her new instructions. I told her to stop applying to jobs for 1 month. I told her to stop looking at apartments. I told her to release the entire situation to infinite intelligence with this affirmation. If this move is part of my divine plan, the universe will open the way in perfect timing through channels I cannot yet see. I stop forcing. I stop controlling. I trust. I relax. I allow. She resisted my instructions at first. It felt like giving up. It felt like being passive. It felt irresponsible. But I assured her that surrender is not passivity. Surrender is the highest form of trust. Surrender is stepping aside and letting God handle what only God can handle. She finally agreed. For 1 month, she did not apply to a single job in that city. She did not look at apartments. She did not try to figure out the how. She simply repeated her affirmation. She went about her current life with presence and peace, and she trusted. And here is what happened. Here is how the universe moved when she finally stopped blocking it with her force and her fear. 3 weeks into that month of surrender, she received a phone call completely out of the blue from a company in that city. They had found her old resume from months prior. They had a position that had just opened up. They wanted to interview her immediately. The interview went perfectly. They offered her the job within days, with a salary higher than she had been asking for. And when she mentioned that she would need time to find housing, they offered her a temporary corporate apartment for the first 2 months while she settled in. Everything she had been trying to force for months materialized effortlessly in less than a month once she got out of the way. This is the power of non-resistance. This is what happens when you stop fighting and start flowing. This is the miracle that occurs when you finally understand that your job is not to make it happen, your job is to let it happen. Now let me teach you how the universe communicates with you. Because one of the greatest sources of suffering in people's lives is the belief that God is silent, that the universe is not responding, that their prayers are going unheard. But I am here to tell you that heaven is not silent, God is not absent, your answer is not missing. You have simply not been trained to recognize the language of the invisible realm. The universe speaks to you in 3 primary ways: through intuition, through symbols, and through opportunities. And if you learn to recognize these 3 languages, if you become fluent in reading the signs, you will never again feel lost or alone or abandoned by the divine. First, intuition. Intuition is God's direct telephone line to you. It is the still, small voice that speaks in your moments of quiet. It is the sudden knowing that arrives without explanation. It is the hunch that makes no logical sense but feels undeniably right. It is the feeling in your body that says yes to this and no to that, even when your mind cannot articulate why. I cannot tell you how many times I have worked with people who are in distress, who are crying out that God has not answered their prayers, and when I ask them if they have had any intuitive leads, they always say yes. Well, I did have a thought to call this person, but it seemed too random. I did feel drawn to that job posting, but I did not think I was qualified. I did have an urge to go to that event, but I was too tired. I did sense that I should wait before making that decision, but I was impatient. Do you see what is happening? The answer came. The guidance was given. The divine instruction was delivered clearly and directly through intuition, but they did not obey. They dismissed it as coincidence, as their imagination, as wishful thinking, or they heard it clearly but let fear or doubt or impatience override it. And so, the blessing that was waiting for them at the end of that intuitive lead never materialized, not because God withheld it, but because they refused to follow the guidance. Intuition is not loud. It does not shout. It does not argue with you. It speaks once, maybe twice, and then it respects your free will. If you ignore it, if you choose logic over intuition, if you choose fear over trust, The universe will not force you. It will simply allow you to learn through the harder path of experience. So I am teaching you, trust your intuition more than your fear. Follow your hunches more than your logic. When you have a sudden impulse to reach out to someone, do it. When you feel drawn to a certain opportunity, investigate it. When you sense that you should wait, wait. When you know in your gut that something is not right, even if everyone else is telling you it is perfect, trust that inner knowing. Your intuition is never wrong. Your interpretation of it might be wrong. Your timing in following it might be off. But the intuition itself, the pure guidance from your superconscious mind, from the God within, is always accurate, always loving, always leading you toward your highest good. The second language the universe speaks is symbols, a chance meeting, a book that falls off the shelf, a song that plays at the exact moment you needed to hear those words, a license plate that contains a message, a conversation overheard in a coffee shop that answers the question you were just asking in your mind, an animal that crosses your path at a significant moment, a dream that contains clear guidance, a number sequence that keeps appearing, a name that you hear repeatedly in different contexts. These are not coincidences. These are divine appointments, orchestrated by infinite intelligence to guide you, to confirm that you are on the right path, to answer your questions, to give you courage, to show you that you are not alone. I will tell you a story that illustrates this perfectly. A man was facing a major business decision. He had been offered a partnership that looked good on paper, but something in his gut told him to be cautious. He prayed for guidance. He asked the universe for a clear sign about whether he should move forward or wait. That very day, as he was driving to meet with the potential partner, he passed 3 different businesses that had closed signs in the window. 3. In a row. On a route he had never driven before because his usual route was blocked by construction. Now, most people would dismiss this as random. But this man had been trained to recognize symbols. He understood that the universe speaks through metaphor, through synchronicity, through seemingly random events that are actually precisely orchestrated. He took those 3 closed signs as a clear message. This partnership would lead to closure, to ending, to loss. He politely declined the offer. 6 months later, he discovered that the person who had approached him was involved in illegal activity and was facing criminal charges. If he had entered that partnership, his entire business and reputation would have been destroyed. The universe protected him through symbols. The guidance was there, the warning was clear. He simply had to be awake enough to recognize it and wise enough to trust it. So I am teaching you, pay attention. Notice the patterns. Watch for repetition. When you see the same message multiple times in different forms, that is not coincidence. When you have been asking a question and suddenly the answer appears in a conversation, a book, a movie, a stranger's words, that is divine communication. The universe is always speaking. The question is, are you listening? The third language is opportunities. But here is the crucial point that most people miss. The opportunity rarely looks the way you expect. It does not arrive in a golden envelope with your name engraved on it. It does not come with a guarantee of success or a promise of safety. It comes disguised as risk, as change, as discomfort, as hard work, as the very thing you have been avoiding. The door that opens is often not the door you were watching. The person who offers help is often not someone in your existing network. The pathway forward often requires you to let go of something you have been clinging to. And the people who succeed, the people who actually walk through the doors that heaven opens, are the ones who recognize the opportunity even when it is dressed in unfamiliar clothes. I knew a woman who was desperate for financial breakthrough. She prayed, she affirmed, she visualized, she did everything right from a spiritual perspective. And then one day, she was offered a job that required her to move to a different state, to leave her comfort zone, to step into a role she had never done before. Her first reaction was fear. "This is not what I asked for," she said. "I wanted to stay where I am and have more money come in. I did not ask to have to move." But I reminded her of a fundamental truth. When you ask the universe for abundance, you do not get to dictate the channels. You do not get to tell infinite intelligence how to deliver your good. You simply ask, you prepare, you trust, and when the door opens, you walk through it with faith, even if it is not the door you expected. She took the job. She moved. It was uncomfortable. It was scary. She had to rebuild her social circle, adjust to a new city, and learn new skills. But within 1 year, her income had tripled. Within 2 years, she had been promoted twice. Within 3 years, she owned her own home and had a level of financial security she had never experienced in her life. The opportunity was there all along. It was the answer to her prayer. But it required her to be flexible, to trust, to say yes, even when it felt frightening, to recognize that sometimes the universe delivers your blessing in a package you were not expecting. So I am teaching you. When opportunity knocks, do not analyze it to death. Do not wait until you feel completely ready. Do not demand that it look exactly like what you pictured. Ask yourself, does this feel aligned? Does this excite me, even though it scares me? Does this require me to grow and trust and step into a bigger version of myself? If the answer is yes, then it is probably your divine appointment. Walk through that door with faith. Now we must talk about appearances, because this is the trap that catches most people, the illusion that keeps them locked in lack and limitation and suffering. I have said this before, and I will say it until my last breath. Appearances are not reality. The empty bank account is not reality. The closed door is not reality. The silent phone is not reality. The rejection letter is not reality. The illness is not reality. The loneliness is not reality. These are appearances, temporary conditions, surface manifestations that have no power except the power you give them through your belief, your fear, your words, your attention. In the invisible realm, in the fourth dimension, in the consciousness of God, in the realm of truth where all things are possible, there is only perfection, there is only abundance, there is only health. There is only love, there is only opportunity, and that is the only reality. Everything else is illusion, temporary, changeable, subject to your word and your consciousness. But the human mind, untrained in spiritual law, looks at appearances and calls them truth. It sees the empty bank account and says, I am poor. It sees the closed door and says, there is no opportunity for me. It sees the illness and says, I am sick. It sees the loneliness and says, I am unloved. And in that moment of calling the appearance reality, in that moment of agreeing with the illusion, the person locks it in place. They give it power. They feed it with their fear and their attention. And it grows stronger and more persistent. The universe is asking you one question every single moment of every single day. Will you believe what you see, or will you believe what I have spoken? Will you trust your physical senses, or will you trust spiritual law? Will you panic at the appearance of lack, or will you stand firm in the knowledge that your supply has already been prepared in the invisible and is on its way? This is the test. This is the initiation. This is where faith is proven and demonstrated. Not when everything is going well. Not when the bank account is full and the doors are open and life is easy. Anyone can have faith then. True faith. The faith that moves mountains. The faith that transforms lives. The faith that manifests miracles is proven in the face of adverse appearances. Every appearance of lack is an opportunity to demonstrate your understanding of spiritual law. Not to God, because God does not need proof. To yourself, to your subconscious mind that has been programmed for generations with fear and doubt and limitation. Every time you face an empty circumstance and you choose faith over fear, every time you speak your word of abundance in the face of poverty, every time you act as if your good is on the way even when you see no evidence, you are reprogramming your consciousness. You are breaking the old patterns. You are dissolving the old thought forms. You are opening the channel wider and wider. And here is the promise. Here is the spiritual law that never fails. The moment you stop reacting to appearances, the moment you stop giving power to the external, the moment you fully surrender to the truth that infinite intelligence is your source and nothing else, that is the moment everything changes. Not because you earned it, not because you were finally good enough, or deserving enough, or spiritual enough, but because you aligned with the law. You removed the blockage. You stopped contradicting your own word with your fear. And the universe, which has been trying to give you your good all along, finally has a clear channel to deliver it. Let me tell you what this looks like in practical terms. You wake up one morning and check your bank account. It is overdrawn. There is a bill due today that you cannot pay. Every physical circumstance screams lack, poverty, failure. This is the moment of truth. This is where most people panic, where they spiral into fear, where they start speaking words of defeat, where they call everyone they know in desperation, trying to manipulate some solution. But you, trained in spiritual law, you who understand the invisible process, you who know that appearances are not reality, you respond differently. You look at that overdrawn account, and you speak with authority. This is not my reality. My reality is that infinite intelligence is my source, and my supply is unlimited. Money is flowing to me now, from expected and unexpected sources. I am provided for. I am protected. I am prospered. I speak this word, and I know that it is already done in the invisible, and I give thanks for its manifestation. Then you close your computer, you go about your day. You do not obsess over the account. You do not check it every 5 minutes. You do not spiral into catastrophic thinking. You maintain your peace. You maintain your faith. You speak your word whenever fear tries to rise up. And you trust. And here is what happens. Here is how the universe responds to that level of faith. Within hours, sometimes within minutes, an unexpected solution appears. A check comes in the mail. A client pays early. A refund you forgot about is deposited. A friend offers help. An opportunity to earn extra money materializes. The universe moves heaven and earth to match your consciousness, to prove the law, to demonstrate that your faith was not in vain. This is not magic. This is not luck. This is spiritual law, as reliable as gravity, working exactly as it is designed to work. So let me now give you the practical steps, the specific actions you can take starting today to align with this invisible process and allow your good to manifest with speed and ease. Practice number 1. Speak your word with authority every single morning before you do anything else. The first words you speak, the first thoughts you think, the first images you hold in your consciousness set the tone for your entire day. Most people reach for their phone immediately upon waking. They check their email, their bank account, their social media, their news feed, and within minutes, they have plunged into fear, comparison, lack, worry, and limitation. You are going to do something radically different. Before you speak to anyone, before you check anything, before you engage with the external world in any way, you are going to speak your word. Stand before your mirror if it helps you embody the authority. Look yourself in the eyes. And declare with absolute faith, with unwavering certainty, with the full force of spiritual law behind your voice. Infinite intelligence is my supply. My good is already prepared in the invisible and is now manifesting in perfect ways. I am a child of the King, and everything I need flows to me now. I speak this word with the authority of one who knows the law, and I give thanks that it is already done. Do not beg, do not plead, do not hope. Declare, command. Speak with the full weight of divine authority. Know that your word is law in your world. Know that what you speak with faith must manifest. And then go about your day as if it is already done, because in the invisible realm, it is. Practice number 2. Prepare for your blessing before it arrives. Take one concrete action today, no matter how small, that demonstrates your faith that your good is on the way. If you are calling in money, open a savings account. If you are calling in a relationship, set your table for 2. If you are calling in a new home, start packing what you no longer need. If you are calling in a business, design your business card. If you are calling in perfect health, buy the outfit you will wear when you are healed. Do something tangible, something visible, something that would make absolutely no logical sense unless you truly believed with all your heart that your blessing was inevitable. This is how you impress the subconscious mind. This is how you signal the universe. This is how you align your actions with your faith. And when fear whispers, when doubt tries to stop you, when the voice says, "You are being foolish, you do not have the money, this will never work, people will think you are crazy," you speak back with authority. I am not moved by appearances, I am moved by truth. My good is already mine in the invisible, and I am simply preparing to receive it. I act on faith, not on evidence. I demonstrate my belief through my actions, and I trust that the universe is responding to my consciousness right now. Practice number 3. Stop speaking words of lack. For the next 7 days, commit to absolute discipline over your speech. This is not optional. This is not a suggestion. This is a non-negotiable spiritual practice that will transform your life if you commit to it completely. Do not say, I am broke. Do not say, I cannot afford it. Do not say, money is tight. Do not say, I never have enough. Do not say, times are hard. Do not say, I am always struggling. Do not speak one single word that contradicts the abundance you are claiming. These words are not harmless. These words are not simply descriptions of your current situation. These words are commands. These words are prayers. These words are creative forces, and every single time you speak them, you are sending an order to the universe that says, give me more of this. Manifest more lack in my life. Confirm this limitation. The law does not argue with you. The law does not say, but you did not really mean that. The law simply obeys. Your word is your command, and the universe arranges circumstances to match exactly what you have spoken. So for 7 days, catch yourself. Every time you are about to speak lack, pause, take a breath, and speak truth instead. My supply comes from God. I am always provided for. Money flows to me easily and abundantly. I live in a universe of infinite supply. I am rich in consciousness, and my outer world is now reflecting that inner wealth. Even if it feels like a lie, even if your bank account contradicts it, even if every circumstance suggests otherwise, speak it anyway. Because in the invisible realm, where all things are created before they manifest, it is already true. You are simply calling it forth from the realm of possibility into the realm of reality. Practice number 4, release control and trust divine timing. This might be the hardest practice for most of you, because the ego fights surrender with everything it has. The logical mind wants to know how and when and through whom. It wants to manage every detail. It wants guarantees. It wants to see the entire staircase before it takes the first step. But spiritual law requires you to move in faith, to trust the invisible, to surrender the how and the when to infinite intelligence. So take out a piece of paper right now. Write down every situation in your life where you are trying to force, control, or manipulate an outcome. Your job, your relationship, your health, your finances, your family. Every single area where you are gripping with white knuckles, convinced that if you let go for even one moment, everything will fall apart. Now, one by one, release them. Not with resignation, not with defeat, not with the energy of giving up, but with faith, with trust, with the absolute knowing that the universe has a plan that is infinitely better than anything you could devise. Say out loud for each situation, I release this to infinite intelligence. I trust that the divine plan is unfolding in perfect ways. I stop interfering with my fear, my doubt, and my need to control. I relax. I let go. I allow God to handle what only God can handle. You will feel resistance. Your whole body might tense up. Your mind will scream that this is dangerous, that you need to stay in control, that bad things will happen if you stop managing every detail. But that is just fear. That is just the ego's last desperate attempt to maintain its illusion of power. Breathe through it. Speak your word of release again. And every single time that fear rises up throughout the day, every time you catch yourself trying to take control back, return to this practice. Speak your release, trust, surrender, and watch how the universe responds when you finally get out of the way. Practice number 5. Recognize and honor the signs that your good is near. Begin to pay attention, to really pay attention, to the invisible signs that your answer is on the way. A sudden feeling of peace where there was once anxiety. An unexpected opportunity that seems too small or too strange to be significant. A person who appears in your life with exactly the information or connection you needed, a delay that later reveals itself to have protected you from disaster. A dream that contains clear guidance. A song that plays with lyrics that speak directly to your situation. A book that falls into your hands at the perfect moment. Keep a journal of these moments. Write them down with gratitude. Because when you begin to recognize the language of the invisible, when you begin to see how perfectly orchestrated your life actually is, when you start noticing the divine appointments and the miraculous timing and the unexpected channels, your faith will grow exponentially. Your trust will deepen. Your peace will become unshakable. And you will stop panicking every time there is a delay or a detour or a closed door. because you will understand with absolute certainty that the delay is not denial, the detour is not punishment, the closed door is not rejection. It is all divine navigation. It is all protection. It is all part of the perfect unfolding of your highest good. So let me bring this home for you now. Let me give you the one truth, the ultimate truth, the foundational truth that you need to carry with you as you walk away from this teaching and back into your life. Your good has already been prepared. It is not lost. It is not delayed. It is not denied. It is not dependent on your worthiness or your perfection or your ability to finally get it right. It is waiting for you in the invisible realm, fully formed, perfectly timed, beautifully orchestrated, ready to manifest the very moment you align your consciousness with receiving it. You have been taught to worry. You have been programmed to doubt. You have been conditioned to beg, to manipulate, to force, to control your way through life. But that is not how this universe works. The universe responds to faith made visible. The universe responds to words spoken with authority. The universe responds to preparation, to trust, to surrender, to the courageous willingness to let go and let God handle what only God can handle. So today, right now, in this very moment, you make a choice. You choose to stop blocking your good with your fear. You choose to stop sabotaging your blessings with your words of lack. You choose to act as if your supply is already on the way, because in the invisible realm, in the mind of God, in the fourth dimension, where all things are possible, it is. Here is your new truth. This is the declaration you will speak every single morning. This is the word you will live by. This is the consciousness you will embody. Speak this with me now. Say it out loud if you can. Let your voice carry the vibration of absolute faith. I am a child of the King. My supply comes from God alone, and God's supply is infinite, unlimited, and always available. I do not beg. I do not worry. I do not wait in fear. I speak my word with authority. I prepare for my blessing with joy. I trust divine timing with peace. My good is already prepared in heaven, and it is manifesting in my life right now in perfect ways. I see clearly with spiritual vision. I hear clearly with spiritual hearing. I move boldly with spiritual courage. And I receive abundantly with spiritual gratitude. This is my truth. This is my reality. This is the law of my life. And so it is. Say that every morning when you wake. Write it on your mirror so you see it throughout the day. Carry it in your heart as you move through your life. Let it become the very foundation of your consciousness. And watch, just watch, how your entire world transforms when you finally understand what happens in heaven before you get paid. Now, if this message resonated with you, if you felt something shift inside as you listened, if you recognized yourself in these teachings, if you are ready to finally step into the abundant life that has always been your divine right, then I want you to do something for me. I want you to leave a comment below and tell me, what is one action you are going to take today to prepare for your blessing? What is one word of lack you are going to stop speaking? What is one situation you are going to release and trust to divine timing? Share your commitment in the comments. Because when you speak it out loud, when you declare it publicly, when you make it known to the universe and to yourself, you are activating the law, you are sending a signal. You are demonstrating that you are serious about this transformation. And I promise you, the universe will respond. And if you want more teachings like this, if you are hungry for deeper understanding of spiritual law, if you want to continue learning how to speak with authority and live as the powerful creator you were designed to be, then subscribe to this channel. Hit that notification bell so you never miss a teaching. Share this video with someone who needs to hear it, someone who is struggling financially, someone who has been praying for breakthrough, someone who needs to understand that their good is already prepared, and they simply need to align with it. Because this wisdom is not meant to be hoarded. This truth is not meant to be kept secret. This understanding is meant to be shared, to be lived, to be demonstrated in every area of your life. You are not a victim, you are not powerless. You are not at the mercy of circumstances or economies or other people's decisions. You are a creator, made in the image and likeness of God. You have been given dominion over your world. You have been given the power of the spoken word. You have been given access to infinite supply. You have been given everything you need to live a calm life of abundance, joy, freedom, and peace. Now go and live like it. Speak your word. Prepare your vessel. Trust the process. Release your grip on how and when. Recognize the signs. Honor the divine appointments. And receive your good with the gratitude and grace of one who finally understands that heaven has been working on their behalf all along. The transaction was complete in the invisible the moment you asked with faith. Now you simply walk forward in the knowing that what is yours cannot be kept from you, that your supply precedes you, that your good is rushing toward you even now, and that nothing, absolutely nothing, can stand between you and the abundant life that was designed for you before you were born. This is your truth. This is your reality. This is your divine inheritance. Claim it, live it, demonstrate it, and watch as heaven and earth move to confirm the word you have spoken with faith. There's a psalm that opens the gates of money faster than any bank on earth. For 7 days, if you speak it as I will show you, divine supply will move swiftly, silently, without struggle straight into your hands. I've seen it work for those with nothing but faith, and I've watched money appear from directions they never imagined. You see, this isn't about religion, it's about spiritual law. And for the next 7 days, that law will work for you. Tone. Calm, magnetic, filled with quiet authority, slight pause after bank on earth to let curiosity land. In this lesson, I will teach you how to use one single psalm, the Psalm of Provision, to call money into form by divine law. You will learn to speak the word that multiplies supply, dissolves debt, and restores circulation to every area of your life. You'll see why most prayers for money fail, and how 7 days of right speech can reverse years of limitation. You won't be repeating words in vain, you'll be commanding the substance of spirit to flow. By the end of this video, you will know how to speak in harmony with God's own law of prosperity, and once you do, you will never speak in lack again. I know the feeling of waiting for money that never seems to come, watching bills pile up, praying for relief, wondering if heaven has gone silent. But heaven never ignores faith, it only waits for the right vibration. Most people beg for supply, yet their words carry fear, not power. The psalm I'm about to give you corrects that vibration. It trains your words to speak with divine certainty. When spoken daily for 7 days, it clears the channel between you and your good. This is not superstition, it's spiritual science. The same invisible law that brings the tides, that makes seeds grow, that orders the stars, also orders your prosperity. And that law will respond to your voice when you speak this psalm. In the next few minutes, I'll show you the psalm that releases divine supply faster than anything I've ever witnessed. You will learn how to speak it not as repetition, but as command. We will explore its hidden pattern, its rhythm, and the 7-day cycle that activates its power. You will hear the testimony of those who used it, men and women who had nothing but their word and faith, and who found their good arriving overnight. We will talk about the spiritual law that governs this psalm, the law of circulation, the law of gratitude, and the law of divine preparation. By the end of this teaching, you will not only know the words, you will feel the vibration of wealth moving toward you. So stay with me, because 7 days from now, you will not be wondering where your supply is, you will be watching it flow. There's something most people completely miss when they read the Psalms. They see them as poetry, as comfort, as prayers to calm the heart, but not as spiritual commands that move the invisible into form. Yet that's exactly what they are. Every line of scripture is a divine decree hidden in rhythm, vibration, and sacred sound. The words were never meant to be whispered in fear or recited in routine, they were meant to be spoken as law. When I discovered this, the entire way I read the Psalms changed. They stopped being words about God and became words from God, laws that govern health, harmony, and yes, even money. The psalm I'm about to share with you is one of those laws in motion, one of those verses that doesn't just talk about supply but opens it. It is the psalm that breaks the illusion of lack, restores flow, and calls money from the invisible storehouse of spirit straight into visible form. Now, this next part might sound simple, but simplicity is divine power disguised. The psalm I speak of is Psalm 23. You've heard it countless times. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. But have you ever spoken it not as comfort but as command? Have you ever said it as one who knows that when you speak, law moves? That line is the entire principle of supply contained in one sentence. It declares, I am guided, guarded, and provided for. I do not chase good, it follows me. It's not a request, it's a decree of alignment. And when spoken for 7 consecutive days with unwavering faith, that decree reorders your world. Here's why. Every word we speak carries vibration. Words are not flat, they are alive. When you speak the word of truth, you vibrate in harmony with the very source that created the world. The Psalms were written in divine rhythm. Every repetition, every poetic cadence was designed to activate both sides of consciousness, the mind and the soul. When you speak them aloud, you're not simply repeating words, you're awakening energy, directing the invisible substance of life. Your voice is the conductor's baton, and the universe is the orchestra waiting for your cue. Let me show you how this works. Years ago, a woman came to me desperate and defeated. She had $8 left to her name, and fear had taken hold of her mind. She said, "Florence, I've tried everything. I've prayed, I've begged, I've done affirmations, but nothing works." I said, "You have spoken fear with more conviction than faith. Now you will speak truth." I gave her Psalm 23 and told her, "For 7 days, speak this aloud morning and night. Don't ask for money, declare your alignment with supply." She followed that instruction. On the 3rd day, she felt an unusual peace. On the 5th, she found herself thanking God before she saw any change. By the 7th day, she received unexpected money, a sum far beyond what she imagined. She came back radiant, saying, "It worked like magic." But I told her, it wasn't magic, it was law. You see, the moment you say, "I shall not want," you cut the root of fear. Want implies separation from your good, and separation is the great illusion. In divine mind, there is no want, there is only supply waiting for recognition. When you speak the psalm, you are recognizing that truth. You are saying, "The source and I are one. I am guided into prosperity, and I cannot be lost." 7 days is all it takes, because 7 is the number of divine completion. It's the pattern by which all creation unfolds. 7 days of creation, 7 notes in a scale, 7 colors in light. After 7 days of speaking truth, the new pattern is sealed in your consciousness, and your world must reflect it. Now, let's talk about the rhythm of these 7 days. On day 1, you speak to awaken faith. On day 2, you begin to feel peace. By day 3, resistance starts to crumble, old fears rise only to fall. By day 4, the atmosphere around you begins to shift. You feel lighter or freer. On day 5, the outer world starts to rearrange opportunities, invitations, ideas appear. By day 6, something moves in your heart, certainty. And on day 7, manifestation begins to show, often quietly, naturally, as if it had been waiting all along. This is not coincidence, it's law unfolding in order. And here's what most people never understand. You don't repeat the psalm to convince God, you repeat it to convince yourself. Repetition is how you retrain the mind. The subconscious accepts as true whatever it hears often enough. It cannot distinguish between fact and faith. So when you speak words of truth for 7 consecutive days, you override years of fearful thinking. You create a new groove in consciousness, and prosperity flows through that groove like a river through its channel. I remember one of my students, a man burdened with debt, saying, "Florence, I've said the words, but I don't feel anything." I told him, "Then speak until you do." Feeling follows faith, not the other way around. He obeyed. By the end of the week, his entire attitude had changed. He spoke with gratitude. He walked with peace. Within days, payments began to arrive, and one of his largest debts was unexpectedly canceled. The words had done their work. They had turned thought into form, sound into substance. Now I want to show you something even deeper. Every psalm carries a hidden frequency, and Psalm 23 vibrates with the energy of gratitude. Gratitude is the great magnet of supply. It is the acknowledgement that the good you desire already exists. Gratitude turns invisible substance into visible blessing. When you say, "My cup runneth over," you are not describing your life as it is, you are declaring the truth of divine overflow, and the universe, obedient to law, must match that vibration. Gratitude is faster than labor, stronger than worry, and more certain than logic. It is the language of faith. So here's what I ask you to do. For 7 days, speak Psalm 23 aloud each morning and night. Do not rush. Feel each phrase as though you were feeding your soul. When you say, "He maketh me to lie down in green pastures," feel peace replacing tension. When you say, "He restoreth my soul," feel your faith rise. When you say, "My cup runneth over," smile because the law has already obeyed. You are not trying to make something happen, you are witnessing what already is. Now, some of you may ask, "Florence, why 7 days? Why not one?" Because truth must be impressed upon consciousness until the subconscious believes it. It's not the number that carries the power, it's the rhythm. 7 days establishes the pattern, like a melody that the soul begins to hum on its own. When that pattern is set, money begins to appear naturally, without strain, without chasing, without fear. And as you speak, you will notice something. You begin to relax. The tension of trying vanishes. You stop asking, "When will it come?" because you know it's already on its way. You stop looking at your bank account in panic and begin to bless it instead. That is when the shift happens, when your word moves from your mouth to your heart, from vibration to manifestation. So remember this, the psalm is not a wish, it is a decree. Each line is an affirmation of divine order, each phrase a command to substance. When you speak it in faith, the invisible goes to work immediately. Every time you say, "I shall not want," the law hears, "I am satisfied." Every time you say, "My cup runneth over," the law hears, "Multiply." Heaven doesn't delay, it responds. For the next 7 days, speak your psalm with power, speak it with joy, speak it as though the whole of heaven is listening, because it is. And as you do, remember this truth, you are not waiting for supply, supply is waiting for your word. Now that you understand the psalm as a living law, and your word as the command that moves substance, let us go deeper. Because it's not enough to speak the word, you must also learn how the law of circulation works through it. Money flows like a river, and your word is what keeps that river moving. Let's open that current next. Here's something most people completely miss about money. It isn't a thing you earn or chase or deserve, it's a flow of energy, a current of divine substance, always moving, always alive. Money is spirit in motion, taking form to serve you, to clothe you, to feed you, to fulfill the divine law of supply. The same power that moves the ocean tide moves through your finances. The same circulation that sends breath in and out of your body sends money in and out of your life. And when that flow stops, when the river runs dry, it isn't because God withheld, it's because fear built a dam. Fear is the great stopper of circulation. The moment you worry, you tighten the current. The moment you say, "I don't have enough," you cut the flow in half. But the moment you speak truth, the moment you declare, "My cup runneth over," the current surges again, unstoppable, generous, precise. That is the law of circulation. What you speak in faith must return multiplied. You see, this is what I call divine arithmetic, God's perfect system of balance. You give and you receive. You bless and you are blessed. You circulate love, and love surrounds you. You circulate fear, and fear multiplies. Every thought, every word, every emotion is a coin you spend in the invisible marketplace of law. When you speak the psalm daily, you are not only calling money forth, you are restoring the entire rhythm of divine flow. You are opening your inner gates so that spirit can circulate freely again through your affairs. I often tell my students, you cannot take in air unless you exhale. You cannot receive a new blessing while clinging to an old one. This is where so many fail. They pray for new good while holding tight to fear, resentment, or guilt. The law of circulation cannot move through a closed heart. The psalm teaches non-resistance, not through effort but through faith. When you say, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," you are declaring that you are guided by abundance itself, that the energy of supply flows through you like water through an open channel. Let me tell you about a woman I once knew who held tightly to every penny. She was afraid of spending, afraid of giving, afraid of losing. She said to me, "Florence, I can't let go because I'll never get it back." I said, "Then you have turned money into your master instead of your servant." I taught her the law of circulation. I said, "Every time you spend, say this: every dollar I spend blesses and returns to me, multiplied under grace." She looked at me skeptically but promised to try. Within 2 weeks, she came to me radiant. She said, "I've been spending in faith, and everything I release returns tenfold." The fear had left her, and money flowed again. It wasn't the money that changed, it was her vibration. She had stepped back into circulation. The same is true for every soul listening to me now. You cannot stop. The flow of life, and still expect prosperity. You cannot speak of shortage and still live in abundance. When you speak words of faith, the dam breaks. You feel it, don't you? That quiet ease that comes when you stop trying to control everything? That is the river moving again. Now let's talk about what happens when you speak the psalm with awareness. Each line acts as a spiritual key, opening a gate through which divine energy moves. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. That's the relaxation of the mind. When you relax, your energy expands and flow returns. He leadeth me beside the still waters. That's emotional calm, the peace that restores circulation. He restoreth my soul. That's spiritual renewal, the power that replenishes the inner current. And when you say, my cup runneth over, that's the overflow, the abundance released when all resistance dissolves. Money follows attention. It listens for command. If you constantly tell it, I never have enough, it obeys you faithfully and withholds. If you bless it, speak to it as a living servant of spirit, it obeys that, too, it multiplies. That's why I say, talk to your money as you would talk to a friend. Say, you are divine substance, you always return multiplied. You bless me as I bless others. This isn't fantasy, it's law. The vibration of love attracts more to love. The vibration of fear repels what it clings to. I once had a student, a musician, who hadn't had work in months. He loved his art but feared his bills. I told him to begin each day by saying aloud Psalm 23 and to bless his money with gratitude, even the coins in his pocket. I said, don't see lack, see circulation. He laughed at first but obeyed. On the fourth day, he was called to perform in a concert he hadn't even auditioned for. The payment he received cleared his debts and left him with extra to give. He said, Florence, it felt like the universe suddenly remembered me. I told him, no, my dear, you remembered yourself. You remembered that you are one with the source that never forgets. This is what the psalm does. It restores memory. It reminds you that wealth is not earned, it's inherited. It belongs to you by divine right. But you must speak the word that keeps it moving. You must let go of fear and allow flow. You must give as freely as you wish to receive. Now, I can hear some of you saying, but Florence, I can't give when I barely have. And I say to you, that's exactly when you must give. Giving is not about the amount, it's about the faith behind it. When you give from fear, you reduce. When you give from faith, you multiply. If all you have is a kind word, give that. If all you have is a smile, give that. The law sees no difference between money and energy, it counts only vibration. The universe is a mirror, reflecting whatever you send out. When you speak lack, it says, as you wish. When you speak abundance, it says, and so it is. This is why the psalm must be spoken daily, not as repetition, but as rhythm. Every day you speak it, you realign the current. Every morning, you open the gate a little wider. By the seventh day, the river has become unstoppable. Now, I want to show you the deeper law within the psalm, the law of gratitude as circulation. Gratitude is both the outflow and the inflow of divine energy. When you are grateful, you give acknowledgement, and acknowledgement multiplies what it touches. Gratitude is the voice of flow saying, more, please. It is the spiritual magnet that draws everything good into your hands. So, for these 7 days, I want you to do this. Every time money enters your life, no matter how small, bless it. Say, you are divine substance and I am thankful. Every time you spend, bless it again. You go out to bless and return multiplied. And every time you think of your finances, speak the psalm aloud. The Lord is my shepherd, I am and shall not want. This will keep the current strong and steady, and remember this truth above all else. Money doesn't come from people, it comes through them. People are channels, God is the source. When you depend on one channel, you block the others. But when you depend on God, every door becomes a channel. The psalm reconnects you with that source. It reminds you that the power that brought manna in the wilderness, that filled the nets of the fishermen, that multiplied loaves and fishes, is the same power circulating through your life right now. So don't beg the river to flow, step into it. Don't plead for supply, speak it. The law of circulation never stops. It only waits for your permission, and your permission is your word. Speak as one who commands the current. Say, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Feel it, believe it, and watch as the invisible begins to move. Now that the river of divine supply has begun to move through your life, you will notice something interesting sometimes. Just as the current begins to flow, resistance rises. Appearances may test your faith. Things might seem to fall apart right before the miracle arrives. Don't be troubled, that's the purification stage. In the next section, I will show you how to stand through those 7 days when faith is tested, and how to turn every challenge into proof that your prosperity is on its way. There is always a moment, once the word has been spoken and the current begins to move, when the appearance of contradiction arrives. It is the law's way of asking, do you really believe what you just said? It happens to every soul who dares to speak truth into form. The moment you declare, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," the old vibration of lack begins to crumble. And when it crumbles, it can look like chaos. It can look like bills piling up, opportunities slipping away, people misunderstanding you, doors closing that once seemed open. But these are not signs of failure, they are signs of movement. They are the proof that the old consciousness is dying and that divine order is rearranging the outer world to match your new declaration. You are not being punished, you are being purified. You are walking through the sacred test of faith. This test is holy ground. It is the invisible furnace where the old you burns away, and the new you rises clothed in power. Every spiritual demonstration passes through this fire. Faith is not proven in comfort, it is proven in contradiction. When everything seems still, you can afford to believe. But when the storm rises, that is when you must stand. The psalm is not meant to shield you from appearances, it is meant to anchor you in truth until appearances yield. So when you feel that tension, when the mind begins to question, do not say, "Why is this happening?" Say, "My word is working." Let me tell you a story. A woman once came to me, trembling with fear. She had been affirming abundance for days, and then suddenly her employer announced layoffs. She thought the law had betrayed her. She said, "Florence, I've done everything right, but now I might lose my job." I said, "My dear, this is your demonstration beginning. The old channel must close for the new one to open. Don't hold on to the door that's shutting, bless it, and stand still." She obeyed. She continued to speak her psalm. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and refused to fear. Within a week, she was offered a new position, one that paid more, demanded less, and gave her peace. The layoff wasn't punishment. It was promotion disguised as loss. That's how divine order works. It removes before it replaces, it clears before it fills, it ends before it begins. You must remember this. The invisible is always ahead of the visible. When you speak the word, it moves through spirit first, then mind, then matter. The outer world is slow to catch up, and in that space of transition, fear tries to return. That's the test to hold your vibration steady when the senses shout impossible. The psalm becomes your anchor in that storm. Every time you feel doubt, repeat, "I shall not want." Every time the mind whispers lack, declare, "My cup runneth over." Faith is not denial, it is insistence on the higher truth. You are not ignoring appearances, you are commanding them to align. And you must understand, the greater your desire, the greater the purification. If you have spoken a mighty word, the universe will shake to make room for it. The old structures of fear must collapse so that abundance can stand where lack once lived. Don't confuse shaking with breaking. The earthquake doesn't destroy, it shifts. When the ground moves, it's the sign that something deep beneath is changing forever. I once taught a man who had been struggling with debt. He affirmed daily that his supply was endless, and just as he began to feel hope, he received notice that his largest payment was due immediately. He panicked, came to me and said, "Florence, why now?" I was beginning to believe. I smiled and said, "This is your test. Say the word and stand still." He did. He walked home repeating, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." That night, a friend he hadn't spoken to in years called him and said, "I felt compelled to help you. Do you need anything?" The exact amount he needed was given to him under grace. The moment he passed the test, the supply appeared. Faith had done its perfect work. You see, the universe always sends a mirror to show you whether your word has settled in your consciousness or only on your lips. If you speak wealth but still tremble at a bill, your vibration hasn't anchored yet. But once you can look at the same bill and say calmly, "This too is part of my blessing," you have passed the test. The bill becomes a symbol of trust, not trouble. It reminds you that the channel through which your supply flows may change, but the source never does. During the 7-day psalm practice, you may feel the test arrive around the 4th or 5th day. That's when the old patterns start to lose grip, and fear fights back for attention. Don't argue with it. Don't wrestle with appearances. Bless them. Bless the noise as proof that your word has stirred the unseen. Then, return to your psalm. The rhythm of those words will steady your energy again. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. The still waters are peace, the peace that proves you've stopped striving. Once you reach that stillness, everything begins to rearrange itself naturally, like dust settling after a wind. Now, here's something you must know. Praise is your strongest weapon during the test. When fear tries to rise, praise louder. Say, "Thank you, God, that my good is unfolding in perfect ways." Praise confuses the vibration of lack because lack feeds on attention. When you praise, you lift the frequency so high that fear can't breathe in it. The moment you feel gratitude for what hasn't yet appeared, it rushes to appear. Gratitude is the magnet that pulls miracles into view. I remember when I faced my own test. Years ago, I had spoken a word for perfect supply to expand my teaching work, and almost instantly, my lectures were canceled, my classes emptied, my income ceased. For a moment, fear whispered, "You've lost everything." But I remembered the law and said, "If this is the test, I will pass it with joy." I kept teaching to empty rooms, speaking as though they were full. I said my psalm aloud each night with gratitude. "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." Within a short time, invitations came, larger than before, and every seat was filled. What seemed like failure was the universe clearing space for expansion. That is the rhythm of divine order tearing down to build up, higher. So, if you find yourself in the middle of your 7-day test, if you see the storm rising just as the promise begins to glimmer, remember this truth. The storm is not your enemy, it's your initiation. It's the moment you step out of theory and into power. Don't beg God to calm the sea, stand in your boat and speak peace. Say, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Speak it until the waves remember who you are. Speak it until the wind becomes your servant. And when the test passes, and it always passes, you'll look back and see that what you feared was never real. It was only shadow. It had no substance, no staying power. You'll laugh, as I have many times, and say, "I was walking through the valley of the shadow of lack, and I feared no evil, for thou art with me." The valley is shadow, your word is light. The shadow flees the moment the light speaks. Now that you understand the purpose of the test and how to stand through it, we move into the next revelation, the place beyond testing, where faith no longer trembles and money no longer hides. This is where you stop chasing prosperity and begin to live in its rhythm. It is the art of staying in flow, the practice of effortless abundance, and the realization that divine supply was never outside you, it was always within. Let us walk together into that harmony now. There comes a time, once the tests are behind you and the fear begins to fade, when something within you shifts forever. You stop trying to make money appear, and you start realizing that it was never missing. You stop pleading for opportunities, and you begin to see that every day is already rich with them. You stop measuring your life by what you have or don't have, and you start measuring it by the peace that lives behind everything. That is the rhythm of divine supply, the quiet, steady pulse of spirit moving through your days, the inner knowing that you are never without because you are one with the source of all that is. It is a rhythm that can't be forced or faked. It comes only after faith has been tested and proven. It arrives like the stillness after a storm, when the waters stop thrashing and begin to shimmer with light. In that stillness, you finally understand that abundance isn't something you create, it's something you remember. You see, most people live by struggle because they live by separation. They believe that God is somewhere far away, deciding who gets what, when, and how much. They think they must hustle for every blessing, fight for every opportunity, and beg for every provision. And so they exhaust themselves chasing what is already theirs by divine right. But when you begin to live in rhythm with divine law, you stop chasing. You stop running after things and start allowing them to come. You speak your word, you hold your faith, and you let the law do the work. You become like the earth in spring still, receptive, ready to blossom. You know that the seed is already in the soil and that your only task is to keep the soil rich with faith and watered with gratitude. I often tell my students, you can't speak abundance while living in hurry. Hurry is fear disguised as effort. When you hurry, you declare, I don't believe time will be enough. I don't believe supply will be enough. But when you are calm, when you move at the pace of faith, you declare, everything I need will arrive exactly when it should. That calmness is your magnetic field. It draws your good without struggle. The psalm says, He leadeth me beside the still waters. The still waters represent divine rhythm, the quiet flow of good without anxiety, without strain. Still waters do not mean stagnant waters. They move, but they move without chaos. That is how prosperity flows when you are aligned with spirit, effortlessly, continuously, joyfully. There was a man once who came to me after years of fighting life. He had clawed his way through business, competition, worry, sleepless nights. He said, Florence, I've worked harder than anyone I know, but I'm always one step behind. I said to him, stop working so hard in the wrong direction. Stop fighting the river, float. He didn't understand at first. He said, do you mean do nothing? I said, I mean stop struggling. Work from inspiration, not desperation. I told him to start each morning with this affirmation. I live in the substance of abundance. Everything I do prospers, because divine intelligence works through me. Within weeks, his life began to shift. He didn't get new opportunities immediately, rather, his energy changed. He began to speak with calm confidence instead of panic. And soon, opportunities started appearing, effortless connections, divine coincidences, open doors he hadn't even knocked on. He came back and said, I feel like something invisible is helping me. I said, it always was. You just stopped pushing it away. Living in divine rhythm means you are no longer moved by appearances. You bless what is before your eyes, knowing that behind every visible condition is the invisible perfection waiting to show itself. You no longer complain about bills, you bless them, knowing they represent circulation. You no longer fear spending, you bless your money, knowing it returns multiplied under grace. You no longer worry about competition, you bless others' success, knowing that their good can only increase your own. In divine rhythm, there is no envy, no resentment, no comparison, only flow. Gratitude becomes your heartbeat. You thank before you receive because you know that the act of thanking is itself the receipt. You say, thank you, God, that my supply is already here, even if my eyes have not yet seen it. Gratitude is not politeness, it is spiritual recognition. It says, I know this is already done. Every time you give thanks, you vibrate in harmony with divine substance. Every time you complain, you vibrate in discord. Gratitude multiplies, complaint divides. It's that simple. So I tell my students to give thanks constantly. Thank for what you have. Thank for what is coming. Thank for what is leaving. Even loss can be blessed, because it always clears the way for greater good. You might say, Florence, that sounds easy when things are going well. And I say, that's when it matters least. Gratitude is tested when appearances contradict it. Can you thank God while walking through the valley? Can you praise the light when you still see shadows? If you can, you are unstoppable. Gratitude in adversity is the highest faith. It tells the universe, I trust the process, even in silence. That trust is the bridge between prayer and manifestation. Now let's talk about speech. For speech is the way you stay in rhythm. Every word you speak either harmonizes or disrupts the divine current. When you speak from worry, you create ripples of resistance. When you speak from confidence, you create ripples of manifestation. Your daily declarations are not empty, they are tuning forks for reality. Every morning, speak your psalm as command. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Every evening, close your day with release. Thank you, God, that all is well and working together for my good. During the day, guard your language. Do not say, I can't afford this. Say, it's coming easily under grace. Do not say, money is tight. Say, money flows freely to me now. These small shifts in speech keep your vibration aligned with truth. The tongue is the rudder of the ship, it determines the direction of the voyage. The more you practice this, the lighter you become. You will find yourself laughing at things that once made you anxious. You'll feel calm in situations that used to shake you. That's the sign of alignment, peace without evidence. The moment you feel peace, manifestation has already begun. Peace is proof that the law is in operation. You don't wait for the outcome to feel peace, you feel peace, and the outcome follows. Let me share another story. There was a woman who owed a large sum of money, and every day she panicked. She said, "Florence, I affirm, I speak the psalm, but I still feel afraid." I told her, "Don't fight fear, replace it. Every time fear comes, say aloud, 'God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly under grace.' Say it until the fear can't find a seat." She obeyed. She said it all day, even whispering it under her breath. One morning she woke up, and the fear was gone. That same afternoon, a client she hadn't heard from in years called and settled a long overdue payment. The fear had blocked her channel, and faith had cleared it. She said to me, "It felt like magic." I said, "No, my dear, it was divine rhythm restored." When you live in rhythm, miracles become ordinary. You stop calling them miracles and start calling them law fulfilled. Life begins to feel like music, sometimes soft, sometimes strong, always harmonious. You start to sense when something is off in your vibration, and instead of panicking, you correct it with your words, your gratitude, your faith. You no longer need to wait for outer signs, you feel the inner signal. That is the art of living in divine supply, attunement. You are the instrument, and spirit is the musician. When you stay tuned, the melody of prosperity plays through you without interruption. And what does this look like in the physical world? It looks like ease. It looks like opportunities appearing at the right time. It looks like bills paid with grace. It looks like people showing up to help without you asking. It looks like joy without reason. That is the fruit of divine alignment life, flowing in rhythm with God's intention. So each morning, as you wake, before your mind fills with noise, say aloud, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Feel those words as truth, not as wish. Feel them vibrating through your entire being. Let them be your heartbeat, your breath, your rhythm. Move through the day knowing that divine supply is the air around you, and you can never run out of air. And now that you understand the rhythm of divine supply, the ease, the gratitude, the speech that sustains it, we go one step higher. For the highest truth of all is that you are not simply a receiver of God's provision, you are a co-creator of it. The psalm doesn't just remind you of what God can do, it reminds you of what God can do through you. In the next section, I will show you how to speak not merely to God, but as God, how to recognize that every word you speak in truth is the Word made flesh, and that you and the infinite are one in creative power. There is a sacred moment that comes after the practice, after the speaking, after the test, after the rhythm has steadied inside you, when you no longer speak to God but find that you are speaking with God. The separation dissolves. The voice that once sounded like yours begins to sound like something larger, older, endless. You realize that every word of truth you've ever spoken has not been a plea to heaven but an echo of heaven itself. That is the mystery and the glory of co-creation. You and the infinite have never been apart. The same breath that formed the stars flows through your lungs. The same word that said, "Let there be light," moves upon your tongue. The psalm is the bridge that leads you to that realization, and once you cross it, you can never again believe in lack, in loneliness, or in chance. When I first discovered this law, I was astonished by its simplicity. I had been taught to pray for things, to beg for help, to cry out for provision, but Spirit revealed to me that begging is denial. To beg is to declare separation. To command in love is to declare oneness. And so I began to speak differently. I stopped saying, "God, please give," and I started saying, "God expresses through me now." The change was immediate. The atmosphere around me thickened with peace. Money came, but more than money came a new sense of companionship with the divine. I was no longer walking beneath God, hoping to be noticed. I was walking with God, moving in step, co-creating every moment through my word. You see, creation is not something that happened in a distant past, it is happening now. The same divine mind that spoke the world into being still speaks through everyone who dares to align with it. The psalm is your proof. It does not describe a far-off deity. It describes the inner Christ consciousness, guiding, providing, overflowing. When you say, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," you are not referring to someone outside yourself. You are naming the law of your own higher mind, the part of you that already knows where every blessing is stored. When you say, "He restoreth my soul," you are commanding your own inner vibration to return to harmony. When you say, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life," you are programming divine law to trail your steps with increase. This is co-creation in action, the word of God spoken through the consciousness of man. Now, here is something that may surprise you. The moment you speak a word of truth, the whole universe adjusts to make that word real. The invisible hosts, the laws of nature, the currents of time, even the thoughts of others begin to reorganize. You may not see it at first, but the rearrangement has begun. I call it the silent obedience of substance. Substance is the raw material of spirit. It hears every vibration of faith and moves instantly to fulfill it. When you say, "My cup runneth over," you are instructing that substance to expand the form of your life to hold more good. The cup is your consciousness. The overflow is the evidence that you have recognized your oneness with Source. Every desire you have ever held has been God's idea whispering through you, saying, "I wish to express myself in this way." Desire is not greed, it is guidance. It is divine mind nudging you toward new expression. The problem is never the desire, it is the doubt that follows it. Doubt says, "Who am I to want this?" Faith replies, "You are the instrument through which God fulfills His own good pleasure." When you claim your desires as divine instructions, you stop apologizing for them and begin allowing them. You stop asking, "Will this happen?" and start saying, "It is done." That is what I mean when I say co-creation, you and God speaking in unison. Faith as the bridge between the unseen idea and its visible form. Let me tell you about a woman who learned this truth. She was an artist, brilliant but struggling, convinced that God had given her talent but not opportunity. I told her, "You must stop seeing God as the employer and yourself as the servant. See yourself as the outlet through which divine beauty longs to appear." I asked her to read Psalm 23 every morning, not as comfort but as identity. When she reached the words, "He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for His name's sake," I told her to declare, "God paints through me now, His name is glorified through my art." She did this for 7 days. On the 8th, she was offered a commission that changed her entire career. She said, "It felt like grace," and I said, "It was law. Grace is law understood." That is the nature of divine partnership. When you act from unity, everything acts with you. Doors open, not because you force them, but because the energy behind them recognizes its own reflection in your vibration. The universe rushes to meet the one who knows his own authority. The psalm teaches this authority through its rhythm of assurance. Every line is a declaration of identity. I am guided, I am supplied, I am overflowing. You must speak it until it stops feeling like hope and starts feeling like fact. When it becomes fact in your vibration, the material world can no longer resist. You may ask, "Florence, does this mean I am God?" And I will answer, you are the expression of God. The wave is not the ocean, but it is of the ocean. The current that moves the wave is the same current that stirs the sea. When you speak in alignment with divine mind, the entire ocean of spirit moves behind your word. That is why small affirmations carry infinite power. They are backed by the totality of the divine. Now, let me give you a practice that seals this realization. Each morning, before you begin your day, close your eyes and breathe as if you are breathing the light of God itself. Feel that light filling every cell. Then speak these words aloud. The words I speak are the words of the infinite. They go forth and accomplish that which they are sent to do. I and the Father are one. After that, read Psalm 23 slowly, line by line, as if the voice you hear is not your own but the voice of spirit within you. Imagine every word setting creation in motion. Do this for 7 mornings, and you will feel a shift so profound that you will no longer question whether God hears you. You will know that God speaks through you. When you reach this point, miracles cease to astonish you. They become the normal, natural outcome of divine law. The rent is paid, the opportunity appears, the illness fades, the friend arrives, and you do not say, "What a miracle." You say, "Of course." The of course consciousness is the highest form of faith. It is not arrogance, it is awareness. You are not surprised when you inhale and exhale. Why should you be surprised when your good returns to you in perfect measure? That is how natural abundance becomes once you live as a co-creator. So I say to you now, Release the last remnants of begging and step fully into command. Do not ask for supply, declare it. Do not hope for success, expect it. Do not search for guidance, acknowledge that you are already guided. Speak as God speaks, let there be light, and light appears. Speak as Jesus spoke. Thank you, Father, that thou hast heard me, and I know that thou hearest me always. Speak as the psalmist spoke, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And as you speak, know that these are not borrowed words, they are your words, spoken by the divine through you. Once you know this, lack cannot return, fear cannot stay. You will have entered the consciousness of completion, where every thought becomes seed and every seed bears fruit. You will look at your life and see divine intelligence shining through everything you touch, and you will smile with the quiet certainty of one who has remembered the oldest truth in the universe. God is not late. God is not far. God is the Word made flesh in you. And now, as we close this teaching, I want you to bring everything together, the 7 days, the psalm, the flow, the test, the rhythm, the realization of divine partnership, and seal it with one final declaration. For this is not the end of a lesson but the beginning of a covenant between you and your spoken word, a covenant that will keep prosperity flowing long after these 7 days have passed. And now, beloved soul, we come to the close of this journey, the sealing of your word, the covenant between you and the infinite law of supply. The covenant is not a contract written in ink, nor an oath spoken under pressure. It is the silent knowing between your spirit and God's spirit that you are one. It is the realization that every good thing that has ever been, is now, and ever shall be, is already yours in the invisible and is made visible through your spoken faith. This covenant does not begin when you finish your 7 days. It begins the moment you decide to believe. These 7 days are not a countdown. They are an awakening, a sacred rhythm of remembrance. For within 7 days, the law completes its work of renewal. The old pattern of lack dissolves, the new pattern of abundance is written upon the walls of your consciousness, and your life begins to hum with the same vibration as heaven itself. So, as we stand at this threshold together, I ask you to breathe deeply and remember everything we have spoken. The psalm that carries divine rhythm, the word that commands substance, the test that refines faith, the flow that restores circulation, the realization that you and the infinite are one mind in action. This is your covenant. You are now a conscious participant in divine supply. From this moment forward, you will never again speak from fear, for fear is a lie about God. You will never again beg, for begging denies the oneness that already is. You will never again look to outer means as your source, for the source of all supply is within. You are now a keeper of the word, a custodian of creative speech, and a living channel through which spirit moves freely. I want you to understand something profound. The psalm you have spoken these 7 days was never about money alone. It was about remembrance. It was the divine mind using words to call you back to yourself, to show you that all provision, all peace, all prosperity, all power live within you because they live in God. Money is only the shadow of divine supply, a mirror reflecting the state of your inner abundance. When the shadow increases, it's because the light within you has grown brighter. When it fades, it's because fear has dimmed the flame, but even then, the flame never goes out. It waits for you to speak again, for your word to reignite the rhythm. I have said throughout this lesson that God is never late, and I say it once more now. There is no delay in divine mind. All delay is mental misalignment. Once you realign, the floodgates open. Many will find that by the end of the 7th day, visible evidence of supply will have appeared, unexpected checks, opportunities, gifts, new energy, clear intuition. But even if it takes a day longer, a week longer, do not waver. You are not waiting on time, you are living in eternity, where everything already exists. The good you desire is finished, complete, and waiting for your recognition. Speak the psalm until your recognition becomes reality, and then keep speaking not to make it happen, but to celebrate that it has. You may say, Florence, what if I forget? What if fear returns? And I will tell you gently, it will. Fear will knock again, as it always does, dressed in different disguises. But now you know what to do. You will not open the door. You will bless it and speak truth. You will say, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. and the vibration of those words will close that door softly and completely. This covenant is not a vow of perfection, it is a promise of remembrance. Every time you remember, the law resumes its perfect work. Let us, then, seal this teaching with a final declaration, a spoken word of power that affirms your union with the infinite flow of abundance. Repeat after me with calm assurance, not as a plea, but as truth already lived. I am one with the infinite, and the infinite is one with me. My supply is inexhaustible, my prosperity is sure, my peace is eternal. Every word I speak is law, and the law responds instantly in perfect ways. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. My cup runneth over, and divine love now restores to me everything I thought I had lost. Money flows to me easily and continuously, under grace and in perfect order. Every need is met before I even ask. Every door I knock upon opens wide. I live in the rhythm of divine supply, and I walk in peace all the days of my life. Say that each morning when you wake, and again before sleep, for 7 days and beyond. Speak it as a reminder, not a request. You are not trying to convince the universe it already knows who you are. You are simply reminding your mind of its own divinity. Now, as this covenant settles within you, I want you to feel gratitude rising, not the gratitude of relief, but the gratitude of realization. Feel how light your heart is now that you no longer have to chase good. Feel how strong your spirit is now that you no longer believe in lack. Feel how natural prosperity feels when you stop resisting it. You are no longer the seeker, you are the sower. Every word you speak is seed, and the harvest is certain. The psalm was the beginning, but this rhythm is forever. Carry it into your days, your work, your relationships, your rest. Let it color the way you think about everything. When you receive, bless it. When you give, bless it. When you spend, bless it. When you see others prosper, bless them, for their abundance proves the law is working for you as well. Live from the consciousness of completion, and the visible will always mirror the invisible. And when life offers its inevitable surprises, when the winds of change blow strong, remember the shepherd of the psalm. Remember that divine order guides every step, that you cannot be lost, that even in uncertainty you are led beside still waters. This covenant does not protect you from life, it aligns you with life's perfection. You will still grow, still learn, still expand, but you will do so with grace, not struggle. You will no longer ask, "When will my good come?" Because you will have discovered the secret of the ages. Your good never left, it was waiting for your word. So, as you step out into this next moment, speak softly to yourself with that same rhythm that began this journey. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Say it once for memory. Say it twice for rhythm. Say it thrice for mastery. And then, say nothing more, let the silence complete the sentence. For in that silence, the law moves, and your world obeys. Now, if this teaching has awakened something within you, if you feel that pulse of faith stirring in your chest, then stay with me for what comes next. Because this psalm was the doorway, but the next revelation will teach you how to keep that door open forever. In my next message, the words that turn any bank account into a fountain, I will show you the 3 money sentences that never fail, the exact declarations that magnetize continual flow and make prosperity your permanent state. You have spoken your psalm, now you will learn the daily words that sustain it. Click, watch, and let's walk deeper into the language of divine wealth together. And until then, remember this truth with which we began and now complete. God isn't late, He's waiting on your word. Speak it with love, speak it with power, speak it with faith, and watch as money flows like water, endlessly, effortlessly, under grace and in perfect ways. And though our 7 days have come to their end in number, in truth, they have only just begun in spirit. For divine law does not count by clocks or calendars, it moves by consciousness, by recognition, by the eternal pulse of the soul. You have now entered the timeless rhythm where giving and receiving are one continuous motion, where words no longer fall to the ground but rise as wings of command, where your breath itself becomes a prayer that never ceases, even in silence. This is the continuum of supply, the unending flow of good that has no beginning and no end. You may think of it as a fountain, but it is more than that. It is the very breath of God, inhaling through you and exhaling as the abundance of your world. When you speak the psalm, when you live it, when you carry its truth into your daily movement, you step into that continuum. You begin to feel that there is no gap between thought and manifestation, no separation between word and result. Everything begins to answer you more swiftly because everything recognizes your vibration as the voice of the source. You will find that the simple becomes sacred, the walk to your door, the handling of a coin, the breath before a conversation, all of it hums with divine energy. You will sense the invisible arranging itself before you like a carpet of light. You will know, as I came to know, that life has never been against you, that there were never any obstacles, only unread instructions waiting for your command. Every soul that has ever awakened to this law has discovered the same paradox, that the more you let go, the more you receive. When you cease to clutch, life rushes in to fill your open hands. When you stop worrying, the law takes your place at the helm. When you rest in faith, invisible servants go forth, doing for you what you once strained to do for yourself. I have watched this in countless lives. A woman who once feared poverty became a benefactor to others. A man who lost everything found wealth returning through a single idea spoken in faith. And over, the same pattern repeats. When they surrendered their fear and trusted the rhythm, the current of supply carried them further than effort ever could. Do you see now that the psalm is not a ritual but a revelation? It is the formula of divine order expressed through simple words. The shepherd, the pastures, the still waters, the overflowing cup, all symbols of the inner condition that draws the outer form. When you read it with eyes of faith, you see, not poetry but principle. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, means peace first, prosperity second. He restoreth my soul, means alignment before appearance. My cup runneth over, means that increase is not the reward of labor, but the byproduct of harmony. The psalm is the law of vibration written in the language of devotion. Now, let me speak plainly, for truth is always simple. Your prosperity will continue in the exact measure that you remain in gratitude and command. The day you begin to speak lack again, the law, faithful as ever, will obey. It has no preference. It simply reflects. So keep your speech holy, let your words be blessings, your tone soft with assurance. When you see a challenge, declare order. When you sense confusion, declare clarity. When you feel fear, declare love. These are the maintenance tools of divine wealth, the quiet disciplines that keep the continuum open. And when you give as though you are releasing sunlight into the world, knowing that light always returns to its source. Give freely, joyfully, without the shadow of loss. Whether it is money, kindness, attention, or forgiveness, let it flow through you as easily as breath. You are not losing, you are circulating. Remember, every breath you exhale is proof that you trust the next inhale. So too with money, love, and opportunity, they must move to remain alive. There will come a day, perhaps sooner than you think, when you will look at your life and realize that you no longer think of money as money at all. It will have become a symbol of energy, a servant of intention, a tool of love. You will handle it without attachment and release it without fear, knowing it will return multiplied. You will begin to measure your wealth not by numbers but by peace. You will walk through the world quietly rich, quietly radiant, quietly unbothered. The psalm will no longer be words you recite. It will be the hum beneath your every heartbeat. I remember when that shift happened to me. I was sitting by a window, reading by candlelight, and I felt an immense calm settle over me. I realized that the supply I had been teaching about for years was not something outside me, it was the very life within me. The same divine substance that pulsed through the stars was pulsing through my blood, and I laughed aloud. I said, I cannot be poor because God cannot be poor. And from that day forward, I never was. It wasn't the laughter that made me rich, it was the revelation that there was never any separation between God and Florence, between creator and creation, between source and supply. That is where I want you to arrive, to that unshakable knowing that wherever you stand, God stands, and where God stands, lack cannot exist. This is your inheritance, to live in perpetual communion with the divine law that formed you. Every time you speak your psalm, you renew that communion. Every time you thank, you strengthen it. Every time you give, you widen it. The law does not tire, does not waver, does not forget. It is infinite intelligence unfolding itself as your life. So let us close as we began, with the word that cannot fail. Say it with me now, slowly, with conviction that fills the air around you like fragrance. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. I live in the house of divine abundance forever. My word is power, my faith is law, my life is proof. I walk in peace, and all that is mine by divine right appears now, under grace, in perfect ways. And as you let those words linger in the quiet, imagine them leaving your mouth as light, moving into the unseen, circling the globe, blessing everyone and everything they touch before returning home to you multiplied. This is how divine supply circulates outward in love, inward in blessing, forever and ever, without end. And now, as you rise from this moment, know that the covenant is sealed, the rhythm is established, the law is alive. You have spoken your psalm, you have awakened the current. From this day forward, everything that concerns you will prosper, everything you touch will multiply, and every need will meet its answer before you even call. For this is the eternal continuum of supply, and you are its living expression. And now, as I bring this teaching to its highest note, I want you to understand something that most people never realize until their final breath. Life was never meant to be a series of crises followed by miracles. It was meant to be one continuous miracle. Supply was never meant to come in waves that rise and fall with fear. It was meant to flow unbroken, like a river that never runs dry. That river is not somewhere out there in the distance, it runs through you. Beneath your thoughts, beneath your heartbeat, beneath even the surface of your desires. It is the current of divine intelligence, and it has been moving since before you were born. Every time you speak truth, you align with it. Every time you speak fear, you step out of its flow. But even then, the river does not stop. It waits, patient and eternal, ready for your next word of faith to bring you back into its current. This is the secret of the psalm and of every true word ever spoken. God never withholds. We withhold by doubting, by clinging, by looking to the shadow instead of the light. The moment you look back to the source, the moment you remember that supply is spiritual and not material, the current restores itself. It doesn't matter how long you've felt lack, how heavy the debt, how delayed the opportunity, the river has never slowed. It is you who has paused, you who have doubted, you who have dammed the flow with fear. But the law is merciful. For the moment you say, "Let there be flow again," the waters rush forward as though they had never stopped. That is why manifestation can happen in an instant, because there was never any distance between you and your good, only disbelief. I have lived this truth too many times to doubt it. I have seen men who thought they had reached their end wake up to new beginnings overnight. I have seen women who thought they had been abandoned find themselves surrounded by provision from every side. I have seen opportunities that seemed impossible arrive with the ease of a whisper, and every time the pattern is the same. They speak, they believe, they let go, and the river flows. There is no magic, no trick, no secret other than the alignment of consciousness. The river obeys the vibration of faith like iron obeys the magnet. The psalm tunes you to that vibration. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. That one line alone is the sound of perfect alignment. When you speak it, you declare the end of struggle. You affirm guidance, sufficiency, peace. You affirm that every step you take is ordered, that the river knows where to turn, that every rock in your path has already been rounded by grace. And when you speak it daily, it becomes your rhythm. You begin to feel it in your bones, in your breathing, in the spaces between your thoughts. You begin to walk differently, lighter, as though something unseen carries you, because something does. Now, I must tell you something from my heart. There will still be days when appearances try to tempt you. You will wake and find the outer world shouting its old song of delay, limitation, and fear. And in those moments, you will have a choice to speak from memory or from mastery. Memory says, "It's happening again." Mastery says, "I have already spoken, and my word stands." Memory reacts to the storm. Mastery speaks to it. When the waters rise, do not fight them. Speak peace. Say aloud, "This is the river of my good. It is carrying me to a higher shore." And then rest. The river knows its way better than you do. When you live this way, the entire texture of life changes. You no longer measure by outcomes, you measure by alignment. You no longer chase after good, you let good chase after you. The psalm says, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." That means you can stop running, You can stop chasing blessings like a beggar knocking at every door. The blessings are already behind you, following, waiting for you to slow down enough to be caught, and when you do, you'll laugh. You'll realize you were never the pursuer, you were the pursued. That is what I want for you, to live as one who is pursued by good, to walk so aligned with divine order that prosperity has to hurry to keep up with you. To rest so deeply in faith that miracles start arriving quietly, without fanfare, because they no longer surprise you. To reach this place, gratitude becomes your constant language. You thank God not because something new has happened, but because you are aware of what has always been happening. You stop asking, "Will I be taken care of?" and begin to say, "I am always cared for." That shift of awareness is everything. It turns scarcity into surplus, delay into divine timing, confusion into direction. And you will notice something extraordinary. As your own consciousness expands, your prosperity will begin to bless others automatically. You won't have to preach or convince anyone. People will feel it when they are near you. They will feel peace, possibility, and permission to believe again. Your very presence will be a psalm. They will hear your faith before you ever speak a word. That is how the divine law multiplies itself. The current that flows through you will spill into others, and soon their rivers will begin to flow too. That is the divine plan. One awakened soul awakening another, until the entire world remembers that it was never lost, only asleep. So now I ask you to make this your daily vow, not as ritual, but as recognition. When you wake each morning, before you touch your phone, before you check your bank, before you remember the demands of the world, speak these words into the silence. The river of divine supply flows through me now. Every cell of my being is alive with abundance. Every breath I take expands my prosperity. Every step I walk is guided by divine order. There is no delay in the mind of God. There is no lack in the heart of God. There is no separation between me and my good. I live in the current of endless provision, and my cup runneth over forever. Speak those words, and then listen. Feel how your energy rises, how peace fills your chest, how gratitude begins to hum like a quiet melody in the back of your mind. That feeling is not imagination, it is alignment. It is the evidence of law in motion. It is the sound of the river moving through you, again, sweeping away the residue of fear and leaving only clarity, confidence, and calm. And when you walk out into the day, carry that awareness like a crown. Every face you meet, every task you perform, every coin you touch, see it all as the living body of God expressing abundance through you. Bless every transaction, bless every exchange, bless every movement of energy as the perfect rhythm of circulation. You will begin to see life differently. You will no longer feel separate from what you desire, because you will know that desire and fulfillment are the same motion, two ends of one current. This is what I mean when I say the river never runs dry. It cannot, because it is infinite. It cannot, because it is God. And as long as you speak truth, as long as you remember your psalm, as long as you live in gratitude, you will never stand beside an empty shore again. You will stand in the middle of the river, surrounded by its abundance, carried by its strength, refreshed by its grace. And from that place, you will look at the world not as something to conquer, but as something to bless. So let us close our eyes now and speak together one final affirmation, not as students, but as masters of the word. I am one with the river of divine life. I am carried by it, nourished by it, surrounded by it. It cannot fail, for it is God Himself flowing through me. I release all fear of lack, for I know that every need is already met. I am no longer a seeker of good, I am an expression of it. Wherever I walk, the river flows. Wherever I speak, the law responds. Wherever I am, abundance is. And as you finish speaking, let there be silence, sweet sacred silence, for it is in that silence that the next current begins to rise. You have not reached an ending, beloved, you have entered the eternal stream, and it will carry you now forever. If you could see as I see, with the eyes of spirit, you would behold that your life is already surrounded by a vast circle of light, the circumference of divine activity that stretches far beyond the horizon of your physical senses. It moves with perfect precision, spinning quietly, endlessly, a halo of answered prayers, fulfilled promises, invisible hands arranging every detail of your unfolding story. That circle is your word made flesh. It is the living echo of every declaration you have spoken in faith. And as you continue in this practice of conscious speech, that circle widens, glows brighter, and begins to include more and more of the world around you, until you realize that you have not merely changed your life, you have changed the atmosphere in which you live. This is the final revelation of the psalm. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Not because you earned it, not because you chased it, but because your vibration summoned it. The circle of light that surrounds you is the visible form of that mercy, and it can never fail. In the human world, we are taught to think in straight lines, cause here, effect there, beginning, middle, and end. But divine law is circular. It moves in perfect return. What you send out, you receive. What you affirm, you live. What you bless, blesses you. The psalm describes this circle in every verse, though few ever notice it. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, that is the receiving of rest. He restoreth my soul, that is the return of energy. My cup runneth over, that is the overflow that circles back as more to give. Life, when seen through divine understanding, is not a ladder to climb or a finish line to cross, it is a circle to dwell within, a rhythm to surrender to, a harmony to sustain. You are not running toward your good, you are turning in its light. When you live this way, you stop trying to hold things. You let them pass through, trusting that everything you release returns magnified. This is why forgiveness is not weakness, it is divine intelligence. To forgive is to break the angular line of resentment and restore the circle of flow. Resentment blocks, forgiveness clears. The moment you say, I bless and release, the energy you are holding captive comes home as peace. Many people ask me, Florence, why must I bless those who hurt me? And I answer, because they hold part of your circulation. Until you bless them, that part remains frozen. The circle of supply cannot complete itself through anger or judgment. It can only complete itself through love. Now, let us bring this down from the invisible to the visible, because spiritual law is always practical. When you walk through your day, you will notice that every transaction, whether of money, time, attention, or affection, is part of the circle. If you treat it as sacred, it will bless you. If you treat it as ordinary, it will obey indifference. The clerk who hands you change, the friend who gives you a compliment, the stranger who opens a door, these are not coincidences. They are moments of divine exchange. Each is an opportunity to affirm the flow. Say silently, I bless this exchange. It multiplies in perfect ways. The more consciously you participate in these small moments, the more quickly your outer world will reflect abundance. Life loves to respond to recognition. The psalm, when spoken daily, conditions you to recognize the sacred in everything. It turns ordinary life into liturgy. The Lord is my shepherd, that is leadership in every step. I shall not want, that is sufficiency in every encounter. He anointeth my head with oil, that is wisdom in every thought. When you live in that awareness, your days take on a quiet radiance. You may not see gold falling from the sky, but you will feel the gold of peace saturating every hour. You will notice that people seem kinder, that solutions appear faster, that what used to feel heavy now feels effortless. This is not chance, it is the circle of divine energy completing itself through your consciousness. One of my students once described it perfectly. She said, Florence, it's like I can feel the air itself smiling. I told her, that is because you are smiling inside. The air is only mirroring your vibration. This is the essence of the circle, life reflecting life, spirit reflecting spirit, word reflecting word. There is no division, no delay, no distance. When you live this truth, you begin to sense that you are walking in a field of answered prayers. Before you call, it is already given. Before you need, it is already supplied. The delay between desire and demonstration shortens until they are one. You think it, you feel it, and there it is. And yet, I tell you this, as the circle expands, humility must deepen. For the law gives freely, but demands responsibility. The more light you hold, the more light you must share. If you hoard it, it dims. If you circulate it, it multiplies. This is why the psalm ends not with wealth or success, but with dwelling in the house of the Lord forever. The house of the Lord is the state of perpetual giving and receiving. It is not a building, it is consciousness itself. To dwell there is to live as a channel, not a container. It is to wake each morning asking not, "What can I get?" but "What can I give that allows the law to keep moving through me?" That question is the highest prosperity practice there is. I remember once, after a period of tremendous abundance in my own life, I sat quietly and asked, "Spirit, what now?" And the answer came as clear as if it had been spoken aloud: "Give more." So I began giving, teaching freely, blessing others, circulating more of my resources, and the more I gave, the greater the return. The law had found a wider circle through me. You can do the same. When the overflow comes, and it will, don't clutch it. Circulate it. Let it become the evidence of the river still flowing. So as this message draws toward its silence, I invite you to see your life, not as a line you are racing along, but as a circle of radiant light expanding endlessly. Stand in its center and declare, "The circle of divine supply is complete and perfect. It has no holes, no breaks, no losses. Every word I speak expands it, every act of love strengthens it, every breath I take fills it, I give freely, and I receive fully. I dwell in the house of abundance, now and forevermore." Say it until the circle becomes so real that you feel it physically around your body, your home, your work, your loved ones glowing, humming, unbroken. That feeling is the truth, and the truth will never leave you. For remember, beloved, you began this journey speaking the psalm for 7 days, but now the psalm speaks through you for eternity. Wherever you walk, it walks. Wherever you rest, it rests. The Lord is your shepherd still, and you shall not want, not now, not ever. Every true word spoken in faith continues to travel through the universe, long after your tongue has ceased to move. The vibration never dies. It circles, expands, deepens, gathers, multiplies, and then returns to you at the moment of perfect readiness. This is the divine cycle of return, the eternal echo of creation. It is written in the very structure of the universe. What goes out in truth cannot be lost, it can only magnify. Every affirmation you have ever uttered, every prayer spoken in certainty, every quiet thank you breathed in the midst of fear, continues to live in the invisible, working its way back to you in forms you can recognize and hold. This is why I say that faith is never wasted. You may think a declaration vanished into silence, but the silence is the womb of manifestation, not its grave. The infinite does not forget. It remembers every act of love, every word of blessing, every seed of gratitude, and it nurtures them in the secret soil of spirit until the time of fruiting. So never say, "It didn't work." The law cannot fail. The only question is whether you have stayed long enough in harmony for your own harvest to meet you. I have seen people abandon their declarations just before the field began to blossom. They grew impatient, mistook gestation for barrenness, and walked away. But the soil had never stopped working, it only waited for their return. When they finally remembered and spoke again, the ground released its abundance as though no time had passed. Spirit does not punish delay, it simply waits for recognition. The psalm you have been speaking for 7 days has already begun this infinite return. Its words are moving now through your affairs, your relationships, your body, your unseen opportunities. They are gathering substance, aligning conditions, softening hearts, opening doors. Some results you will see quickly, because the path is clear. Others will circle farther out and come back later, richer for the journey. You may forget them, but they will not forget you. That is why sometimes a blessing seems to arrive out of nowhere, long after you stop thinking about it. It did not come from nowhere, it came from the Word, finally finding its appointed time to return. I learned this truth many years ago in a way that left me forever changed. A woman once came to me in despair. She had been affirming her right work, but after months without success, she stopped, convinced that her words were useless. I told her, "Nothing spoken in truth ever disappears, it merely waits for you to believe again." I asked her to repeat her psalm once more, not as a weary exercise but as a homecoming. She obeyed, and within a week, an old acquaintance wrote to her, offering a position that suited her perfectly. When she told me, she said, "Florence, I feel as though the words came back carrying everything I had hoped for." I smiled and said, "They did. You sent them out years ago, and now they have found you." Every declaration you make becomes part of this eternal exchange. When you say, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," you set a rhythm in motion that cannot reverse itself. That line travels forward, gathers proof, and circles back as manifestation. This is the nature of divine substance. It always returns to its point of origin, carrying multiplication with it. So be deliberate with your words, for each one is a seed that will return as fruit. Speak no idle phrase, no casual prophecy of lack or limitation, for the soil of the universe makes no distinction between humor and faith. It hears vibration, not intention. Even jest can plant weeds if it carries the tone of fear. Guard your garden and speak only what you wish to harvest. The longer I live in this truth, the more I see that there is no separation between speaking, waiting, and receiving. They are one continuous act. The moment you speak, the receiving has already begun. The waiting is not delay, it is digestion, the law assimilating your word into matter. That is why impatience weakens demonstration, it interrupts the digestion. If you plant a seed and dig it up each morning to check its progress, you strangle its growth. Faith is the hand that covers the seed with peace and walks away, knowing it will sprout. The psalm teaches this surrender perfectly. Its every line is an act of release. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures, rest. He leadeth me beside still waters, trust. He restoreth my soul, receive. You speak it, and then you rest in the assurance that it is done. Now, I must tell you a beautiful paradox. The more often you speak the psalm, the less you will need to. The repetition is not for God, it is for the mind. Once your mind has absorbed the truth so deeply that it beats within you like a second pulse, the words become unnecessary. They transform into vibration, silent yet constant. You will feel it as ease in your body, as calm confidence in your decisions, as peace in your breath. You will reach the point where everything you do is prayer, where your thoughts are so aligned that every act becomes a declaration of abundance. That is the final stage of mastery, to live as the word, not merely to speak it. At that level, you will notice that life begins to return gifts faster than you can give them away. You will think of someone and they will appear. You will need something and it will arrive before you can ask. You will bless someone in your heart and they will call to thank you for what they cannot explain. You will walk through the world in a state of quiet awe, for you will finally understand that creation is not occasional, it is constant. You are always creating. The only question is whether you are creating in fear or in faith, in separation or in unity, in scarcity or in overflow. The psalm, faithfully spoken, keeps you in overflow. And when you do, falter and you will, for we are human. When doubt whispers or fear rises or appearances seem unkind, do not scold yourself, simply return to the word. Return to your psalm like one returning to the rhythm of the sea. Say again, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and the tide will carry you back into harmony. The law does not resent your forgetfulness, it rejoices in your remembering. Each return strengthens the bond, deepens the current, widens the circle. So as you go forth from this teaching, remember that every word you speak now enters the eternal round. It leaves you shining with faith and comes back brighter still. You are part of an infinite dialogue between creator and creation, between spirit and speech, between the inner and the outer, and there will never be an end to that conversation. Now breathe deeply and feel the truth of this moment. The circle is complete, the current is steady, the word is alive, and the law is sure. Say softly but with conviction, "My word is the living seed of God. It goes forth in power and returns fulfilled. I cannot be in want, for my supply is infinite and continuous. The Lord is my shepherd, now and forever, and my life overflows with good, and so it is, and so it shall be, world without end." Even as the words of truth fade into the quiet, there is a light that remains, a steady radiance that does not belong to morning or evening, a glow that neither circumstance nor time can diminish. It is the light of understanding, the illumination of divine law, the gentle yet unyielding brilliance that dawns when the soul remembers its source. This light is older than fear, stronger than doubt, and more patient than any question the human heart has ever asked. It is the light that has accompanied you from the beginning, though you may have walked in the shadow and called it night. Every time you have spoken the psalm, every time you have declared, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," this light has flared a little brighter in the depths of your being. Now, as you rest in this awareness, it fills your entire consciousness. It becomes not something you reach for, but something you live from. What happens in the silence after revelation is as holy as the revelation itself. It is the moment when knowledge becomes knowing, when truth ceases to be a phrase and becomes a pulse, when the boundaries between mind and matter, between human and divine, dissolve completely. You are no longer the one who prays, you are the prayer. You are no longer the one who seeks, you are the fulfillment of the seeking. This is the final reward of persistence, the moment when faith no longer requires effort because it has become identity. You realize that you never needed to summon God. God was the consciousness from which you were summoning. You never needed to attract supply. You were supply in expression. You never needed to become light. You were always made of it. I have watched this transformation countless times, and each time it fills me with awe. I have seen those who once trembled with fear of the future stand tall in unshakable peace. I have seen those who had spent years chasing money suddenly find themselves surrounded by ease, laughter, and provision. I have seen the weary become radiant, the uncertain become certain, the struggling become still, and what changed? Only one thing: they spoke truth long enough for truth to speak back. They held the rhythm of faith until it became the rhythm of their breath. They stopped believing in distance, and the universe, obedient as ever, closed the gap. Understand this: the law does not reward effort, it responds to alignment. Effort says, I must do something to earn my good. Alignment says, my good is already done. The moment you align, the power that has always been active rushes through you like electricity through a conductor. You do not need to push it, you only need to stop resisting it. That is why peace is the highest form of productivity. In peace, you become transparent to divine energy. Nothing obstructs the flow, nothing delays the fulfillment. It moves through you, around you, beyond you, blessing everything it touches. When I say you are the light, I do not speak in metaphor. The very cells of your body vibrate with that energy. When you speak the word, the atoms respond. They shift to reflect the pattern of the divine idea behind your declaration. That is why healing follows faith. That is why supply appears after thanksgiving. That is why forgiveness opens doors that no human key could turn. The outer world is light slowed down. Your word is the switch that adjusts its brightness. Every time you affirm truth, you increase the voltage of the universe itself. And yet, even this power must be wrapped in gentleness. For light does not shout, it shines. It does not argue with darkness, it reveals it to be nothing. When you walk in this understanding, you no longer fight conditions. You no longer pray against evil or struggle against lack. You simply stand in the radiance of truth, and everything false dissolves. You become a living benediction, an answer without a question, a calm so profound that it disarms all discord. This is what the psalm means by He prepareth a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. The table is peace, and the enemies are illusions. You sit down at the feast of abundance while the shadows flee, for they cannot approach light. And so I ask you now to make your life a sanctuary of light. Speak softly, walk gently, give generously, and see divinity in every face you encounter. When you handle money, treat it as a fragment of that light. It is only energy taking visible form. When you bless another, feel that light leaving your heart and returning multiplied. When you face uncertainty, close your eyes and remember, the light that guides galaxies also guides this moment. It cannot fail. There will still be ordinary days, days of errands and noise, of traffic and weather, of laughter and tears, but they will no longer feel ordinary. They will shimmer with the awareness that behind every action moves the infinite rhythm of spirit. You will find yourself pausing to listen and realizing that everything has a voice. The wind, the water, the heartbeat, the silence, all repeating the same eternal phrase, all is well. All is unfolding in perfect order. That phrase is the heartbeat of the psalm itself. When you hear it, you are hearing God speak through life. And as you continue to live in this light, something beautiful will happen. Others will be drawn to you without knowing why. They will sense peace in your presence, strength in your stillness, joy in your quiet laughter. You won't need to preach or persuade, your vibration will do the teaching. They will look at you and remember their own light. This is how divine law multiplies, it spreads by recognition. One flame lights another, and darkness diminishes not by battle but by brightness. So as I bring this message to its close, I leave you not with instruction, but with invitation. Wherever you go, carry the light. When you speak, let your words heal. When you think, let your thoughts bless. When you give, let your giving be an act of worship. When you rest, let your rest be trust. In this way, you become the living continuation of the psalm, the word made visible, the shepherd's voice walking through the world. And now, as you breathe in deeply, know this beyond all doubt. You are surrounded, filled, sustained, and carried by the light that never dimmed. It shines through every circumstance, through every appearance, through every name you have ever given to fear. It is the same yesterday, today, and forever. You cannot lose it, you cannot lessen it, you can only forget it for a moment, and even then, it remains. Speak your psalm, live your psalm, and you will remember. The Lord is your shepherd, you shall not want. The Lord is your light, you shall not fear. The Lord is your life, you shall not fall. For surely, goodness and mercy shall follow you all the days of your life, and you shall dwell forever not in some distant heaven, but here, now, in the radiant presence of divine abundance. There is a quiet hour, often between the last whisper of night and the first breath of morning, when the veil between worlds feels thinner, and in that soft suspension, you can almost hear the hum of eternity moving through you. It is in that stillness, when all striving rests, that the soul remembers itself. The great remembrance is not learned, it is felt, like suddenly waking from a dream and realizing that what you feared was never real. The psalm was given not to make you worthy of God, but to remind you that you already are. Every line you have spoken these past 7 days, every breath charged with faith, every moment when you stood in darkness and chose to declare light, has been drawing you toward this remembrance. You are not separate. You have never been separate. The shepherd and the sheep are one consciousness, one rhythm, one eternal act of giving and receiving. When you begin to live in that remembrance, something deep within your being relaxes. The nervous striving, the endless search for security, the need to prove and to plan and to push, they dissolve like mist before the Sunday. You no longer wake up in dread of what the day may bring. You wake in the quiet assurance that life itself is conspiring for your good. The mind, once busy with worry, grows still enough to hear divine instruction. You begin to receive ideas not as anxious thoughts, but as gentle invitations. You sense a hand guiding yours, a rhythm walking beside your own steps, and you realize that what you once called coincidence is simply divine order in motion. I remember the first time I experienced this awakening. It was a day of rain, gray skies, steady drops against my window, the kind of weather that makes people feel small. I sat with my Bible open, repeating softly, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." As I spoke, something shifted. The words stopped sounding like words. They became music, vibration, substance. I felt the air around me thicken, as though the invisible had drawn closer. My body relaxed into it, my breath slowed, and for a moment I forgot what I was praying for. I simply existed, free of lack, free of effort, free of thought. When I opened my eyes, the rain had stopped. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling across my table like gold. It was then I understood. The outer world was responding to the inner alignment. The light had not come from the sky, it had come from remembrance. This is what I wish for you, to reach that moment when your word is no longer something you send out, but something you live from, something you are. You see, every time you spoke the psalm, you were carving a channel through the rock of disbelief. Each repetition chipped away at the hardened layers of fear, until finally the living water could flow freely again. That water is faith, and it carries within it every answer you have ever sought. You need not chase after good. You need only stay open enough to let it rush through you. The law of supply was never about acquiring, it was about allowing. And as this truth becomes your resting place, you will notice that life begins to move in circles of completion. Old debts resolve themselves. Old relationships soften into forgiveness. Old desires either manifest or dissolve into peace. You will understand that nothing ever truly leaves you, it simply returns transformed. The opportunities you thought were gone will reappear in wiser forms, the losses you mourned will reveal themselves as preparation, and the waiting you resented will show itself as perfect timing. Every thread of your story will weave together with such precision that you will marvel at how you ever doubted. Now, when the human mind hears this, it says, That sounds too easy, because the ego believes that power must be earned. But spiritual law is effortless, because it is natural. Effort belongs to resistance. Grace belongs to alignment. The river does not strain to flow, the flower does not struggle to bloom, the sun does not fight to shine. They express what they are. And so must you. You are an expression of divine intelligence, a vessel through which abundance, love, and peace are made visible. To block that flow with fear is to deny your own nature. To surrender is to return home. And yes, even after this remembrance, you will still walk through days of contrast. The law does not remove contrast, it uses it. Just as shadows define the light, challenge defines faith. But once you know who you are, you meet contrast differently. You no longer collapse beneath it, you rise within it. You say, even this is serving me. Even this is part of the greater unfolding. You bless what once you cursed, you thank what once you resisted, and in that act of thanksgiving, the energy shifts immediately. Gratitude is the great transformer. It turns obstacle into passage, confusion into clarity, delay into divine order. There is a reason the psalm ends with dwelling in the house of the Lord forever. It is the final symbol of remembrance. The house of the Lord is not a place you go to after life. It is the consciousness you live in now. To dwell there is to stay awake in truth. It is to know that wherever you stand, God stands also. You may change cities, jobs, companions, but you will never step outside the house, because the house is conscious. Why do you beg for money when the law says you can order it? You do not beg the waiter for coffee, you order, and it comes. So why do you crawl before life when money is yours by divine right? Today, I will show you how to stop pleading with fear and start commanding with faith. What will you gain today? You will learn how to stop begging the universe like a pauper and start commanding your supply like a child of God. You will discover the law that turns your word into wealth, and you will receive the very declarations I have used to set countless men and women free. No more waiting, no more guessing, no more fear. You will walk away knowing exactly how to order money, health, and opportunity under grace in perfect ways. Let me be plain. I know your struggle. You have prayed, affirmed, hoped, and yet the money delays. The bills pile up, the fear whispers, and you wonder, am I doing something wrong? Am I not worthy? You are not wrong, and you are not unworthy. You have simply been begging when the law demands ordering. This is the mistake of millions. They treat God as a stranger to be convinced, instead of a father who waits to give. I will show you why your begging has failed, and how your commanding will succeed. And once you see it, you will never go back. In this message, I will lay before you the law of ordering your supply. First, I will show you why begging blocks your good and how fear is inverted faith. Then, I will reveal the simple spoken word that breaks open the storehouse of heaven. You will hear stories of men and women who shifted from pleading to declaring and saw money rush in, debts vanish, opportunities fall like ripe fruit into their hands. And before we finish, I will give you the exact affirmations to speak each morning, words that turn your day into a magnet for money, just as surely as your order brings your coffee to the table. Stay with me, for I promise before the end of this teaching, you will know how to stop begging forever and how to command your riches by divine right. Do you see the trap most people fall into? They think they are praying, but what they are really doing is begging. And begging is not prayer. Begging is not faith. Begging is fear dressed up as devotion. This might sound hard at first, but stay with me, because when you grasp this, it will break chains you may not even know you've been carrying. Why is begging so dangerous? Because begging tells the universe one thing: I don't have it. It's a confession of lack, and whatever you confess with conviction, your subconscious records and plays back in your life. I have seen it happen again and again. People who cry out, "Oh God, give me money, please, please," are in truth affirming, "I am broke, I am empty, I am powerless." And the subconscious, which has no sense of humor, takes that order and fills it exactly. Think about it like this. You walk into a cafe, place your coffee order, and then what? Do you follow the waiter around? Do you tug at his sleeve and whisper, "Please don't forget me"? Of course not. If you did, he'd think something was wrong with you. And yet that's exactly how so many treat their finances. They pray, and then they chase God around with fear, pleading as if the order had been lost. That breaks trust in the process, and it delays the good that was already on its way. I knew a woman who often joked about getting ready for the poorhouse. She had money at the time, plenty of comfort, but her words planted seeds of lack. She thought it was harmless humor, but the subconscious never laughs. It records. And in a few years, her fortune was gone. She was living the very joke she once made. That is the harvest of begging words. So let me make it plain. Begging is inverted faith. Fear is faith turned upside down. It is faith in evil instead of good. Jesus said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" When you beg, you are not believing in abundance, you are believing in absence. And what you believe in, you draw to yourself. Now I ask you, have you been ordering or have you been begging? When you say, "I hope I can pay this bill, I don't know how I'll make it," that is begging. When you say, "Money always finds me, my supply comes from God, and it never fails," that is ordering, and the difference is life and death. Hold on, because in the next part I will show you what it feels like to shift from begging to ordering, from the language of fear to the language of faith. And once you make that shift, you will never crawl before life again. Subsection 1.2. Ordering, the language of faith. Now here is where everything begins to turn, and I want you to lean in with me. Because what I am about to tell you has the power to change how you look at every prayer, every affirmation, every word you have ever spoken. Begging is the language of fear, but ordering is the language of faith. And when you learn to order, you are no longer at the mercy of appearances. You are no longer the slave of chance. You are no longer hoping and doubting and waiting with trembling hands, but you become the master of your word, and by your word, you bring forth your good. Do you see the difference? When you beg, you are saying, "I don't have." But when you order, you are saying, "It is mine already, and it comes quickly, under grace, in perfect ways." That is faith in action, and faith is the only coin heaven accepts. Think of the simple authority you exercise when you walk into a restaurant and give your order. You do not lower your voice and whisper, "If it's not too much trouble, could you please bring me a plate of food?" You do not clutch the menu and wring your hands as if the cook might run out of supplies before he reaches your dish. You simply say, "I will have this," and you lay the menu down. You know the food exists in the kitchen, you know the waiter has heard your word, and you know that very soon your plate will be set before you. That is ordering. That is what it means to speak as one who knows the storehouses of heaven are full, and the cashier of the universe is waiting on your command. Let me tell you the story of a woman who came to me in despair. She was facing a lawsuit of $3,000. She had no idea where the money would come from, and fear had gripped her heart like a vice. I told her, "God is your supply. There is always supply for every demand. Speak the word, act your faith." Together, we gave thanks that the money would be received at the right time, in the right way. She chose to order instead of beg. She acted as though her account was already full. She carried herself as though the supply was already in hand. And do you know what happened? Her cousin, whom she had not seen in a long time, appeared at her door and before the week was out, placed into her hand exactly the $3,000 she required. That is the law in action. That is the fruit of ordering with faith instead of begging with fear. So why is ordering so powerful? Because ordering speaks directly to the subconscious mind with authority, and the subconscious, being simply power without direction, obeys the order it is given. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Do you see? Asking is not begging. Asking is ordering with the certainty that the door is already unlocked and the gift already prepared. That is why I say, your word is your wand. Your spoken decree is the rod that parts the Red Sea of obstacles, and when you wield it with calm certainty, your path opens wide before you. But here is where most falter, and I must warn you. They speak the order, but they do not release it. They keep checking, doubting, repeating, worrying, as if the kitchen of the universe had forgotten their command. You cannot do that. You must give the order once, with power, and then act and feel as if it were already done. The moment you begin to chase the waiter, you slip back into fear, and your order is delayed. The secret is to hold your poise, to rejoice as if it were already yours, to move as if the supply had already been credited to your account. This is faith in action, and this is how the law delivers. Now ask yourself, What orders have you been sending out? Are your words trembling and uncertain, full of hope but empty of conviction? Or are your words calm, bold, and sure, like the voice of one who knows the storehouses of heaven are overflowing? If you have been sending out mixed signals, today is the day to clear the confusion. Speak with authority, not apology. Order with faith, not fear. And know this, the moment you do, the supply rushes toward you, for the law cannot fail. Hold steady, for in the next part I will reveal the hidden reason most people fail at this practice. They think they are ordering, but they are still secretly begging. They mix their decrees with idle words, they cancel their faith with jokes of lack, they plant weeds among their wheat, and unless you see this clearly, you too may wonder why your supply delays. But when I show it to you, you will understand how to keep your orders pure and your harvest full. Now, I must open your eyes to something that slips by almost everyone, even those who believe they are already practicing the law of faith. Because this is the subtle trap that keeps good people in cycles of waiting, wanting, and worrying. Most do not fail because they never speak the word. Most fail because they speak it one moment and cancel it the next. They mix ordering with begging, they plant seeds of prosperity in one breath and seeds of poverty in the next, and then they wonder why their garden of life yields thorns and weeds instead of flowers and fruit. Let me speak plainly. The subconscious mind is like a phonograph record that takes down every vibration, every tone, every word you speak, and it does not argue, it does not edit, it does not say, "Surely she was joking." No, it records everything with dreadful accuracy, and sooner or later it plays back in your outer world. That is why idle words are so dangerous. You may think you are safe when you laugh and say, "I'm broke as always," or when you sigh, "Nothing ever works out for me." But the law is no respecter of persons. The subconscious hears and obeys. I have known people who joked themselves into misery. One woman I knew was wealthy, surrounded by all the comforts of life, but she could not resist saying over and over again, half laughing, half serious, "I'm getting ready for the poorhouse." She thought she was being clever. She thought it was harmless banter. But words are seeds, and seeds must bear fruit. In a few short years, her fortune was gone, her comfort vanished, and she stood at the very edge of destitution. She had walked into the poorhouse she built with her own tongue. Another woman, tired of the endless duties of managing her home, used to sigh and say again and again, "I wish I lived in a trunk." She spoke it so often that the picture took root in her subconscious. And what was the harvest? Years later, stripped of all comfort, she found herself living out of a trunk, the very image her words had carved into her fate. Do you see now why I tell you that words are never idle? Every word spoken is an order sent to the subconscious kitchen of life, and sooner or later it will be served. This is the reason why so many think the law does not work for them. They say the affirmations, they try the decrees, they even hold moments of faith, but then they let slip a careless phrase, a fearful doubt, a bitter complaint, and in that moment they have uprooted the seed they planted. They have written a new order that contradicts the old one, and the subconscious, being faithful but not discerning, delivers exactly what it was last told. That is why Jesus said, "By your words you are justified, and by your words you are condemned." Your words either crown you or crucify you. There is no middle ground. So I ask you, how many times have you prayed for money and then turned around and said to a friend, "I never have enough"? How many times have you affirmed health in the morning only to complain of sickness by night? How many times have you declared love and joy, but then given voice to resentment, jealousy, or fear? If you see yourself in this mirror, do not despair. The recognition is your salvation. For the moment you see it, you can change it. You can choose to smash the old records, to stop planting weeds, and to keep your order pure and clean. And this brings us to the law of non-resistance, which is another point most overlook. They not only mix begging with ordering, but they fight appearances with fear. They struggle against circumstances as if the battle were outside of them. The moment you resist, you give power to the very thing you dread. The law is clear. What you fight, you magnetize. What you bless, you neutralize. What you release, you rise above. So, instead of resisting appearances, you hold to your word, you refuse to be moved by outer conditions, and you keep your order steady until it manifests. Now I know some of you may be asking, But what if I've already spoken words of lack? What if I've already planted weeds in my garden? Hear me well. The law works both ways. Just as a careless word can condemn, a deliberate word can redeem. You can cancel the false record by speaking a higher truth. You can say, "Every false word I have spoken returns now to the dust of nothingness, and I establish only the record of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression." You can overwrite the old phonograph with the melody of abundance. But you must be consistent, you must be deliberate, and you must refuse to joke, complain, or argue for your limitations again. Hold fast, for in the next section I will take you deeper into the creative power of the spoken word itself. You will see why your tongue is the steering wheel of your destiny, and how every phrase you utter sets in motion unseen forces that shape your body, your affairs, and your future. And when you see it clearly, you will never again waste a word, for you will know that every syllable is a seed, and every seed will bear fruit. This is the turning point, and I want you to feel the weight of it, because until you truly grasp the power of your own tongue, you will keep stumbling between begging and ordering. You will keep half planting gardens and half pulling them up, and you will wonder why your harvest never matches your hope. Let me tell you plainly, your word is not a small thing. It is not a mere sound lost in the air. It is not idle chatter that fades into silence. No, your word is vibration. It is energy. It is the very spark that sets creation in motion. The Bible says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." And I declare to you that every condition in your life, whether of wealth or poverty, health or sickness, joy or sorrow, has its root in the words you have spoken with belief behind them. You may think you are bound by circumstances, by employers, by governments, by the opinions of others, but what truly binds or frees you is your own tongue. Imagine a phonograph record being cut by a singer's voice. Every note, every tremor, even every cough is etched into the wax. Later, when the record plays, every detail returns, faithful to the smallest sound. Your subconscious mind is that record. It does not argue. It does not interpret. It does not say, "Surely he did not mean it." It takes every word as law, and it plays it back into your body and affairs with astonishing accuracy. That is why people who continually declare, "I am tired, I am sick, I am broke," find themselves exactly that, no matter how hard they work, no matter how desperately they hope for something else. The subconscious has received its command, and like a loyal but blind servant, it carries it out. I have known men and women who sealed their own fate with a single phrase spoken too often. One woman said over and over, "I wish I lived in a trunk," until life dutifully carried her to that very condition, stripped of her home, reduced to the cramped misery of the very image she had impressed upon her subconscious. Another woman, wealthy by every appearance, repeated in jest, "I'll be in the poorhouse one day," and the poorhouse became her reality, because words spoken with feeling, even in jest, are not erased. They are sown, and seeds must bear fruit. Do you see now why I say your word is your wand? Every phrase is a command, every utterance a decree, whether you know it or not. And here is the good news. If words have the power to condemn you, then words have the power to justify you. If you have spoken yourself into poverty, you can speak yourself into riches. If you have spoken yourself into sickness, you can speak yourself into health. If you have spoken yourself into loneliness, you can speak yourself into love. The law does not change, it responds with equal obedience to every order. So how do you begin to wield this creative power? First, by becoming conscious of every word you speak. You must treat words as sacred, because they are. You must stop throwing them about carelessly, stop joking about poverty, stop complaining about lack, stop declaring failure as if it were your identity. Second, you must deliberately plant the words you desire to see made flesh. When you rise in the morning, declare, "I am linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity." When you walk into your work, say, "I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay." When you feel fear press against your chest, answer it with the word, "I am fearless, I am supplied, I am safe in God's abundance." Speak them aloud, with conviction, as though you were stamping them onto the record of your subconscious, because that is exactly what you are doing. And let me add this, do not be deceived by appearances. Do not say, "But I have spoken the word and nothing has happened yet." The seed always takes time to germinate underground before it breaks through the soil. The law is exact. What you have sown in faith will rise in due season, if you do not uproot it with doubt. Jesus said, "By your words you are justified." That is not poetic metaphor, it is literal law. The moment you truly believe it, you will guard your tongue as your most precious treasure, for you will know that each word is a builder, each sentence a blueprint, and your life is the structure it raises. Now I ask you to consider this. If your words are building your future at this very moment, what kind of house are you constructing? Is it a palace of abundance, where riches flow like a river and every room overflows with joy? Or is it a prison of lack, with walls built out of complaints, fears, and careless phrases? If you do not like the house you see around you, begin today to speak a new one into being. For the same law that created the old house will create the new, and it will not fail. And this brings us to a deeper level, for in the next part, I will give you the exact affirmations that carry the vibration of wealth, the words that command riches to appear, the decrees that act as lightning rods to draw money from the unseen into the seen. These are not weak phrases or timid hopes. They are words charged with faith proven by demonstration, words that have opened doors and multiplied supply for those who dared to speak them with power. Stay with me, because once you hear them and begin to use them, you will never again doubt that your word is your wand and your spoken decree the key to your fortune. Now that you see how every word you speak is a seed that must return to you in harvest, I want to put into your hands the very words that carry the vibration of wealth. Words that act as golden keys to open the storehouses of heaven. Words that summon supply from the unseen into the seen. I tell you, these affirmations are not empty poetry or pretty phrases meant to soothe the ear. They are commands written in the language the subconscious understands. They are decrees that strike the hidden law like a hammer upon a bell, setting in motion vibrations that travel outward until they draw to you people, opportunities, and channels through which your good rushes in. When you speak them, speak not as a beggar reciting a wish, but as a king issuing a command, as one who knows that his word cannot return void, but must accomplish that whereunto it is sent. Let me give you an example of such a decree. I am linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Do you hear the strength in that? Not I hope for money, not I wish I had more, but I am linked, present tense, eternal fact, joined to a golden stream that cannot run dry. And when you speak those words aloud, with faith and expectancy, you set the subconscious to work, you align yourself with the superconscious pattern of your divine supply, and you step into the vibration of abundance itself. Another affirmation that has opened doors for countless souls is this: I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. When you repeat this, you are declaring that your work is not drudgery, your service is not toil, your pay is not limited by man. You are announcing that everything you put your hand to is touched with divine magic, that your service is valuable, joyful, and rewarded beyond expectation. I remember a woman who came to me with only $2 to her name. Most would have clutched those $2 in fear, but I told her, bless them, see them as the seed of endless supply. Speak the word that your purse is never empty, that as money goes out, it returns multiplied. Together we affirmed, my purse is a magic purse of the spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, money rushes back in, under grace, in perfect ways. She felt the power of that decree so strongly that she even gave me one of her dollars as a love offering, and I accepted it, for I dared not see lack for her when she had chosen to see abundance. Soon after, she was given a gift of $6,000. That is the fruit of fearless faith expressed in affirmation. Do not underestimate the imagery of these words. When you say, I see my purse crammed, jammed with bills and checks, bulging with abundance, the subconscious cannot help but picture it, and once the picture is impressed, it begins to outpicture. It is not about straining to visualize. It is about letting the words themselves carry the image into your mind. Words like crammed and jammed are rich with substance, and they impress the subconscious quickly and deeply. That is why I tell you to choose affirmations that paint the picture boldly, because the imagination is the scissors of the mind, ever cutting the patterns your life must follow. Now, I know some will object and say, but I have tried affirmations before, and nothing happened. And to that I say, You may have repeated the words, but did you speak them as law? Did you declare them with conviction, or did you mutter them with doubt, cancel them with complaints, uproot them with fear? Remember, the subconscious records not only your words but the feeling behind them. If you speak, "I am prosperous," while trembling inside with fear of lack, the vibration is mixed, the order is confused, the record is scratched. But when you speak with poise, with authority, with joy, the subconscious receives a clear order and must carry it out. So here's what I would have you do. Choose 2 or 3 affirmations that strike your heart with power, that stir your imagination, that awaken joy within you. Speak them aloud every morning as you rise, every night as you lie down, and in every moment when fear whispers at your door. Do not wait until you feel like it. Speak them until you feel them. Stamp them on your subconscious until they are more real to you than the bills on your table or the empty purse in your hand. And as you persist, the vibration will shift, doors will open, channels will clear, and money will appear in ways you could never have planned. For God's methods are ingenious and His supply is endless. And let me leave you with this before we move forward. Affirmations are not spells, they are not tricks. They are not bargains with a reluctant universe. They are the language of faith, the speech of those who know their divine inheritance, the words of kings and queens who understand that God's will is abundance, not lack, supply, not shortage, joy, not misery. When you affirm, you align yourself with that truth, and the law cannot fail to bring it forth. Now stay with me, because in the next part I will show you that it is not enough to speak the words, you must also act as if they are already true. You must live as though the decree were fulfilled the moment you gave it. I will tell you the stories of men and women who dared to act rich when they were poor, who bought blankets for apartments they did not yet have, who set their tables for meals not yet cooked, and who found that their faith opened doors no amount of fear or effort ever could. That is the law of action that seals the spoken word, and without it, affirmations are left hanging in the air. With it, they take flesh and walk into your life. Now let me take you deeper, because it is one thing to speak a decree and another thing to live as though that decree is already fulfilled, and this is where most people stumble. This is the thin line between affirmation as mere words and affirmation as creative law. You see, the subconscious mind does not only listen to the promise, the words you speak, it listens to the way you walk, the way you act, the way you hold yourself when appearances scream the opposite of what you are declaring. If your words say, "I am prosperous," but your actions say, "I am afraid, I must shrink, I must hoard, I must prepare for lack," then the subconscious is receiving 2 contradictory commands, and the one backed with the most conviction will always prevail. That is why I tell you that faith must be acted out in the small details of life, because when you act as if you already have what you have ordered, you are sending a clear, unwavering message to the subconscious that abundance is the only reality, and that message cannot fail to bear fruit. I recall the case of a woman who faced a lawsuit of $3,000. She had no idea where the money could come from, and fear pressed on her like a storm cloud. I told her, "Act as though you already have it. Order a fine lunch, carry yourself with poise, spend the day in joy instead of worry, because every act of faith is a signal to the universe that you expect your supply." She did as I instructed, and within days a relative appeared, unannounced, with the exact amount she required. Now I ask you, was it the lunch that brought the money? Was it the outward gesture itself? No, it was the faith behind the act. The unshaken conviction that she was not a beggar in a universe of shortage, but a child of God in a universe of endless supply. That one act of faith lined up her subconscious with her decree, and the law fulfilled it swiftly. This principle is seen throughout the scriptures. The prophet Elisha told the kings who thirsted in the desert, "Make this valley full of ditches." There was no rain in sight, no cloud in the sky, no natural reason to dig trenches. Yet they obeyed, they acted their faith, and the next morning the valley was overflowing with water. Their ditches were filled because they had dared to prepare for a supply unseen. And so it is with you. You must dig your ditches in advance. Buy the blanket when you have no apartment, set the table when you have no meal. Speak as though the bill is already paid, and then walk through your day with the calm certainty of one who knows the check is already written and on its way. I knew a student who desperately needed a new home. Apartments were scarce, and everyone told her it was impossible. She almost gave in to doubt, but instead she decided to dig her ditches by buying new blankets as though the apartment were already hers. Friends mocked her and said, "Why waste money on blankets you may never use?" But she smiled and said, "I am preparing for my good." And do you know what happened? Not long after, she was given an apartment in a miraculous way, and the blankets she had purchased were spread upon her bed. That is the law in operation. But let me be clear, acting in faith is not reckless spending. It is not forcing your will. It is not throwing yourself into foolish risk. It is obedience to the quiet voice of intuition that tells you the next step. It is the small act that seems unreasonable to the reasoning mind but rings with certainty in your spirit. It is stepping onto the water when Christ says, "Come." The reasoning mind says, "Stay in the boat, you will sink." But faith says, "I walk by divine law, and I cannot fail." And as you act in that spirit, the invisible is made visible, the unseen supply becomes seen, and what was only a decree in words becomes a reality in your affairs. Now I ask you to consider, where in your life have you been speaking faith but acting fear? Where have you been declaring abundance while moving as if lack still ruled you? It may be as small as refusing to give when prompted, as simple as turning down an opportunity because it seemed uncertain, as subtle as clinging to an old possession because you feared you could not replace it. Each of those actions contradicts the decree of prosperity, and each tells the subconscious, "I do not really believe." If you want to turn the tide, begin today to act your faith in small, practical ways. Speak the word, then move as though it is already so. Buy the blanket, set the table, order the luncheon, dig the ditch. Do the thing that proves to your own subconscious that you trust the law, and the law will not fail you. And as we move forward, I will reveal another mystery that explains why, even when we speak and act in faith, sometimes the thing we thought we wanted does not appear, and yet something better arrives in its place. This is the law of substitution, the safeguard of divine law, which ensures that even if you ask amiss, even if you order what is not truly yours, the universe will bring you the right thing, the divine equivalent, the good that belongs to you and you alone. And when you understand this law, you will never again fear making a mistake with your words, for you will know that every true order is protected and fulfilled under grace. Now I must show you one of the most merciful workings of divine law, a safeguard that prevents you from trapping yourself in the wrong place, with the wrong people, or in the wrong form of supply. For even when your words are powerful and your faith is sincere, sometimes the thing you think you want is not truly yours. It is not your divine portion. It does not belong to you by right of consciousness, and if it were given to you, it would turn to ashes in your hands. This is where the law of substitution operates. It is the invisible hand of infinite intelligence that takes your mistaken order and transforms it into the right order, the one that matches your divine design. I tell you, this law is your shield, for it ensures that even if your desire is narrow, short-sighted, or born of personal will, you will not be left with disappointment but will receive the divine equivalent, which is always better than what you imagined. I recall the case of a woman who came to me with an urgent request. She was deeply in love with a man, and she begged me to speak the word that she might marry him. She believed he was the one. She thought her happiness depended on his affection, and she feared losing him above all else. I told her I could not speak such a word, for it would be a violation of spiritual law to fix her good to a specific person. Instead, I said, "I will speak the word for the right man, the man who belongs to you by divine right. If this man is the right one, you cannot lose him. If he is not, you will receive his equivalent." She agreed, though reluctantly. Not long after, she found her feelings for the first man beginning to cool. His charm faded, and what had seemed irresistible now appeared less than satisfying. Soon she met another man who declared from the beginning that she was his ideal, and he spoke to her the very words she had always wished to hear. She married him, and she was happy, and she said to me later that it was uncanny how perfectly he fit her vision. That is the law of substitution in action. You see, when you order from the universe, you do not always know what is best for you. You may think you need a particular job, a particular home, a particular person, but the higher law sees beyond your limited sight. It knows the end from the beginning, it knows the divine pattern of your life, and it will not let you settle for less than your true good. So, if you order amiss, the law simply substitutes the right equivalent. This is why I tell you to speak in terms of divine right and under grace. Say, I desire the home that belongs to me by divine right. Say, I call forth the work that is mine under grace in perfect ways. Say, I am united with the partner who belongs to me in the divine design. And then trust the law to substitute if your limited desire is not in harmony with your true destiny. This law is not only a safeguard but a liberator, because it frees you from the paralysis of fear, the worry that you may make a mistake, the dread of choosing wrongly. Do you not see how much anxiety people waste in fearing that they will miss their chance, that they will ask for the wrong thing, that they will settle for less than they deserve? The law of substitution removes all such fear. You cannot lose what is yours by divine right, and you cannot hold what does not belong to you. If you reach for the wrong thing, it will slip from your hands, and the right thing will come in its place. If you beg for a stone, the law will give you bread. If you cling to what is false, it will fall away, and the true will arrive. That is why it is written, Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. The kingdom is the realm of right ideas, the divine pattern, and when you align your words with that pattern, nothing can be lost and nothing can be withheld. Now let me ask you to consider your own life. Where have you been stubbornly clinging to something or someone that may not be yours by divine right? Where have you mistaken obsession for destiny, or fear of loss for true love, or desperation for guidance? Perhaps you have prayed for a specific job, only to see the door close again and again. Perhaps you have chased after a person who refuses to commit, believing they are the one. Perhaps you have begged for money from a channel that never seems to open, and you have wondered, why does the law not work for me? My friend, the law has been working all along. It has been shutting the wrong doors so that the right ones may open. It has been removing the false so that the true may appear. It has been substituting the counterfeit with the genuine. And here lies the great peace of this law. You do not have to know every detail of your good. You do not have to strain to picture every circumstance. You do not have to micromanage the universe. You need only speak the word in faith, declare that. You receive what is yours by divine right, and then release it with confidence. The law will sift and sort, it will substitute and supply, and it will bring you not only what you desire, but what you would have desired if you had seen the whole picture. That is why the Bible says, God is able to do exceeding abundantly above all that we ask or think. Your task is not to beg, not to cling, not to demand in fear, but to order with faith, and to rest in the assurance that the right equivalent cannot fail to appear. So remember this. Every time you speak the word, add the phrase, under grace in perfect ways, and by divine right. These are the anchors that keep your order in line with the law of substitution. They guarantee that even if you ask for less, you will receive more. And even if you reach for the wrong thing, the right thing will be placed in your hands. And when you see this principle at work in your own affairs, when you watch something you thought you wanted fade away only to be replaced by something far better, you will marvel at the wisdom of infinite intelligence, and you will trust the law with all your heart. Now stay with me, for in the next main section I will show you how to train the imagination, which is the scissors of the mind, to cut only patterns of good, so that your orders are always aligned with abundance, always faithful to your divine design, and never again poisoned by fear or distorted by wrong pictures. When you learn to discipline your imagination, you will wield it as the craftsman wields a tool, cutting out only garments of wealth, health, love, and success, and discarding forever the rags of fear and lack. Now we enter into a realm that is both subtle and powerful, the realm of the imagination, and I must speak slowly here so you truly feel the depth of what I am about to say. For imagination is not the harmless daydreaming faculty that most suppose. It is the very scissors of the mind, cutting out the patterns that your life must inevitably follow, and unless you learn to direct it, unless you learn to discipline it, it will cut shapes of lack and fear as easily as it will cut shapes of wealth and joy. Many people suffer not because they lack faith in words, but because they let their imagination run wild with pictures of disaster, of sickness, of bills unpaid, of doors closed, of opportunities missed, and then they wonder why those very conditions show up in their world. The answer is simple. Their imagination has been busy cutting the patterns, and the law has been faithfully producing the garments according to the design. I have seen men literally worry themselves into disease, picturing their bodies breaking down until the subconscious obeyed and the body followed suit. I have known women who imagined betrayal so often that their partners eventually played the part exactly as cast. I once knew a man who lived in terror of a rare disease. He read about it, he spoke of it, and above all, he pictured it. He told himself again and again that he must guard against it, and with every mental rehearsal, he deepened the pattern. And in time, his very body manifested the disease he feared most, proving again that the imagination, once directed by fear, will cut the pattern and the subconscious will stitch it into form. This is why I say you must be vigilant, because every mental picture is a prophecy, and every daydream is a seed that seeks fulfillment. But here is the glorious truth. The same imagination that cuts patterns of sickness and lack can, when trained, cut patterns of health, of wealth, of joy, of every good thing you desire. And the law will just as faithfully bring these into form, for it does not discriminate between pictures born of fear and pictures born of faith. It only knows to reproduce the blueprint it is given. So the question becomes, what blueprints are you handing to your subconscious each day? Are you cutting ragged garments of worry, garments of poverty, garments of despair? Or are you cutting robes of splendor, woven with gold threads of abundance, garments that clothe you in health, success, and joy? Let me give you a picture. Imagine a tailor with scissors in hand, cutting fabric for a suit. If the pattern is wrong, the suit will not fit, no matter how fine the cloth, no matter how skilled the tailor. The imagination is that pair of scissors. The subconscious is the tailor. The conditions of your life are the garments. And the fabric is infinite, there is no limit to the supply of material. If you hand over a pattern of fear, the tailor will cut and sew according to that shape, and you will wear it whether you like it or not. But if you hand over a pattern of faith, of wealth, of joy, then the tailor will craft garments that fit perfectly, garments that drape you in prosperity and health. That is why it is so vital to take control of your imagination, to consciously cut only the patterns you wish to wear. So I ask you now, what have you been picturing in your quiet moments? Do you imagine yourself struggling, or do you imagine yourself supplied? Do you picture your bills piling up, or do you see them stamped paid in full? Do you replay scenes of rejection, or do you envision warm welcomes and open doors? The pictures you entertain most often are the seeds you plant, and whether you realize it or not, you are planting all the time. Your life today is the harvest of the pictures you have been cutting with the scissors of your mind, and here is your way forward. You must deliberately begin to picture good. Even if appearances scream the opposite, hold to the higher image. See yourself walking in plenty, even when your purse is light. See yourself radiant with health, even when your body feels weak. See yourself loved and cherished, even if you sit alone. For as surely as the tailor obeys the pattern, the subconscious will obey the picture, and what you persist in imagining will eventually break through into PT-nudidem form. Do not fear that you have already cut too many wrong patterns, that you are doomed to wear the garments of yesterday's imagination forever. For just as a new pattern can replace an old one, so can a new vision replace the false. Speak aloud. Every false picture in my imagination dissolves now. I cut only the patterns of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Declare it, and then begin to practice it, day by day, moment by moment, until your imagination is no longer your enemy but your ally, cutting only the garments of glory you were meant to wear. And as you train this faculty, you will discover a strange and wonderful thing. You will no longer be the victim of fear pictures that float into your mind uninvited. You will no longer feel helpless before the images of lack that try to haunt you. Instead, you will become the master craftsman of your own destiny, cutting with precision, shaping with intention, and handing to the subconscious only those designs that match the divine pattern of your life. And when that happens, your imagination becomes the bridge between the unseen and the seen, the silent workshop where every dream is first stitched before it appears on the stage of your affairs. Now hold steady, because in the next part I will show you how to strengthen these pictures with vision and gratitude, how to make them so vivid and magnetic that they draw to you every resource, every opportunity, every channel you need. You will see how to cultivate the vision of plenty until it becomes the atmosphere of your life, and how to guard it from the corrosive power of doubt. When you learn this, your imagination will cease to be a battlefield and will become a garden overflowing with blossoms of abundance. Now that you see how imagination is the scissors of the mind, forever cutting out the patterns life must follow, I want to show you how to train that imagination until it serves you as a faithful servant rather than as a tyrant. 4. Imagination cannot be left to drift. It must be harnessed. It must be directed. It must be steeped in visions of plenty until those visions become stronger than any appearance of lack. Most people allow their imagination to be ruled by fear, by the headlines of the day, by the opinions of neighbors, by the whispers of the reasoning mind, and then they wonder why their lives mirror poverty, limitation, and frustration. But you are called to something higher. You are called to cultivate the vision of plenty, to picture abundance with such clarity and joy that it becomes the very atmosphere in which you live and breathe. What does this vision of plenty look like? It is seeing your ships come in over a calm sea, as I have so often declared. My ships come in over a calm sea, under grace, in perfect ways. That one phrase carries within it a picture of abundance arriving smoothly, peacefully, without struggle, without storm. When you repeat it, you begin to see those ships in your mind's eye, laden with treasures, approaching steadily toward the shore of your life. And the subconscious, faithful to the picture, sets in motion currents and winds you cannot see until those ships arrive in your harbor. Contrast that with the imagination of lack, which sees only storm clouds, sinking vessels, waves crashing against a fragile boat. Which vision do you want to empower? The answer is clear, for the vision you choose becomes the reality you inhabit. Let me give you a story. Years ago, I declared that I would receive a certain rose tree, perfect in bloom, though at the time I had no reason to expect it. I held that picture steadily in my imagination, seeing the tree before me, its blossoms unfolding, its fragrance filling the air. Others laughed and said it was impossible. Yet within a short time, without any effort on my part, a friend brought me the very rose tree I had envisioned, so exact to my picture that it took my breath away. That is the vision of plenty at work. What you hold clearly, what you see steadily, what you refuse to let go of, must come to pass. For imagination is the mold and the universe is the substance. And do not forget the role of gratitude in strengthening this vision. Gratitude is the magnet that draws the unseen into the seen. When you thank God for your good before it appears, you anchor the picture in faith, and faith makes it real. It is like watering the seeds you have planted. Without gratitude, the seeds dry out, wither, and fail to sprout. But when you rise in the morning and say, I thank thee that my supply is already here, that my harvest is abundant, that my life is overflowing with every good thing, you saturate the soil of your subconscious with living water, and the vision begins to sprout. Gratitude multiplies. The loaves and fishes fed thousands only after Christ gave thanks. Your small store will multiply when you bless it, when you give thanks for it, when you see it as seed for greater harvest. Now, some may ask, but what if doubt creeps in? What if I cannot hold the vision without fear breaking it apart? And I answer you, doubt may knock at the door, but you do not have to let it in. You may feel the wind of fear brush against you, but you need not invite it to sit at your table. When doubt whispers, answer with affirmation, this vision is mine by divine right, and nothing can keep it from me. When fear presses, answer with gratitude, I thank thee that it is already done. In this way, you train your imagination as one would train a wild horse, guiding it again and again onto the right path until it no longer strays. Let me ask you, what vision have you been holding lately? Is it a vision of endless bills, of opportunities slipping away, of doors slamming shut? Or is it a vision of envelopes stamped paid in full, of doors swinging wide, of opportunities arriving with perfect timing? Whatever picture dominates your imagination will dominate your life. And you have the power, this very moment, to choose the vision of plenty. It may feel awkward at first, like wearing a new garment, but soon it will fit you, soon it will feel natural, soon it will become your second skin. And when it does, your world will rearrange itself to match it, for outer conditions are nothing but the mirror of inner pictures. So from this day forward, refuse to let fear hold the scissors. Refuse to picture lack. Refuse to cut rags when you were meant to cut robes. Instead, see your ships arriving, see your roses blooming, see your purse crammed and jammed with bills, see your storehouses full, and see it all under grace in perfect ways. And remember, the universe is limitless, the supply is endless, the only boundaries are the ones you cut with your imagination. Hold steady, for in the next part I will show you how to destroy the old false pictures that may still linger in your subconscious, how to smash the untrue records that keep replaying scenes of failure, and how to replace them with new records of health, wealth, and love. Once you learn to break those old patterns, nothing of the past can hold you, and your imagination will be free to cut only patterns of glory. Now I must take you into a work that is both sobering and liberating. For many of you have been faithful in speaking new words, faithful in picturing new visions, faithful in declaring abundance, and yet you wonder why the past still clings, why old conditions linger, why certain chains have not yet fallen away. The answer is this: your subconscious is still playing old records, grooves that were cut years ago by careless words, by fearful thoughts, by pictures of lack and failure that you may not even remember consciously. Yet they are there, spinning endlessly, repeating the same dreary tune until your life dances to its rhythm. You may declare wealth with your conscious mind, but if the record playing beneath is, "I never have enough," the tune will drown out your scoth. Decree. You may affirm love, but if the old groove is, "I am unworthy, I am rejected, I am alone," then your affirmation is muffled, struggling against the background music of failure. That is why I say you must not only plant new seeds, you must also uproot the weeds. You must smash the old records, break them utterly, and replace them with new melodies of truth. Consider this. In the days of phonographs, if a record was scratched, it would skip and repeat the same phrase over and over, no matter what the song was meant to be. The subconscious is like that. It plays back whatever is cut into it, and if the groove is one of fear or resentment, it will loop endlessly until the condition shows up again and again in your life. That is why some people find themselves repeating the same patterns, meeting the same kind of disappointing partners, falling into the same financial holes, suffering the same illnesses in different forms. They are caught in the groove of an old record, and until that record is shattered, they cannot move forward. But take courage, because there is a way to break those records. Speak aloud with authority. I smash and demolish every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They return to the dust of nothingness, for they came from nothing, and they go back to nothing. I establish only the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Say it with force. Say it as though you held a hammer in your hand and were breaking vinyl into pieces. Say it until you feel the release. The subconscious will obey. It may take repetition, it may take persistence, but every time you declare it, you weaken the hold of the old record, and eventually it shatters. And once you smash the old record, you must immediately replace it with a new one. Nature abhors a vacuum. If you leave the space empty, the old tune may creep back in. So after declaring the destruction of false records, speak the truth you want established. I record only success. I record only supply. I record only joy. I record only divine love. Picture the needle of your subconscious moving smoothly across a brand new disc, playing a symphony of abundance, and let that melody fill your days. I once counseled a man who had struggled with poverty for decades. He had spoken affirmations faithfully, yet he always found himself back at the same low place. When I pressed him, he admitted that as a child, he had often heard his father say, "We are cursed in money. No matter what we do, we always lose." That phrase had cut deep grooves in his subconscious, grooves that played louder than his affirmations. I told him to declare daily, "I smash and demolish the record of financial loss. I establish the record of unending prosperity, for I am linked with the golden stream of supply." He obeyed, and within months his life shifted. Opportunities appeared, debts were paid, and for the first time he felt free. The old record was broken, and a new one began to play. So I ask you, what old records are still spinning in your life? Perhaps it is the record of, "I always get sick in winter." Perhaps it is, "Love never lasts for me." Perhaps it is, "Money slips through my fingers. Do not despair." These are not eternal truths. They are false grooves cut by fear and suggestion, and you have the authority to smash them. Take up the hammer of the spoken word. Declare their destruction. Replace them with the songs of truth. And soon, you will find yourself dancing to a new tune, one of health, of wealth, of love, of success. For the subconscious knows no difference between an old record and a new one. It simply plays what it is given. Give it only the music of heaven, and let this be your joy. You are not condemned to repeat the past. You are not bound by what your parents said, what your teachers declared, what your own fears once whispered. Every old record can be smashed, every false groove can be erased, every tune of lack can be silenced. And in its place, you can record the music of abundance, the symphony of divine supply, the melody of eternal joy. And when you do, your life will change, for the music within always becomes the conditions without. Now stay with me, for in the next main section I will show you not only the principles but the living demonstrations of this law. Real stories of men and women who shifted from begging to ordering, from fear to faith, from old records of lack to new records of abundance. Their cases will prove to you that this law is not theory but fact, and once you see their victories, you will be ready to claim your own. Now let me lead you into the living proof of these laws. For principles alone can feel lofty and far away until you see them clothed in the lives of men and women who dared to act on them, who took the invisible truth and proved it in the visible. And I want to begin with one of my favorite cases, because it shows so clearly that you do not need to have great wealth to start. You do not need to have every door open before you. You do not need to see the how or the when. You only need faith, a spoken word, and the courage to follow a hunch. A woman came to me once with only $8 to her name. Her rent was due, her needs were many, and she felt trapped between despair and fear. Most in her position would have clutched those $8 as if they were life itself, holding on tightly and shrinking back into begging thoughts. But this woman was willing to listen. I told her that God is her supply, that the law does not ask how much you have in your purse, but how much faith you have in your heart, and I urged her to speak the word and act as if her abundance were already present. She obeyed. She declared, "God is my supply. I cannot be left without. I walk in abundance, under grace, in perfect ways." And though she trembled, she chose to trust her inner voice. That very afternoon, she felt a sudden urge, a hunch so strong she could not ignore it, to return home by a different path. She followed that prompting without hesitation. And what do you think happened? Along that path, she encountered a friend who, out of the blue, pressed into her hand a sum of money large enough to cover her rent and far more. What had begun with only $8 and a word of faith turned into a demonstration of plenty. This is the law in action, a decree spoken, a hunch followed, and the supply arriving in perfect time. Do you see the lesson? The amount of money in her hand did not matter. The appearances of lack did not matter. What mattered was her word and her obedience to the inner guidance that came after. Begging would have left her trembling, clutching, shrinking into fear. Ordering lifted her into expectancy, opened her ears to intuition, and led her straight to her good. And I tell you, every one of you has that same power. You may think you are down to your last dollar, but if you speak the word and follow the hunch, you may discover that the whole universe is waiting just around the corner, ready to deliver your supply. Let me press this point further, because too many believe they cannot act until they have more in hand, until conditions look safer, until appearances soften. But the law is not moved by appearances. The law is moved by faith. It is always, always supply for every demand, but the demand must be made in courage. That woman with $8 proved what I am teaching you. You need not wait to have plenty before you act like you have plenty. You need only dare to step out, to say, "God is my unfailing supply," and then move on the inner direction that comes. That is ordering without fear, and that is why she received her demonstration. And so I ask you, what is your $8? What little you are tempted to clutch in fear? What small seed you hesitate to release because appearances shout that it is not enough? Whatever it is, dare to speak the word over it, dare to give thanks for it, dare to declare it is only the beginning of a harvest beyond counting. And then stay alert, because a hunch will come, a nudge from within, a voice whispering, "Go this way, do this thing." Follow it without hesitation, and you will see doors open, supply appear, and abundance flow from places you never imagined. For God has channels you know not of, and His ways are sure. Now keep listening, For in the next story, I will take you back to an ancient scene from Scripture, where kings were told to prepare for water in a desert valley when not a cloud was in sight. It will show you that the principle is timeless. When you dare to prepare before the supply appears, the supply cannot fail to come. And once you see this, you will never again hesitate to dig your ditches in faith, knowing they will be filled. END, subpoint end. You said, continue write in really long chapters, really long paragraphs and flowing sentences. ChatGPT said, title main section 4, case studies of ordering wealth start. Subpoint, subsection 4.2, the Three Kings and the Empty Valley. Now I want to take you into one of the most powerful illustrations of divine law ever given. A story hidden in the scriptures that shows beyond doubt that preparation in faith brings supply, even when appearances scream impossibility. 3 kings marched with their armies across a barren land, and they came to a valley where no water flowed, no streams ran, no clouds lingered in the sky. Their men were faint with thirst, their horses were stumbling, and the shadow of death hung over them. To the reasoning mind, the case was closed. There was no water, there was no hope, there was no way. But the prophet Elisha was with them, and when they sought his word, he did not say, wait for rain, nor did he say, go back in defeat. He gave them a strange, bold command. Make this valley full of ditches. Imagine that under a blazing sun, in a land parched and empty, they were told to dig ditches, prepare channels for water that did not yet exist, to labor in faith for a supply unseen. Many would have laughed, many would have scorned, many would have despaired. But the kings obeyed. They dug ditch after ditch, channel after channel, in that dry earth. And when morning came, without a drop of rain from the sky, the valley was filled with water, flowing in abundance from unseen sources, enough to satisfy the armies, enough to save the horses, enough to carry them to victory. This is not only a tale of history, it is a revelation of law. Your valley may look dry, your needs may appear unmet, your life may feel parched of every resource. But the word of the Lord to you is the same. Make your valley full of ditches, prepare before you see, act as if the supply is already rushing toward you. Dig the mental ditches of expectation. Dig the practical ditches of readiness. Set the table before the meal arrives. Buy the blankets before the apartment is found. Step out in faith before the evidence appears. And when you do, the supply will come from channels you did not expect, from places you did not know existed, for God's resources are infinite and His methods are mysterious. I once told a student of mine to prepare for her good in exactly this way. She was longing for her right home, yet every door seemed closed, every possibility denied. She said, I cannot see how it can happen. And I said, you do not need to see the how, you need to dig the ditch. Buy something for the home you desire. Begin to prepare in faith. She did. She purchased new blankets and kept them folded, ready for the bed in the home she did not yet possess. Friends mocked her, saying she was foolish to spend money on what she could not use. But she smiled and said, I am preparing for my good. And very soon, in a way she could never have orchestrated, the right home was offered to her, and the blankets were spread upon her bed. She dug her ditch, and the water filled it. Do you not see how different this is from the spirit of begging? Begging waits for proof before moving. Begging pleads with life but never acts as if life could answer. Ordering digs ditches. Ordering prepares in confidence. Ordering says, the water is already on its way, I must make room for it. That is faith in action, and faith is always rewarded. So I ask you, what dry valley are you staring at now? Where in your life does it seem impossible that supply could flow? Is it your finances, your health, your relationships, your work? Whatever it is, take up your spiritual shovel and begin to dig. Declare the word, prepare the space, act as if the good were already here. And do not be surprised when the morning comes and the valley is full, for the law has never failed and never will. And as we move into the next story, you will see another demonstration of this principle. For there was a man who faced ruin, a banker who had only minutes to secure the funds he needed, and it seemed that time itself was against him. Yet because he dared to believe, because he dared to hold steady, because he dug his ditch of faith at the very last moment, the supply arrived exactly on time. This case will show you that even when the clock is ticking, even when appearances shout too late, divine law is never late, and your order will always be delivered under grace. Now let me show you how divine law proves itself, even when the clock is running down, when appearances scream that all is lost, when reason insists that you have come to the end of the road. For there was a man, a banker, who faced a crisis so severe that his very future seemed to hang by a thread. He had given his word, and he needed a loan of $50,000 by a fixed hour, not a minute later, or his entire venture would collapse, his reputation would shatter, and his hope for success would crumble. He had exhausted every visible channel. He had knocked on doors, appealed to friends, sought assistance from colleagues. And each time the answer was the same: no help could be given. The hour was drawing near, and all appearances declared ruin. To the reasoning mind, the case was closed. But this man understood something of the law, and he refused to yield to fear. He spoke his word. He declared, "My supply comes from God, and it arrives on time, under grace, in perfect ways." He steadied his mind. He refused to let dread take the throne. And he acted as though the money were already his. And then, just when the last sands of the hourglass were falling, when all seemed beyond recovery, a messenger arrived. Another banker, moved by an impulse he could not explain, stepped forward and placed in this man's hands exactly the loan he needed, $50,000, not a penny short, not a moment late. The transaction was completed within the final 15 minutes before the deadline. What the reasoning mind had declared impossible, the law delivered with precision, because faith held steady. That is the nature of divine timing. God is never too late, though he is seldom early. He moves in the perfect moment, and the supply arrives in the very instant it is required. Now, I tell you this story not to fill your mind with wonder, but to drive home a truth you must never forget. Appearances of delay do not mean denial. The seeming last moment is often the proving ground of faith. Many give up when the clock is near striking 12, saying, "It is too late, I must surrender to defeat." And in that very instant, when their faith falters, the supply that was racing toward them dissolves into mist. But the one who holds steady, the one who declares, "Even now my good is here, even now the way is made, even now God proves himself," that one sees miracles arrive on the wings of the 11th hour. Have you not felt the weight of time pressing upon you? Have you not seen bills marked due and felt the cold hand of fear saying, "It is too late, no help can come"? Now? That is the very moment when you must dig your ditch of faith. That is the moment when you must speak with greatest clarity, when you must act as though the supply were already deposited in your account. Do not let your voice falter. Do not let your actions betray you. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. For the law is exact, and when you refuse to collapse into fear, the supply will arrive with the same precision as the banker's loan, timed to the minute, sufficient for the need, perfect in every detail. Remember this always: God's methods are ingenious, his resources are unlimited, his timing is flawless. The reasoning mind demands to know the channel, the plan, the schedule. Faith rests in the truth that infinite intelligence has already arranged it, and it will be revealed in the right moment. Your part is to keep the word alive, to refuse to let fear break your poise, to continue preparing as if the good were already in hand. That is ordering without fear. That is why the banker received his loan. That is why you too can receive your supply, no matter how late the hour may seem. And now, as we move into the next demonstration, you will see how this law not only works in moments of crisis, but also in the building of prosperity and overflow. How a woman who dared to follow her hunch, who dared to order abundance instead of begging for survival, he found her little shop bursting with customers, her tables filled, her hands overflowing with supply. Her story will show you that the law is not limited to rescues at the last hour, but operates as a fountain of continual prosperity when you live by faith and follow the divine promptings within. Now, I want to share with you one of the most joyous proofs of divine law, because it shows how abundance does not only come in moments of crisis when the clock is against you, but also how it pours forth as a continual overflow when you dare to follow the quiet voice of intuition and order your good instead of shrinking back in fear. There was a woman who had read my words, and something in her spirit awoke to the truth that God is her supply and that her word has creative power. She was not wealthy, she did not have great resources, but she had faith and she had a vision. She longed to do a work that brought joy to others, and she felt a persistent inner nudge, a hunch she could not ignore, to open a little tea room and candy shop. To the reasoning mind, it made no sense. She had no great capital. She had no guarantee of customers. She had no reason to believe that her little shop could succeed in a city crowded with competition. But she chose not to beg life for survival. She chose not to plead for crumbs. She chose to order her abundance by stepping into faith and following the voice within. She began to prepare, not in fear, but in expectancy. She secured a modest space. She filled it with sweetness and care. She prayed over every detail, and above all, she spoke the word. This shop overflows with customers. This shop is filled with joy. This shop prospers under grace in perfect ways. Day after day, she declared it, and day after day she acted as if it were already true. And what do you think happened? From the very first week, her tea room and candy shop were filled to bursting. Customers came in such numbers that she could scarcely keep up with the demand. Word spread quickly, and soon her little business overflowed with prosperity. She had ordered abundance, and abundance had arrived, more than she could have imagined. Now here is the lesson for you. She did not wait for all conditions to be perfect before she acted. She did not sit at home, begging God for a miracle while refusing to take a step. She spoke the word, she followed her hunch, and she prepared as though success were certain. That is ordering, that is faith in action. Had she begged, she would have sat in paralysis, praying for help but never opening the door to receive it. But because she ordered, because she dared to move in obedience to the inner prompting, the law rushed to fill her ditches, and her valley overflowed. I tell you this story because some of you have visions stirring in your hearts right now. You feel the whisper to begin a new work, to step into a new field, to create something that blesses others. Yet you hesitate. You say, I do not have the money, I do not have the contacts, I do not have the resources. That is the voice of fear, and if you listen, it will keep you begging all your life. But if you will speak the word, if you will say, God is my supply, this work prospers under grace, and then dare to follow the hunch, doors will open, supply will appear, and abundance will overflow just as surely as it did for that woman and her candy shop. Let me ask you plainly, what is the candy shop of your life? What vision has God whispered to you that you have put aside because appearances told you it was impossible? Perhaps it is a business idea, perhaps it is a creative project, perhaps it is a move to a new city, perhaps it is a work of service. Whatever it is, if the vision is persistent, if the hunch keeps returning, if the thought fills you with both joy and holy fear, it is likely your divine appointment. And your task is not to beg God to make it happen, but to order it into being by your word, your faith, and your action. Do not despise small beginnings. That woman's shop was modest, but it overflowed. Your beginning may be small, but if it is founded on faith, it will prosper. Do not wait for every condition to be perfect. Speak the word now, prepare now, act now, and watch the law fill your shop, your work, your life with customers, opportunities, and blessings beyond what you could plan. And with this story, you can see the pattern, whether it is the woman with $8, the kings digging ditches, the banker receiving his loan in the last minutes, or the candy shop overflowing with customers. The principle is the same. Begging delays, fear paralyzes, ordering through faith, spoken word, and action brings supply, always on time, always in the right way, always in perfect measure. Now stay with me, for in the next main section, I will draw all these lessons together into a daily practice you can follow, morning and evening, so that ordering your supply becomes as natural to you as ordering your morning coffee. You will see how to begin each day with declarations of abundance, how to move through your hours with the poise of prosperity, and how to end the night by clearing away the false records so that every dawn greets you with fresh supply. If you have followed me this far, you now see clearly that begging has no power, that ordering in faith moves mountains, that imagination is the scissors of the mind, and that the law always substitutes the right good when you ask amiss. You have heard the stories, you have seen the demonstrations, and now you must ask, how do I live this truth each day so that it becomes as natural as breathing, as habitual as eating, as constant as the rising of the sun? The answer is found in practice, steady, daily practice, because just as you would not expect to be nourished for life by a single meal, So you must not expect to be carried by one declaration spoken once in a moment of desperation. No, you must make the spoken word the rhythm of your life, the music that plays in the background of every thought and every act, and this begins in the morning. The way you begin your day sets the tone for everything that follows. If you rise in fear, checking bills, replaying worries, planting seeds of doubt, then your day will unfold in that vibration. But if you rise in power, speaking declarations of abundance, commanding supply as calmly as you order your morning coffee, then the hours ahead will align themselves with that vibration. So here is how you begin. The moment your eyes open, before you touch your phone, before you look at the news, before you let the race thought of the world invade your mind, you declare aloud, God is my instant and endless supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly and easily, under grace, in perfect ways. My day is filled with opportunity, my path is cleared before me, my good comes to me now. Do not mumble these words as a ritual. Speak them with poise, with calm assurance, with the rhythm of one who knows the order is placed and the supply cannot fail to arrive. Feel the vibration of those words. Let them settle into your chest, let them ring in your bones. Speak them as a king issuing a decree, as a queen commanding her household, not as a pauper whispering a wish. Then add this. Every door that is mine swings open today. Every channel that is mine flows today. No man can shut what God has opened. No fear can block what is mine by divine right. This is a day of miracles, and I walk in them with joy. When you speak like this, you are not only preparing your mind, but you are aligning your whole being with the unseen forces that move events. You are cutting the pattern of the day with the scissors of imagination, and the tailor of the subconscious will stitch it together faithfully. I once told a student of mine to begin every morning with such declarations, for she was in constant fear of debt. Her habit was to wake up, reach for her bills, and sigh, another day, another burden. And so, day after day, she lived the very picture she cut. When she changed, when she rose each morning and declared, I am linked with the golden stream of supply, I am free from debt, all my bills are paid in full, I walk in abundance today, her life turned. Within weeks, unexpected money arrived, old debts were canceled, and the load lifted from her shoulders. The morning practice set the tone, and the day delivered the supply. So I say to you, do not treat your morning as common. Guard it, sanctify it, make it a holy appointment with abundance. Before the world rushes in, speak your word. Place your order. Command your day. And then walk out your door knowing that everything has already been arranged, that supply is on its way, that opportunities are flowing toward you, that divine intelligence has already gone ahead to prepare your path. And here is a mystery you will discover. As you practice this daily, your subconscious will begin to expect abundance as naturally as it expects the sunrise. Fear will lose its grip, doubt will fade. You will find yourself moving through the hours with a calm certainty, a quiet power, a joy that does not depend on appearances. And as you hold steady in this practice, your life will reflect it more and more, until ordering abundance each morning becomes as simple and natural as breathing in and out. Now keep listening, because in the next part, I will show you how to carry this vibration throughout your day, how to act the part of prosperity in every situation, even when appearances tempt you to shrink back into fear. You will learn how to embody abundance in your behavior, your choices, and your very posture, so that your actions confirm your words, and your words take flesh in your affairs. It is not enough, my friend, to rise in the morning and declare you're good if the rest of the day you act as though your words have no power, if you slump into fear the moment an unpaid bill crosses your desk, if you shrink back into hesitation when opportunity knocks, if you clutch every coin as though it were your last. Words plant the seed, but actions water it. To speak abundance and then to act poverty is to cancel your own decree, to uproot the very crop you have sown. This is why I tell you that you must not only speak prosperity, you must act prosperity, you must walk prosperity, you must carry yourself as one who is already supplied, already cared for, already rich in every way. To beg is to tremble. To order is to stand upright, calm, and sure, and your actions must mirror your order. I recall the case of a woman who came to me terrified, pressed down by debt, convinced she had no way out. I told her, speak the word, declare that God is your supply, and then act as though it is already true. That very afternoon, though her purse was light, she chose to order a fine luncheon instead of shrinking back into fear. Some would call it foolishness, some would say it was wasteful, but I tell you, it was faith in action. She ate that meal with joy, not with guilt, and she gave thanks as though her account were already full. Within days, her demonstration came. A large sum of money arrived from an unexpected channel, more than enough to cover her debts and to lift her into freedom. Her act of prosperity had aligned her vibration with her word, and the law could not fail to answer. Another student of mine longed for a home but found every door closed. Apartments were scarce, and the reasoning mind told her it was useless to try. But she listened to my counsel, and she chose to act prosperity instead of acting poverty. She bought blankets for the bed she did not yet have, as though the home were already hers. Her friends laughed at her and said, "Why spend on what you cannot use?" But she held steady, saying, "I am preparing for my good." And soon, in perfect timing, the right apartment opened to her, and the blankets she had bought were laid upon her bed. The blankets were her act of faith, her way of showing the subconscious that she truly believed her word. And because she believed enough to act, the supply arrived. Do you see the principle? Faith must be expressed not only in words but in deeds. You must carry yourself as though your order is already filled. When you walk into a store, do not mutter, "I can't afford it," for that is acting poverty. Instead, walk in with the poise of one who knows that if this item is yours by divine right, it will be given you, and if not, its equivalent will appear. When you meet new people, do not speak of lack or limitation. Do not list your troubles as if they were badges of honor. Speak as one who is already victorious, already supplied, already backed by the riches of heaven. When you give, do not give with a trembling hand, fearing you will have nothing left. Give with joy, knowing that as money goes out, money returns multiplied, for circulation is the law of supply. Ask yourself now, how are you acting in your daily life? Are you walking as a king or as a beggar? Are you moving with poise or with fear? Are you carrying yourself as though the universe has forgotten you, or as though heaven's storehouses are already pouring into your lap? Remember, your subconscious is watching, recording, obeying. It does not only take your words, it takes your actions as proof of your belief. If you act lack, it records lack. If you act prosperity, it records prosperity. And the law must bring back what is recorded. So today, begin to act prosperity in the small ways. Order a meal with joy instead of anxiety. Buy a token for the home you desire. Step into opportunities with confidence instead of hesitation. Give generously when intuition prompts you. Dress with dignity, not with fear. Walk with your head high, not with your shoulders bowed. These small acts are signals, messages to your subconscious that you are prosperous now, that you believe your order is filled. And the law, faithful as ever, will confirm your belief with outer demonstration. Now hold on, because in the next part, I will show you how to end your day as powerfully as you begin it. You will learn how to clear away the false impressions that try to creep in during the hours, how to sweep the dust of fear from your subconscious before you sleep, and how to plant the seeds of gratitude so that your night becomes a field where abundance grows while you rest. When you master this evening practice, your days and nights will join in harmony, and you will live in a continual rhythm of ordering and denianasi, receiving your supply. As surely as the morning sets the tone for your day, the evening closes it. And I want you to understand the importance of how you end your day, because whatever vibration you carry into sleep is the vibration your subconscious mind works upon through the night. If you drift off, rehearsing your troubles, worrying over bills, recalling every slight and every fear, then your subconscious will take those pictures and enlarge them, planting them deeper, weaving them into the very fabric of your affairs. But if you end your day in gratitude, in faith, in deliberate clearing of false records, then your subconscious becomes a fertile garden where seeds of abundance sprout while you rest. Night can be your ally or your enemy, depending on what you hand to your inner self before you close your eyes. That is why I tell you, do not fall asleep begging, do not fall asleep fretting, do not fall asleep playing the old records of fear. End your day with thanksgiving and command, and the night will labor on your behalf. Here is how you do it. As the evening falls and you prepare for sleep, speak first the words of gratitude. I give thanks for this day. I give thanks for every blessing seen and unseen. I give thanks that my supply is secure, that my path is clear, that my good is unfolding now. Do not rush these words, feel them. Even if the day seemed full of small frustrations, search out the blessings and give thanks. Perhaps you received a kind word, perhaps a bill was delayed, perhaps a door opened, even a crack. Whatever it is, magnify it with gratitude. Gratitude multiplies, it takes the little and makes it much. It lifts your vision from lack to plenty, and it tunes your subconscious to receive more. Remember, Christ did not multiply the loaves and fishes until he first gave thanks, and so must you. Then, after thanksgiving, move to the work of clearing. Declare, I smash and demolish every untrue record played in my subconscious today. Every false word, every idle fear, every picture of lack dissolves now into the dust of nothingness. I record only truth, I record only abundance, I record only health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Speak it with force, as if striking a hammer upon the old disc. Picture those grooves breaking apart, crumbling, turning to dust. Then see a new record placed upon the turntable of your mind, gleaming, flawless, and hear the melody of plenty, the symphony of joy, the song of prosperity. Your subconscious will obey. It will erase the old vibrations and play the new tune throughout the night, drawing to you channels, ideas, opportunities, supply. Finally, close with a decree of peace. I rest now in divine order. I rest now in perfect safety. I rest now knowing that everything I need is rushing toward me, under grace, in perfect ways. Let these words carry you into sleep, so that even in your dreams you are surrounded by the atmosphere of abundance. Sleep is not idleness. It is the workshop of the subconscious. And when you fall asleep in gratitude and faith, your inner workshop labors joyfully, cutting patterns of good, stitching garments of plenty, arranging conditions so that when you wake, the outer world begins to reflect the inner work. I once counseled a man tormented by fear. He would go to bed each night rehearsing his failures, muttering, "Nothing ever works for me, I will never succeed." And every morning he woke heavy, defeated, burdened, and the same failures repeated themselves. When I taught him to reverse his practice, to speak gratitude and record clearing at night, his life changed. Within weeks, opportunities opened, fear lifted, and his mornings felt light and full of hope. The night had been turned from an enemy into an ally because he handed it the right material to work with. So I ask you now, how will you end this day? Will you let fear sing you to sleep? Will you let resentment write its groove deeper into your mind? Or will you take the few sacred minutes to give thanks, to smash the false records, to decree peace and abundance? The choice is yours, and the results are certain. What you hand to your subconscious at night, it will magnify and return to you in the morning. Choose well, and your nights will become the secret engine of your prosperity. And now, as we come to the close of this teaching, I will draw all the threads together. You will see the pattern that runs through every story, every law, every case I have given you. And I will leave you with a final affirmation, a command so clear and strong that if you speak it daily, your days will turn, your nights will change, and your life will flow with abundance as naturally as breath. Stay with me, for the closing will seal this word in your heart and set you walking in power. Now we have walked together through the full arc of truth, from the moment where you first saw the futility of begging, to the moment where you learned to order your supply as calmly as you order your morning coffee, to the demonstrations that prove the law cannot fail, to the daily practices that make abundance as natural and steady as sunrise. And I want you to hear me with your whole heart. You are no longer at the mercy of appearances. You are no longer a slave to fear. You are no longer bound by the grooves of old records or trapped in the shadows of past mistakes. You have been given the key, the spoken word charged with faith, the imagination disciplined to picture only good, the actions that align with your decree, the gratitude that multiplies, the clearing that dissolves the false. With these tools, you are free to shape your life, free to call forth supply, free to command joy, free to live in the rhythm of divine order. Let me gather the threads into one strong cord. Begging is fear, ordering is faith. Fear is faith turned upside down, faith in evil, faith in lack, faith in loss. But true faith is spoken in command, not in pleading. When you order, you align with the inexhaustible storehouses of God, and the cashier of the universe delivers swiftly, under grace, in perfect ways. Your imagination is the scissors of your mind. It cuts the patterns life must follow. So cut boldly, cut beautifully, cut only robes of splendor, never rags of fear. If you have already cut wrongly, smash the old record. Speak the word of demolition, and establish a new melody of truth. And do not forget the law of substitution, that merciful safeguard that ensures you can never lose your true good. If you ask amiss, the wrong will fall away, and the right will arrive in its place. For infinite intelligence knows better than your limited sight. And now, what remains is daily practice, for truth must not be visited as a guest but lived as a companion. Each morning, rise with declarations of abundance, speak as a king or queen commanding your supply. Each day, act as though your order is already filled, give generously, walk with poise, dress with dignity, take the opportunities that come. Each night, close with gratitude and record clearing, thank God for your good, smash the false impressions, and hand your subconscious the melodies of plenty to play while you sleep. Do this, and you will live in a rhythm of continual ordering and continual receiving, as steady as the tide, as sure as the turning of the seasons. So, I leave you with this affirmation, and I want you to speak it aloud until it reverberates in every cell of your being. I no longer beg. I command my supply by divine right. I no longer fear. I walk in faith. I no longer doubt. I give thanks, and my good rushes to me swiftly, under grace, in perfect ways. Large sums of money come to me quickly and easily. My imagination cuts only patterns of plenty. My old records of lack are smashed forever. I am free. I am prosperous. I am blessed beyond measure. Speak it now, and let the words become flesh in your life. And if you are ready to take the next step, if you are ready to discover the hidden words that sabotage your prosperity, the phrases people speak every day without knowing they are cursing themselves with lack, then I invite you to continue with me into my next teaching. There, I will uncover the secret enemies of your wealth, the careless words that block supply, and I will give you the antidote, the higher words that turn curses into blessings. Do not miss it, for once you hear it, you will never again give power to the wrong word, and your tongue will become a continual fountain of prosperity. Click now, and step through into the next revelation. Now, let me seal this word upon your spirit, for truth must be spoken again and again until it settles into the very marrow of your being, until it ceases to sound like new instruction and begins to ring like your own voice, the eternal voice of the Christ within. You are no longer a beggar in a universe of lack. You are no longer one who crawls at the back door, pleading for crumbs. You are a child of the Most High, heir to the storehouses of heaven, clothed in divine authority, entrusted with the power of the spoken word. And every time you open your mouth in faith, every time you declare with conviction, every time you choose to cut a pattern of plenty with your imagination, you are exercising that authority, and the law cannot fail to answer you. The supply is not sometimes here and sometimes gone. The supply is as steady as God Himself, eternal, inexhaustible, waiting always for your command. So do not look back to the days when you begged and doubted, when you trembled before bills, when you feared the future as though it were an enemy. Those days are gone, and the records that held them are smashed. From this moment, walk forward with a new song upon your lips, a song of abundance, a song of gratitude, a song of victory. Speak only words that crown you. Speak only words that exalt your supply. Speak only words that draw to you the riches, the love, the health, the joy that are already yours in the divine design. For as surely as every idle word once condemned you, every deliberate word now justifies you, and your future is bright with the harvest of your decrees. And let me remind you of this mystery. The law never slumbers, the subconscious never rests. Even now, as you listen, as you breathe, as you think, the grooves are being cut, the patterns are being shaped, the garments are being stitched. You are creating at every moment, and there is no pause in the process. That is why you must be vigilant. That is why you must guard your tongue and imagination as a watchman guards a city gate. Let no false word slip past. Let no picture of lack take root. Be ruthless with fear, for fear is inverted faith. Cast it out, replace it instantly with gratitude, with decree, with the picture of plenty, and as you do, you will find your life changing in ways that astonish you. What once felt like struggle will begin to feel like flow. What once felt like waiting will begin to feel like ease. What once felt like impossibility will dissolve into demonstration, swift, certain, perfect. I want you to walk away from this teaching with the unshakable conviction that your word is law, that your imagination is creative, that your faith is substance. I want you to live each morning as though the cashier of the universe is standing ready to receive your order, each day as though you are clothed in the robes of prosperity, each evening as though angels themselves are sweeping away the dust of false impressions and leaving your subconscious polished and ready to receive new commands. And I want you to remember, above all, that you are not alone in this. Infinite intelligence is your partner, divine love is your supply, the Christ within is your authority, and the law of abundance is your unfailing servant. So let us close together with a final decree, spoken with rhythm and power, a decree that will echo through your consciousness long after this message ends. I am prosperous now. I am supplied now. I am free now. I no longer beg, I only order, and my orders are filled at once, under grace, in perfect ways. The old records are gone. The false pictures are dissolved. My word builds my world, and my world is abundance, beauty, joy, and peace. I walk in my promised land now. Speak it aloud, feel it vibrate through you, and know that as you have spoken, so it is established. And as you carry this truth forward, let your curiosity draw you onward, for there is more to uncover. You have learned to order supply, but now you must learn to guard against the hidden words that steal it, the subtle phrases that curse your prosperity without your knowing. In my next message, I will reveal these enemies of abundance and give you the higher decrees that reverse them instantly. You must hear this, for until you know the traps, you may stumble into them without realizing. But once you know, you will be free forever. So take this word with you, and then step forward into the next teaching, where your tongue will be cleansed, your speech will be crowned, and your prosperity will flow without hindrance.